or hierarchy within the component instincts, pregenital or genital organizations, primacy of the genital erotogenic zone, C3 essays, pages 197 ff. Thus Freud's reasoning in these pages sets to work a series of concepts which only superficially have anything to do with the theory of the evolution of the individual, or with a biological model of the latter. This reasoning must answer two questions at once: what form does the development take and what is its subject, what is it that develops? 6. This reasoning seems to be inseparable from a new definition of the sexuality which is the object of the analysis. Freud is constantly dealing with objections which are related to this extension of the notion of sexuality and which confuse it with the protraction of genital sexual activity to periods before puberty. Finally, it emerges that sexuality is defined quite simply by the succession of forms between which such displacements can be analyzed. Anything is sexual which in an element of an organization of the component instincts, the final outcome of whose variations is genital organization. But what makes it possible to analyze these displacements is a set of theoretical concepts which plays a part analogous to that of the concepts which define the labor process in the analysis of the forms of the connection of real appropriation, productive forces activity/object/means of labor. In Freud, these concepts are used systematically in the three essays and presented systematically in the article Instincts and Their Vicissitudes, Standard Edition, Volume 14. They are the concepts of the source, Kel, pressure, Drang, object, and aim, Zeal, of the instinct. Of course, there is no question of any correspondence between Freud's concepts and those of Marx, but rather one of the same type of analysis, and hence of an identity of the functions of these concepts in the method. Perhaps in return we shall now be able to illuminate the problems posed by Marx's text. Notably the difficulty Marx found in isolating the connection that I have discussed, or, what amounts to the same thing, in thinking the level of the productive forces as a connection within the combination, i.e., as a relation of production with the same status as the forms of the ownership of the means of production. 7. This difficulty is accompanied by the temptation to list the productive forces, and, for example, to divide them between nature and man. Similarly, these texts of Freud's contain formulations which attempt to situate the sexual instinct, as described by analysis, with respect to the domains of biology and psychology. Freud ends by defining instinct as a frontier between the biological and the psychological, and he even locates this ambiguity at the level of the source of instinct. See Instincts and Their Vicissitudes, OPCIT, p. 123. By the source of an instinct is meant the somatic process which occurs in an organ or part of the body and whose stimulus is represented in mental life by an instinct. We do not know whether this process is invariably of a chemical nature. The study of the sources of instincts lies outside the scope of psychology. Although instincts are wholly determined by their origin in a somatic source, in mental life we know them only by their aims. In the analysis of forms, the biological is therefore always absent as such. The sought-after frontier is thereby strictly non-existent. But we should add that in another sense the psychological, too, is absent. In its traditional conception, it, too, was defined by its opposition and relation to the biological. If the latter disappears as such, the psychological is transformed into something other than itself, into precisely what Freud called the psychical. We are therefore always dealing with a series of reorganizations and displacements of the domains whose links Freud himself has very clearly conceived. In the introductory lectures on psychoanalysis, Freud writes, "Whereas for most people conscious and psychical are the same, we have been obliged to extend the concept of psychical and to recognize something psychical that is not conscious. And in just the same way, whereas other people declare that sexual and connected with reproduction, or, if you prefer to put it more shortly, genital, are identical, we cannot avoid postulating something sexual that is not genital, has nothing to do with reproduction. The similarity here is only a formal one, but it is not without a deeper foundation." Standard Edition, Volume 16, p. 321. We should add, simply, that this extension is in fact a completely new definition, in content as well as in the nature of the theoretical discourse by which it is justified. The same is true of nature in the analysis of the productive forces. For although Marx writes that labor is, in the first place, an action which takes place between man and nature. In it man has the role of a natural power with respect to nature, it would perhaps be equally correct to say that nature has the role of a social element. In this sense, too, nature as such is absent. In so far as the Marxist analysis of the productive forces is systematically inscribed in the definition of a mode of production, i.e., insofar as it is not a simple list or description of the technical aspects of production or its resources, but rather the definition of a form of variation of the technical social relations of production, it therefore achieves the same effect of displacement and rupture with respect to the traditional theoretical division of labor as that which we have found in Freud. This rupture effect is characteristic of the founding of a new science which is in the process of constituting its object and defining for it a domain which a variety of disciplines were previously occupying and for that reason ignoring completely. In the domain of historical materialism, as a scientific theoretical discipline, the analysis of the productive forces does not arise as a technical or geographical preliminary, formulating the conditions or bases on which a social structure of human institutions and practices can be constructed, as an essential, but external limitation imposed on history. On the contrary, it is inside the definition of the social structure of a mode of production. No definition of a mode of production can be regarded as satisfactory unless it includes a definition of the productive forces which are typical of that mode of production. It therefore completely transforms the meaning of social. But, as we have seen, the analogy goes further, it also extends to the type of object and history that Marx and Freud defined. Just as the sexual that Freud discusses is not the subject of the development staked out by the organizations of the instincts, just as the organizations of the instincts do not strictly speaking descend one from another, so in Marx's analysis we are never dealing with anything other than the combination itself and its forms. Thus, in Marx's case, too, we can say that the subject of development is nothing but what is defined by the succession of the forms of organization of labor and the displacements that it achieves. Which reflects exactly the theoretical, non-empirical character of the constitution of his object. For history and histories, on the forms of historical individuality, this analysis has very important consequences for the theory of history. Indeed, we should ask what has really been achieved by this analysis of two successive forms. We should pose the question of whether this can be called a history. This definition would be manifestly meaningless unless we could at the same time designate the object of this history. Whatever the mode of this designation, by a concept or by a mere name, we can never conceive history in general, but only the history of something. We should note that most historians have, until really quite recently, avoided the necessity of giving a theoretical answer to this problem of their object. Take for example Marc Bloch's reflections on the science of history. It is clear that all his efforts are devoted solely to the constitution of a methodology. The attempt to define the object of the historian's work is indeed revealed as aporetic, once it has been demonstrated that this object cannot be the past, nor ultimately any pure and simple definition of time. The very idea that the past as such could be the object of science is absurd. Marc Bloch, The Historian's Craft, Manchester, Manchester University Press 1992, p. 22. Nevertheless, after this negative and perfectly cogent conclusion, although its consequences have not always been drawn by philosophers, attempts such as Bloch's are content with an incomplete definition of their science which relegates the problem of the object to the indefiniteness of a totality, man, let us say rather, men, and characterizes knowledge solely as a certain set of methods. Here is not the place to analyze the empiricism that ultimately flows from this incomplete definition, but we should note that the problem evaded theoretically is necessarily solved practically at every moment. That is why we have political histories, histories of institutions, histories of ideas, histories of the sciences, economic histories, etc. In this perspective we could undoubtedly define the object which was the concern of the above analysis as labor and say that it was a history of labor, or a moment of such a history. But at the same time, we see that Marx's analysis was presented in an essentially polemical situation with respect to what is usually called labor history or technical history. Such histories exist, and they receive but do not constitute objects which are claimed to persist in a certain identity of nature, through all their changes. These histories require a subject to unify them, and they find one in technology, regarded as a fact, even as a fact of civilization, or in labor, regarded as a kind of cultural behavior. To say that they receive these objects is quite simply to say that the moment of their constitution lies outside the historian's theoretical practice itself, but is a part of other practices, theoretical or otherwise. From the viewpoint of theoretical practice, the constitution of the object is therefore presented as a designation, as a reference to another practice. It is therefore only possible from the point of view of the personal identities of the men who are implied in all these practices at once, in a historian's theoretical practice, and in political, economic, and ideological practices. This reference is therefore only possible as an effect of the complex historical unity and of the historical articulation of these different practices, but as it is given, as it is reflected uncritically in a privileged sight, the ideology of the period. But at the same time, because they are a paradox, a discourse, supposedly critical par excellence, which depends for the constitution of its object on an uncritical operation, these histories encounter, in their conceptualization and in the nature of their explanations, the insoluble problem of the mutual frontiers of these received objects, and finally, of the relation between this component history and other histories, and the history of the totality. As Villars says of economic history, their description of the change, the movement of their peculiar object leads them to the insertion of this movement into a reality wider than their objects. Considered in their purity, the pure economy, pure technique, etc., which is the totality of human relations and explains this change, see Contributions à la Première Conférence Internationale d'Histoire Économique, Stockholm, 1960, p. 38. They discover that their objects change, that their objects have a history because what they are not changes too. It thus appears that the constitutive problem of each history is that of the relation between its object and history in general, i.e., other historical objects, and they solve it, when they are prepared to go beyond empiricism, sometimes by the announcement of a global, undifferentiated relation, which ultimately results in a theory of the spirit of the age, a historical psychology. See for example Frank Castell's work on the history of the plastic arts, and I. Meyerson's theories, sometimes by the complete reduction of one structure to another, which thus emerges as the absolute reference, the original text of several translations. See for example the works of Lukács and his disciple Goldman on literary history. When I say that Marx presents his analysis in a polemical situation with respect to this historical practice, I do not mean that this analysis suppresses the problem of the relation between component histories and general history, a problem which must necessarily be solved before it is possible to speak strictly of a history. On the contrary, it shows that this problem cannot be solved unless history really constitutes its object, instead of receiving it. In this sense, the term analysis used by Marx has exactly the same significance as that given it by Freud when he speaks of the analysis of an individual history, just as Freud's analysis produces a new definition of his object, sexuality, the libido, i.e., really constitutes it by showing the variation of its formations, which is the reality of a history. So Marx's analysis constitutes his object, the productive forces, by constructing the history of its successive forms, i.e., forms which have a determinate place in the structure of the mode of production. In his determination of the object of a component theory, Marx's method thus completely abolishes the problem of reference, of the empirical designation of the object of a theoretical knowledge, or of the ideological designation of the object of a scientific knowledge. In fact, this determination now depends entirely on the theoretical concepts which make it possible to analyze in a differential way the successive forms of a connection, and the structure of the mode of production to which this connection belongs. Labor is presented as a connection between the elements of the mode of production, and therefore its constitution, as an object of history, depends entirely on a recognition of the structure of the mode of production. We can generalize this comment and say that each of the elements of the combination, Verbindung, undu bedly has a kind of history, but it is a history without any locatable subject. The real subject of each component history is the combination on which depend the elements and their relations, i.e., it is something which is not a subject. In this sense we can say that the first problem for a history as a science, for a theoretical history, is the determination of the combination on which depend the elements which are to be analyzed, i.e., it is to determine the structure of a sphere of relative autonomy, such as what Marx calls the process of production and its modes. In fact, this preliminary determination provides a determination of the component object, and, at the same stroke, that of its articulation with the other component objects. Which is to say once again that the knowledge of one instance of the social formation, through its structure, includes the theoretical possibility of knowing its articulation with other instances. This problem then emerges as the problem of the mode of intervention of the other instances in the history of the instance analyzed. On this point, too, the preceding analysis provides us with an excellent example, the example of the application of science to production, i.e., the articulation of economic production with another practice, the theoretical practice of the natural sciences. In his study of the ways of economizing on constant capital in order to raise the rate of profit, Marx writes, the development of the productive power of labor in one branch of production, example of iron, coal, machines, construction, etc., which may in turn be partly connected with advances in the area of intellectual production, i.e., the natural sciences and their application. Capital, Volume 3, p. 174. A text of this kind contains absolutely no implications that intellectual production is a branch of production in the economic sense of the term. But it does mean that intellectual production intervenes in the history of the mode of production, in the strict sense, through its products, which are susceptible to importation, knowledges. And the analysis of the displacement of elements within the mode of production, which I have reproduced above, alone enables us to explain why and in what form this intervention takes place. This analysis cancels out all the questions that have been posed as to the technological routine of the ancient world and the Middle Ages, since the application of science to production is not determined by the possibilities of that science, but by the transformation of the labor process, which is an organic part of the combination of a determinate mode of production. It is determined by the constitution of the system which I have called the unity of the means of labor and of the object of labor. Not only is it therefore essential to seek in the analysis of the mode of production itself for the conditions which explain its relation with other practices, but the definition of this relation depends on the same theoretical concepts as those that designate the structure of the mode of production itself, in which the specific form of the other practices is as such absent. These other practices intervene through their specific products under conditions, or more accurately, as Marx says, within limits, which express the current essence of the mode of production. We shall see this in more detail with respect to the articulation of the political practice of the class struggle with the economic structure. Such also is one of the senses of the concept of methods which Marx uses in relation of the production of relative surplus value. See the passage quoted above, Capital, Volume 1, p. 645, as well as in relation to the political methods of primitive accumulation. Perhaps one could suggest that for Marx this concept always designates the intervention of one practice in conditions determined by another, the articulation of two practices. On this model, we can formulate the indispensability of other histories than those of the modes of production, histories whose objects remain to be constituted. Not all histories are possible. Historical research, via controversies in economic history, the history of ideas, mentalities, etc., is beginning to sense this, although it has not explicitly posed the problem of this constitution. the determination of the objects of these histories must await that of the relatively autonomous instances of the social formation, and the production of concepts which will define each of them by the structure of a combination, like the mode of production. We can predict that these definitions, too, will always be polemical definitions, i.e., they will only be able to constitute their objects by destroying ideological classifications or divisions which benefit from the obviousness of the facts. Attempts like that of Foucault give us a good example of this. 8. It might be suggested, to enter the realm of conjecture, that the history of ideologies, and notably the history of philosophy, are perhaps not histories of systems, but histories of concepts organized into problematics, whose synchronic combinations it is possible to reconstitute. I am referring here to Althusser's work on the anthropological problematic to which Feuerbach and the young Marx belonged, and on the history of philosophy in general. Similarly, the history of literature may not be that of the works, but that of another object, a specific one, i.e., a certain relation to the ideological, itself already a social relation. In this case, too, as Pierre Macquarrie suggests, Lenin, Critique de Tolstoy, La Pensée No. 121, June 1965, or A Theory of Literary Production, London, Routledge, 1978, the object under consideration would be defined by a complex combination whose forms all have to be analyzed. Obviously, these are only programmatic hints. If the theory of history implied by Marx's method of analysis is really like this, we can produce a new concept which belongs to that theory. I shall call it the concept of the differential forms of historical individuality. In the example which Marx analyzed, we see that the two successive forms of the productive forces connection imply two different forms of historical individuality. In the example which Marx analyzed, we see that the two successive forms of the productive forces connection imply two different forms of individuality for the worker, who is one of the elements of the connection, and similarly, two different forms of the means of production. In the first case, the ability to set the means of production to work belonged to the individual. In the ordinary sense, it was an individual mastery of these means of production. In the second case, the same ability only belongs to a collective worker. It is what Marx calls a social mastery of the means of production. The productive forces developed by capitalism thus institute a norm which is not valid for any individual. On the other hand, this historical difference is strictly relative to the combination considered, i.e., it only concerns the practice of production. We can say that each relatively autonomous practice thus engenders forms of historical individuality which are peculiar to it. This observation results in a complete transformation in the meaning of the term men, which, as we have seen, the preface to a contribution made the support for the whole construction. We can now say that these men, in their theoretical status, are not the concrete men, the men of whom we are told, in famous quotations, no more than that they make history. For each practice and for each transformation of that practice, they are the different forms of individuality which can be defined on the basis of its combination structure. Just as, in Althusser's words, there are different times in the social structure, none of which is the reflection of a common fundamental time, so for the same reason, i.e., what has been called the complexity of the Marxist totality, there are different forms of political, economic, and ideological individuality in the social structure, too, forms which are not supported by the same individuals, and which have their own relatively autonomous histories. Besides, Marx formulated the very concept of the dependence of the forms of individuality with respect to the structure of the process or the mode of production. His terminology itself is marked by the epistemological fact that in the analysis of the combination we are not dealing with concrete men, but only with men insofar as they fulfill certain determinate functions in the structure, bearers of labor power, with respect to the labor process. In his exposition of the theoretical concepts which define the analysis, Marx does not, as we have seen, say man or subject, but Zweckmäßigkeit, activity which conforms to the norms of the mode of production, representatives of capital. To designate these individuals, he systematically used the term trigger. Men do not appear in the theory except in the form of bearers of the connections implied by the structure, and the forms of their individuality as determinate effects of the structure. We might perhaps import the term pertinence to designate this characteristic of Marxist theory, and say that each relatively autonomous practice in the social structure must be analyzed according to its own pertinence, on which depends the identification of the elements which it combines. There is no reason why the elements, which are thus determined in different ways, should coincide in the unity of concrete individuals, who would then appear as the local, miniature reproduction of the whole social articulation. The supposition of such a common support is, on the contrary, the product of a psychological ideology, in exactly the same way as linear time is the product of a historical ideology. It is this ideology which supports the whole problematic of mediations, i.e., the attempt to rediscover concrete individuals, the subjects of psychological ideology, as the centers or intersections of various progressively more external systems of determination, culminating in the structure of economic relations, systems which constitute a series of hierarchized levels. This is a modern form of what Leibniz expressed perfectly when he said that each substance with a degree of singularity, and in particular each mind, expresses the whole universe in a specific way. Minds, in a manner, express and concentrate the whole into themselves, so that it may be said that minds are total parts, de rerum originatione radicali, in the Monadology and Other Philosophical Writings, London, Garland 1985, p. 349. Similarly, if men were the common supports of determinate functions in the structure of each social practice, they would in a manner express and concentrate the entire social structure into themselves, i.e., they would be the centers from which it would be possible to know the articulation of these practices in the structure of the whole. At the same time, each of these practices would be effectively centered on the men subjects of ideology, i.e., on consciousnesses. Thus the social relations, instead of expressing the structure of these practices, of which individuals are merely the effects, would be generated from the multiplicity of these centers, i.e., they would have the structure of a practical intersubjectivity. As we have seen, Marx's whole analysis excludes this possibility. It forces us to think, not the multiplicity of centers, but the radical absence of a center. The specific practices which are articulated in the social structure are defined by the relations of their combination before they themselves determine the forms of historical individuality which are strictly relative to them. Chapter 3. On Reproduction. In everything that I have said so far, I have only been defining a single concept, mode of production, on the basis of the use that Marx made of it in his analysis of the capitalist mode of production. I have outlined what might be called the first theoretical effects peculiar to this concept. All the terms the function of which in Marx's exposition I have attempted to pinpoint have only acquired their meaning by reference to this first definition. Their intervention in a proof thus appears as an extension of the effectivity of the presuppositions implied by the definition of a mode of production, the transformations in the way history is thought contained in these terms, transformations, which at the same time have the meaning of a transition from ideology to science, are merely the effects of a single theoretical event, the introduction of the concept of a mode of production into the traditional problematic of periodization. But to stop there would leave us facing a difficulty which I have already referred to in my discussion of component histories in the normal practice of historians. I have pointed out the stumbling block of these histories, which do not constitute their object on the basis of a historical definition but receive it ready constituted, the problem of the location of that object in a totality of historical objects. This location is always something already established for theoretical discourse, for the discourse that aims to be theoretical, established by a non-theoretical operation which refers to the more or less immediate obviousness in which this object proposes its existence and consistency. Thus, in the last analysis, it presents itself as a recourse to gesture, to the gesture which shows the objects of a world, whose conceptual representatives one only then proposes to deal with in a theoretical discourse. But we also know that this gesture is only apparently an innocent one, that in reality it is inhabited by an ideology which governs the division of the world into objects, and, in the same movement, the perception of these objects, what has elsewhere been designated as the elusive nature of ideology. We know this from the moment a science divides and constitutes other objects in polemical rupture with the previous ones. The difficulty we are now about to meet is of an analogous kind, and we shall not lack examples to persuade us that this difficulty is no fabrication. We now have the theoretical concept of a mode of production, or more precisely, we have it in the form of the knowledge of one particular mode of production, since, as we have seen, the concept only exists if it is specified. However, it seems that we still need to know something else, i.e., when and where the concept is applicable, what societies, at what moments in their histories, have a capitalist mode of production. Indeed, the whole problem of periodization seems to be concentrated in this point. It is not enough to have at one's disposal a theoretical analysis of the effects which depend on the structure of each mode of production. Once one has formulated its presuppositions, it is also necessary to build an actual history with them. Quite simply, real history, our history, which presents these different modes of production here or there, one after the other. A true knowledge tells us, i.e., we know theoretically, what the capitalist mode of production is, but we also want to know if this knowledge is really the knowledge of England in 1840 or of France in 1965, etc. This is a problem of identification or judgment. It seems that we need rules to determine which objects in experience fall within the concept of the capitalist mode of production. It is this apparent necessity which gives rise to the empiricist interpretation of theoretical practice as a practice which constitutes models. In this view, the entire theory of capital is a study of the properties of a model, properties which are valid for every production that is an example or case of the structure. The identification of the cases, the actual subsumption, is, in this ideology of models, in every respect a pragmatic process, a gesture, however complicated the forms in which it is achieved, by which I mean, even if this identification is not made at one stroke, but through a series of partial identifications in which the elements of the structure and its particular effects are discovered. As such, it is a non-theoretical process which depends, not on concepts, but on properties of the identifier, properties which might well be called psychological even where a scientific consciousness is concerned. Kant already said that good judgment is a gift which cannot be learnt, and that the basis of judgment is a profound mystery, for theory. Nevertheless, this route whose mere exercise subordinates theoretical practice to a non-theoretical faculty seems to be implied, at least negatively, like the space within a mold, in certain terms which Marx applies to his own object in Capital. I shall only recall a few of these texts here, for I have commented on them several times already. Marx tells us that he only studied the mode of production in its ideal average, Capital, Volume 3, p. 970. Which does not only mean that one abstracts from the particular effects, from the accidental circumstances or superficial traits, in order to study the general structure itself, but also that one studies a structure which is not peculiar to any particular time or place. This is also the meaning of the famous reference to England. What I have to examine in this work is the capitalist mode of production, and the relations of production and forms of intercourse that correspond to it. Until now, their locus clas siecus has been England. This is the reason why England is used as the main illustration of the theoretical developments I make. If, however, the German reader pharisaically shrugs his shoulders, I must plainly tell him, de te fabula narrator. Capital, Volume 1, Preface to the First Edition, p. 90. We must take this text strictly literally, and say that the object of the theory is itself a theoretical object at a determinate level of abstraction. The mode of production, the relations of production and exchange, it is these things that are known in Capital, not England or Germany. Besides, a whole book could be written on the history of the theoretical destiny of the English example in Marxism, from its function here as a paradigm to the function as an exception which Lenin gave it, Basing himself on certain of Marx's own political texts, see Lenin, Left-Wing Childishness and Petty Bourgeois Mentality, selected works in 3 volumes, Volume 2, pages 753-5. Certain of Marx's texts allow us to go further and say that the analysis is not only in principle independent of the national historical examples it deals with, but also of the extension of the connections that it analyzes. It is a study of the properties of every possible economic system which constitutes a market subject to a structure of capitalist production. Here we take no account of the export trade, by means of which a nation can change articles of luxury either into means of production or means of subsistence, and vice versa. In order to examine the object of our investigation in its integrity, free from all disturbing subsidiary circumstances, we must treat the whole world of trade as one nation, and assume that capitalist production is established everywhere and has taken possession of every branch of industry. Capital, Volume 1, p. 727 and 2. The same is true of every mode of production. In the chapter on the genesis of capitalist ground rent, where he analyzes the successive forms of land ownership in different modes of production, Marx could therefore generalize these epistemological suggestions, and write, "This does not prevent the same economic basis, the same in its major conditions, from displaying endless variations and gradations in its appearance, as the result of innumerable different empirical circumstances, natural conditions, racial relations, historical influences acting from outside, etc., and these can only be understood by analyzing these empirically given conditions." Capital, Volume 3, pages 927-8. Like many others, this passage expresses perfectly the theoretical pragmatism which I have been discussing. Reading it literally, one would be perfectly justified in reserving theoretical status for the study of the main conditions, which coincide with the structure of the mode of production, and saying that the analysis of the empirically given circumstances is itself an empirical analysis. But what Marx is reflecting here is quite simply the operation I was trying to explain at the beginning, when I said that the first movement of a science of history was to reduce the continuity of history, on which is based the impossibility of sharp breaks, and to constitute history as a science of discontinuous modes of production, as the science of a variation. He is reflecting this movement by re-establishing continuity as a real reference, a reference to the reality of history, and by making discontinuity a property of the concept in general. Thus the problem of the location of the object whose science is the science of the mode of production is not posed inside the theory itself, which is merely the production of models. This problem is posed on the frontiers of theory, or, more accurately, it makes it obligatory to presuppose that theory has a frontier, which is occupied by a subject of knowledge. Hic Rhodus, hic salta, theoretical analysis must be abandoned and complemented by empirical analysis, i.e., by the designation of the real objects which actually obey the laws expounded. It is then really one and the same problem to collect together the examples which are realizations of the model, despite infinite gradations, and to designate the transitions from one mode of production to another, to say where the concept of one mode of production is applicable and where it is necessary to apply the concepts of two modes of production in succession. In either case, a residue remains which is given as the irreducibly empirical, in the last analysis, the obviousness of something observed, where its theoretical definition is concerned. On the one hand, the capitalist mode of production is a certain system of relations between labor, means of production, etc., and where its location is concerned, on the other, it is our mode of production. But if we refuse to budge, and insist on staying in theoretical discourse, then this residue can be seen as really a lacuna, as something which must be thought and yet cannot be thought with the help of the theoretical concept of the mode of production alone. I have deliberately gone to this extreme conclusion and to the texts which can be used to support it, leaving aside everything in Capital itself which might look like an analysis of the transition from one mode of production to another, i.e., like a solution to the problem of location, namely, an analysis of the formation of the capitalist mode of production and an analysis of its dissolution. I have done so in order to underline straight away that we really do need a second concept at the same theoretical level as that of the mode of production, just as abstract, if you like, in order to constitute a theory of history as a succession of modes of production. We need it because the concept as we have developed it up to now has precisely left succession in parenthesis. We have only been able to define what a mode of production is by revealing the singularity of its forms, the specific combination that binds together these elements of every combination, worker, means of production, non-workers, etc. In order not to prejudge the issue, let us say that if historical materialism were reduced to this concept alone, it would be unable to think the transition from one combination to another at the same theoretical level. It follows that we must read all of Marx's analyses which deal with the formation and dissolution of a mode of production, and look in them for this second attempt, whether it is there explicitly or has to be disengaged. But we cannot take these analyses for descriptions pure and simple. However, the fact that Marx let ambiguities survive which allow certain of his terms to have a theory of models read into them, is a warning that we shall find more difficulties in this task. If we return to Capital and try to read in it a theory of the transition from one mode of production to another, we find first of all a concept which seems to be the very concept of historical continuity, the concept of reproduction. The theory of reproduction in fact seems to ensure a triple link or a triple continuity. 1. A link between the different economic subjects, in the event, between the different individual capitals, which really constitute a single intertwining or a single movement. A study of the reproduction of capital is a study of this interlacing and intertwining. However, the circuits of the individual capitals are interlinked, they presuppose one another and condition one another, and it is precisely by their interlinking, Verschlingen, in this way that they constitute the movement of the total social capital, Capital, Volume 2, p. 429, translation modified. Therefore, what made it possible to imagine the movement of an individual capital was only an abstraction, and a deforming abstraction, since the movement as a whole is more complex than a mere addition. 2. A link between the different levels of the social structure, since reproduction implies the permanence of the non-economic conditions of the production process, notably the legal conditions. In the chapter of Capital on the genesis of capitalist ground rent, Marx shows that the institution of a law corresponding to the real relations of production is merely the effect of the repetition of the process of production, of reproduction. It is in the interest of the dominant section of society to sanctify the existing situation as a law and to fix the limits given by custom and tradition as legal ones. Even ignoring any other factors, this happens automatically as soon as the constant reproduction of the basis of the existing situation, the relationship underlying it, assumes a regular and ordered form in the course of time, and this regulation and order is itself an indispensable moment of any mode of production that is to become solidly established and free from mere accident or caprice. It can attain this form in stagnant conditions of both the production process and the social relations corresponding to it, simply by reproducing itself repeatedly. Once this process has continued for a certain length of time, it is reinforced as usage and tradition and finally sanctified as an explicit law. Capital, Volume 3, p. 329. 3. Lastly, reproduction ensures the successive continuity of production itself, and this is the basis for all the rest. Production cannot be stopped, and its necessary continuity is inscribed in the identity of the elements as they emerge from one production process and enter another, means of production which have themselves been products, workers, and non-workers between whom the products and means of production are shared in a certain way. It is the materiality of the elements which supports the continuity, but it is the concept of reproduction which expresses its specific form, because it envelopes the differential, determinations of the material. Through each of the aspects that I have evoked, the concept expresses merely one and the same pregnancy of the structure which presents a well-bound history. At the beginning of her book, The Accumulation of Capital, Rosa Luxemburg writes, "The regular repetition of reproduction is the general precondition and foundation of regular consumption, and is thus a prerequisite of human civilization in each of its historical forms. In this sense, the concept of reproduction contains a historical moment, ein kulturgeschichtliches moment, one that is defined by the history of civilization. One thus, the analysis of reproduction seems genuinely to set in motion what has hitherto been seen only in a static form, and to articulate together levels which have hitherto been isolated. Reproduction appears to be the general form of permanence of the general conditions of production, which in the last analysis englobe the whole social structure, and therefore it is indeed essential that it should be the form of their change and restructuration, too. That is why I shall dwell on it, for this concept implies more than the previous ones. 1. The function of simple reproduction. In the series of expositions that have the title Reproduction, Marx always prefaces the exposition of the reproduction peculiar to the capitalist mode of production, which is capitalist accumulation, the capitalization of surplus value, and its peculiar conditions, with a prior exposition of simple reproduction. Marx calls this simple reproduction an abstraction, or better, a strange assumption. Capital, Volume 2, p. 470. Several explanations of this might be advanced. It might be thought that this was a matter of an exposition procedure, that simple reproduction is only a simplification. At the level of Volume 2, the reproduction schemes, i.e., of the conditions of reproduction which affect the exchanges between the different departments of production, it seems obvious enough why such a simplification should be attempted. It allows the presentation of the general form of these connections in the form of equations, before presenting them in the form of inequalities. The disequilibrium or disproportion which constitutes the motor of accumulation of the social capital is made intelligible with respect to a simple equilibrium pattern. It might also be thought that the study of simple reproduction is the study of a particular case, which is partly the same thing, insofar as this particular case is simpler than the general case. But this would not just be an exposition procedure, it would give the knowledge of the movement of reproduction of certain capitals, those which simply maintain production in certain periods when accumulation temporarily ceases. Finally, it might be thought that the study of simple reproduction is the study of a part, an always necessary part, of extended reproduction. However much of the surplus value is capitalized, it is added on over and above an automatic capitalization, which is merely the conservation of the existing capital. The quantity of capitalized surplus value varies, and it depends on the initiative of the capitalists. In appearance at any rate, simple reproduction cannot be altered, once a capital of a given size is considered, without the capitalist ceasing to be a capitalist to the precise extent of the decrease. That is why it is important to study simple reproduction in itself, Marx writes, but since, when accumulation takes place, simple reproduction still remains a part of this, and is a real factor in accumulation, this can also be considered by itself, Capital, Volume 2, p. 470, and only afterwards accumulation or extended reproduction, as a supplement added on to simple reproduction. To be precise, this supplement cannot be added on at will, it has to conform to quantitative conditions which depend on the technical composition of capital, hence it may be intermittent in its actual application. Simple reproduction, on the other hand, is autonomous, continuous and automatic. None of these explanations are false, nor are they incompatible. But they leave room for a different explanation, one which is more important for us. In Capital, Marx does first present us with the concept of reproduction in the forms of the accumulation of capital, or more accurately, since we want to indicate both simple and extended reproduction, in the forms of the capitalization of the product, and he first installs us in a quantitative problematic. It is a question of analyzing the conditions under which the capitalist or ensemble of capitalists can realize this practical objective, to increase the scale of production, i.e., the scale of exploitation, i.e., the quantity of surplus value appropriated, which presupposes, in principle at least, the possibility of a practical choice between a simple reproduction and an expansion. But as we know, or are about to discover, This choice is really illusory, a fake, and if we look at the whole of capital, it is a fictive choice. There is no alternative, there are only the real conditions of extended reproduction. Marx tells us that the premise of simple reproduction is incompatible with capitalist production, although this does not rule out the possibility that in 1 year of the industrial cycle of 10 to 11 years there may be a smaller total production than in the preceding, i.e., that even simple reproduction fails to take place in relation to the previous year. Capital, Volume 2, p. 596. Which amounts to saying quite clearly this: the conceptual distinction between simple reproduction and accumulation does not cover the quantitative variations in accumulation, which depend on various circumstances. Marx analyzes them, and are the effects of the general law of capitalist accumulation. Simple reproduction on the same scale seems to be an abstraction, both in the sense that the absence of any accumulation or reproduction on an expanded scale is an assumption foreign to the capitalist basis, and in the sense that the conditions in which production takes place do not remain absolutely the same in different years, which is what is assumed here. Moreover, the value of the annual product may decrease, even though the volume of use values remains the same. The value may remain the same, even though the volume of use values declines. The value and volume of the use values reproduced may decrease simultaneously. What emerges from all this is that reproduction either takes place under more favorable circumstances than previously, or under more difficult ones, and the latter may result in an incomplete, defective, reproduction. All this can affect only the quantitative aspect of the various elements of reproduction, and not the role that they play in the total process as capital reproducing itself or as reproduced revenue. Capital, Volume 2, pages 470-1. When simple reproduction such that 4 plus S equals IIC, which, from the economic point of view, is not the expression of a state of equilibrium anyway, but that of a crisis, occurs during accumulation, this occurrence has precisely only the sense of an occurrence, of a coincidence, i.e., it has no particular theoretical significance. The same is true if we consider the reproduction of an individual capital, which may be extended, simple, or less than simple, and may have a rhythm higher than, equal to, or lower than that of the social capital as a whole, etc. These variations make no conceptual difference, in exactly the same way and for the same reason, that variations in the prices of commodities never make them anything but prices. It may be that a commodity is actually sold at its value without this being any more than a coincidence. Moreover, it is a coincidence that cannot be registered in a general rule, i.e., cannot be measured. Only prices are assessed in the exchange of commodities, not values. In both cases, Marx presents an important conceptual distinction between two levels of the structure, or, better, between the structure and its effects, in the mild form of a provisional assumption, to be lifted later. The prices of commodities coincide with their values, the conditions of reproduction remain the same. The assumption of invariant conditions is not an analysis of the effects, but of the conditions themselves. We are thus led to look for another explanation for this duplication of the analysis of reproduction, and we find it in a series of indications of Marx's such as the following. This example of fixed capital, in the context of reproduction on a constant scale, is a striking one. A disproportionate production of fixed and circulating capital is a factor much favored by the economists in their explanation of crises. It is something new to them that a disproportion of this kind can and must arise from the mere maintenance of the fixed capital, that it can and must arise on the assumption of an ideal normal production, with simple reproduction of the social capital already functioning, bei Voraussetzung einer idealen Normalproduktion, Capital, Volume 2, p. 545. This ideal normal production is obviously production in its concept, production as Marx studies it in Capital, telling us to make it as the norm or the ideal average. Before it is a simplification of the exposition or the study of one particular case, one which we have just seen to be without theoretical significance, even before it makes possible a quantitative analysis of capitalized value and of the origin of its different parts, Simple reproduction is therefore the analysis of the general formal conditions of all reproduction. And even before it is an exposition of the general forms of the connections between the different departments of production, in the mathematical sense of the term, it is an exposition of the form of the reproduction process in the sense in which we have already analyzed the capitalist form of a mode of production. This is indeed the sense of the first exposition of simple reproduction, Capital, Volume 1, Chapter 23. Marx starts from the definition of reproduction as a simple repetition of the immediate production process in the way we have just analyzed it, and he writes, whatever the social form of the production process, it has to be continuous, it must periodically repeat the same phases. And although this reproduction is a mere repetition of the process of production, on the same scale as before, this mere repetition, or continuity, imposes on the process certain new characteristics, or rather, oder vielmehr, causes the disappearance of some apparent characteristics possessed by the process in isolation, die Scheincharaktersense-nervarienzelten Vorgangs, Capital, Volume 1, p. 712. The essential aspect of simple reproduction is not therefore that all surplus value is unproductively consumed instead of being partially capitalized, it is this uncovering of the essence by the removal of illusions, this virtue of repetition which retrospectively illuminates the nature of the first production process. In the manuscript forms which precede capitalist production, Marx also writes, the true nature of capital does not appear until the end of the second cycle. However, the point of view of repetition itself implies the possibility of an illusion which might conceal the orientation of Marx's reflection on this point. This would be to wish to follow capital in its successive acts, to wish to understand what happens when, after a first production cycle, capital undertakes to pursue a second cycle. In this way, instead of arising as the knowledge of the determinations of the production process itself, reproduction appears as a continuation of production, as a supplement to the analysis of production. Thus the analysis of capital seems to follow in the tracks of the destiny of an object which is capital. At the moment of reproduction, this capital meets others on the market, its freedom of movement is suppressed, it cannot grow in arbitrary proportions because it is in competition with other capitals, and it seems that the movement of social capital is not the sum of the movements of the individual capitals, but a complex movement of its own which has been called an intertwining. For example, this is the path urged on us at the beginning of Rosa Luxemburg's accumulation of capital, which starts from a literal reading of Marx. The literal meaning of the word reproduction is repetition, and asks what new conditions reproduction implies with respect to production. The passage of Marx's which I have quoted shows us that, on the contrary, it is a matter of the same conditions, initially implicit, transposed and deformed in the eyes of the agents of production into apparent characteristics, and presented in Marx's exposition of the immediate production process in the forms of admitted assumptions or presuppositions. In reality, it is a matter of a more complex operation than a mere repetition. In Marx's text, simple reproduction is from the beginning identified with the consideration of the ensemble of social production. The movement that destroys this appearance which arises from the study of the immediate production process and is also what the capitalist and the worker imagine, Capital, Volume 1, p. 714, Die Vorstellung des Kapitalisten, is at once a repetition and the transition to capital as a totality. The matter takes quite another aspect if we contemplate not the single capitalist and the single worker, but the capitalist class and the working class, not an isolated process of production, but capitalist production in full swing, and on its actual social scale. Capital, Volume 1, p. 717. An analysis of Volume 2 would show clearly in detail how the analysis of the repetition, of the succession of cycles of production, and that of capital as a form of the ensemble of production are interdependent. But this unity is already present here. The isolated act of production is twice characterized negatively, as something which is not repeated and as something which is done by an individual. Or rather, isolated act is a way of saying the same thing twice. Once the isolation has been suppressed, we are no longer dealing with an act, i.e., with the subject, an intentional structure of means and ends, if it is true, as Marx says. In the 1857 introduction, that T.O. regards society as one single subject is, in addition, to look at it wrongly, speculatively, Grundriss, p. 94. There can therefore be no question in this analysis of following the reproduction process, of attempting effectively, and fictively, to renew the production process. This analytical operation is in principle the one which the 1857 introduction installed in parallel to the comparative analysis of the modes of production. It is now no longer a question of identifying the variance of the combination of the relations of production and the productive forces on the basis of historical material, but of examining what Marx calls the general determination of production at a given social stage, i.e., the relation between the totality of social production and its particular forms, branches, in a given synchrony, as this term has been illuminated for us from now on, since the analysis of the repetition of production, of the continuity of production in a series of cycles, depends on the analysis of production as a whole, of production as a totality, totalitat. For there is totalization only in the actuality of the social division of labor at a given moment, not in the individual adventures of capitals. This is expressed by Marx when he says that the analysis of reproduction envisages social production exclusively in its result. If we consider the result of the annual functioning of the social capital, Volume 2, p. 468. As we know, this result is production as a whole and its division into different departments. The operation that reveals it is not therefore a section through the movement of the different branches of production, of the different capitals, at a moment chosen with reference to a common external time, and hence dependent both in principle and in actual realization on this movement. It is an operation in which the peculiar movement of the capitals, the movement of production in each of its divisions, is completely set aside, suppressed, without any kind of conservation. Marx bases his whole analysis of reproduction from the first very general exposition of simple reproduction, Volume 1, to the system of reproduction schemes, Volume 2, on this transformation of succession into synchrony, into simultaneity, in his own term, Gleichzeitigkeit. Paradoxically, the continuity of the movement of production finds its concept in the analysis of a system of synchronic dependencies. The succession of the cycles of individual capitals and their intertwining depend on it. In this result, the movement which has produced it is necessarily forgotten, the origin is obliterated. Die Herkunft ist aufgelöst, Capital, Volume 2, p. 190. To move from the isolated act, from the immediate production process, to the repetition, to the ensemble of social capital, to the result of the production process, is to install oneself in a fictive contemporaneity of all the movements, or, to put it more accurately, applying one of Marx's theoretical metaphors, in a fictive planar space, in which all the movements have been suppressed, in which all the moments of the production process appear in projection side by side with their connections of dependence. It is the movement of this transition that Marx describes for the first time in the chapter of Volume 1 on simple reproduction. 2. The reproduction of the social relations. We can list the appearances, Scheincharaktera, which are dissipated in this operation as follows. First, the appearance of the separation and the relative independence of the different moments of production in general, the separation of production in the strict sense from circulation, of production from individual consumption, of the production and distribution of the means of production from that of the means of consumption. If we consider an isolated act of production or even a plurality of such acts, all these moments seem to belong to a different sphere from that of production. Sphere is a word which Marx very often uses. Circulation belongs to the market on which commodities are presented after leaving production, without any certainty that they will actually be sold. Individual consumption is a private act which takes place outside the sphere of circulation itself. The worker's productive consumption and his individual consumption are therefore totally distinct. In the former, he acts as the motive power of capital, and belongs to the capitalist. In the latter, he belongs to himself, and performs his necessary vital functions outside the production process. The result of the first kind of consumption is that the capitalist continues to live, of the second, that the worker himself continues to live. Capital, Volume 1, p. 717. The distribution of the means of production and consumption appears either as the contingent origin of production, or as revenue, and then it passes into the sphere of consumption. The introductory act, der Einleitende, of circulation, the purchase and sale of labor power, itself depends in turn on a distribution of the social elements of production, which is the presupposition and premise of the distribution of social products, viz. The separation between labor power as a commodity for the worker, and the means of production as the property of non-workers. Volume 2, p. 461. The analysis of reproduction shows that these moments have no relative autonomy or laws of their own, but are determined by those of production. If we consider the ensemble of social capital in its result, the sphere of circulation disappears as a sphere, since all exchanges are predetermined in the division of the departments of production and in the material nature of their production. The individual consumption of the worker and capitalist, too, is predetermined in the nature and quantity of the means of consumption produced by the total social capital, while one portion of the annual product is destined for productive consumption from the very first. Volume 1, p. 711, another is destined from the very first, von Haus Aus, for individual consumption. The limits within which individual consumption can oscillate depend on the internal composition of capital and are fixed at each moment. The individual consumption of the worker, whether it occurs inside or outside the workshop, inside or outside the labor process, remains an aspect, moment, of the production and reproduction of capital, just as the cleaning of machinery does, whether it is done during the labor process, or when intervals in that process permit. Capital, Volume 1, p. 718. Lastly, the distribution of the means of production and consumption, or the division of the different elements, ceases to appear as a contingent factual state. Once he has consumed the equivalent of his wages, the worker leaves the production process as he entered it, stripped of property, and the capitalist as he entered it, owner of the products of labor, which include new means of production. Production continually determines the same distribution. Thus it appears that the capitalist mode of production determines the modes of circulation, consumption, and distribution. More generally, the analysis of reproduction shows that every mode of production determines modes of circulation, distribution, and consumption as so many moments of its unity. Further, the analysis of reproduction destroys the appearance involved in the beginning of the production process, the appearance of a free contract between the worker and the capitalist, which is renewed on each occasion, the appearance which makes variable capital an advance from the capitalist to the worker, on account of the product, i.e., of the end of the production process. In a word, all the appearances which seem to reduce to chance the face-to-face meeting of the capitalist and the worker as buyer and seller of labor power. Reproduction reveals the invisible threads which chain the wage earner to the capitalist class. Capitalist production therefore reproduces the conditions that incessantly force the worker to sell his labor power in order to live, and enables the capitalist to purchase labor power in order that he may enrich himself. It is no longer a mere accident that capitalist and worker confront each other in the market as buyer and seller. It is the alternating rhythm, Zwickmühle, double mill, of the process itself which throws the worker back onto the market again and again as a seller of his labor power and continually transforms his own product into a means by which another man can purchase him. In reality, the worker belongs to capital before he sold himself to the capitalist. Capital, Volume 1, p. 723. Simultaneously, reproduction destroys the appearance according to which capitalist production merely applies the laws of commodity production, i.e., of the exchange of equivalents. Each sale-purchase of labor power is a transaction of that form, but the general movement of capitalist production appears as the movement by which the capitalist class continually appropriates a portion of the product created by the working class without giving any equivalent for it. This movement no longer has any beginning or termination, a division duplicated and designated by the legal structure of the contract, precisely a forward contract, i.e., there is no longer any isolated structure in which the elements of production meet. In the concept of the elements of production provided by the analysis of reproduction, they no longer need to meet because they are always already together. Thus simple reproduction destroys in the production process even the appearance of an isolated act, an act whose agents were individuals, transforming things under determinate conditions which eventually obliged them to make these things into commodities and surplus value for the capitalist. In this appearance the individuals retain their identity, just as capital seemed to be a sum of value which was conserved throughout the succession of acts of production. 2. And, conversely, these material elements, in the specificity of their material nature, and in the differential distribution of these natural properties through all the branches of production and all the capitals of which they are composed, now express the conditions of the process of social reproduction. Thus reproduction reveals that things are transformed in the hands of the agents of production without their being aware of it, without it being possible for them to be aware of it if the production process is taken for the acts of individuals. Similarly, these individuals change and they really are only class representatives. But these classes are obviously not sums of individuals, which would not change anything. It is impossible to make a class by adding individuals together on whatever scale. Classes are functions of the process of production as a whole. They are not its subjects, on the contrary, they are determined by its form. Precisely in these chapters of Volume 1 on reproduction, we find all the images which Marx uses to help us grasp the mode of existence of the agents of the production process as the bearers, trigger, of the structure. On the stage of reproduction, where things come to light and look quite different, Ganz anders aussehen, Capital, Volume 1, p. 732, the individuals quite literally come forward masked, the economic character of capitalist, die ökonomische Charakter mask de Kapitalisten, becomes firmly fixed to a man only if his money constantly functions as capital, Capital, Volume 1, p. 711. They are nothing more than masks. These are therefore the analyses in which Marx shows us the movement of transition, but this transition is a rupture, a radical innovation, from a concept of production as an act, the objectivation of one or more subjects, to a concept of production without a subject, which in return determines certain classes as its peculiar functions. This movement, in which Marx pays retrospective homage to Quesnay, for whom the numberless individual acts of circulation are thereby immediately grouped together in their characteristic social movement as a mass circulation between major economic classes of society that are defined by their functions, Capital, Volume 2, p. 435, is carried out in exemplary fashion with respect to the capitalist mode of production, but in principle it is valid for every mode of production. As opposed to the movement of reduction and then constitution which characterizes the transcendental tradition of classical philosophy, it directly achieves an extension which excludes any possibility of production being the acts of any subjects, their practical cogito. It embraces the possibility, which I can only suggest here, of formulating a new philosophical concept of production in general. All the preceding can be summarized by saying that, in a single movement, reproduction replaces and transforms the things, but retains the relations indefinitely. These relations are obviously what Marx calls social relations, the relations which are drawn, projected, in the fictive space which I have mentioned. 3. The term itself is Marx's own. This natural power of labor to keep old value in existence while it creates new appears as a power incorporated into capital for the latter's own self-preservation, just as the productive forces of social labor appear as inherent characteristics of capital, and just as the constant appropriation of surplus labor by the capitalists appears as the constant self-valorization of capital. All the powers of labor project themselves, projectieren sich, as powers of capital, just as all the value forms of the commodity do as forms of money, Capital, Volume 1, p. 755-6. The relations thus revealed mutually imply one another, notably the relations of property and the relations of real appropriation, productive forces, in their complex unity. They comprehend the hitherto disjointed moments, production, circulation, distribution, consumption, in a necessary and complete unity. And at the same time, they comprehend everything which appeared during the analysis of the immediate production process as its presuppositions, as the necessary conditions for the process to be able to proceed in the form described, example in capitalist production, the autonomy of the economic instance or of the legal forms corresponding to the forms of commodity exchange, i.e., a certain form of correspondence between the various instances of the social structure. This is what might be called the consistency of the structure as it appears in the analysis of reproduction. It might also be said that for Marx the conceptual pair production/reproduction contains the definition of the structure involved in the analysis of a mode of production. On the plane instituted by the analysis of reproduction, production is not the production of things, it is the production and conservation of social relations. At the end of the chapter on simple reproduction, Marx writes, the capitalist production process, therefore, seen as a total, connected process, Zusammenhang, i.e., a process of reproduction, produces not only commodities, not only surplus value, but it also produces and reproduces the capital relation itself, on the one hand the capitalist, on the other the wage laborer, Capital, Volume 1, p. 724. This formulation is repeated at the end of the whole work, just as Marx is locating the relationship of the classes to the different forms of revenue. On the other hand, if the capitalist mode of production presupposes this specific social form of the conditions of production, it constantly reproduces it as well. It not only produces the material products, but constantly reproduces the relations of production in which these are produced, and with them also the corresponding relations of distribution. Capital, Volume 3, p. 1019. The same goes for any mode of production. Each mode of production continually reproduces the social relations of production presupposed by its functioning. In the manuscript forms which precede capitalist production, Marx had already expressed this by assigning the production and reproduction of the social relations to the corresponding production as its unique result, instead of a not merely property, then, originally means, in its Asiatic, Slavonic, ancient classical, Germanic form, the relation of the working, producing or self-reproducing, subject to the conditions of his production or reproduction as his own. It will therefore have different forms depending on the conditions of this production. Production itself aims at the reproduction of the producer within and together with these, his objective conditions of existence. Grundriss, p. 495. What is the meaning of this double production? Let us note first of all that it provides us with a key to a number of formulations of Marx's which have been regarded, precipitately perhaps, as fundamental theses of historical materialism. For the lack of a complete definition of the terms which they contain, they have lent authority to a number of rather divergent readings. For example, the formulations in the preface to a contribution which I discussed at the outset, in the social production of their existence, men inevitably enter into definite relations, which are independent of their will. Mankind therefore inevitably sets itself only such tasks as it is able to solve, or the formulations in Engels's letter to Bloch, we make our history ourselves, but, in the first place, under very definite assumptions and conditions. The whole philosophical interpretation of historical materialism is indeed at stake here, if we take this double production literally, i.e., if we think that the objects transformed and the social relations which they support are modified or conserved by the production process in the same way, if, for example, we group them within a single concept of practice, we are giving a rigorous foundation to the idea that men make history. Only on the basis of such a unique, unified concept of practice production can this formulation have any theoretical meaning, can it be an immediately theoretical thesis, and not simply a moment in the ideological struggle against a mechanistic materialist determinism. But this concept really belongs to an anthropological conception of production and practice, centered precisely on those men, the concrete individuals, notably in the form of the masses, who produce, reproduce, and transform the conditions of their former production. In respect to this activity, the constraining necessity of the relations of production only appears as a form which the object of their practice already possesses and which restricts the possibilities of creating a new form. The necessity of the social relations is simply the work of the former production activity, which necessarily leaves to the succeeding one determinate conditions of production. But our analysis of reproduction has shown us that this double production must be taken in two different senses. To take the unity of the expression literally is precisely to reproduce the appearance which makes the production process an isolated act enclosed in the determinations of the preceding and the succeeding. An isolated act, in so far as its only connections with the other acts of production are supported by the structure of linear temporal continuity in which there can be no interruption, whereas in the conceptual analysis of reproduction, these connections are, as we have seen, supported by the structure of a space. Only the production of things can be thought as an activity of this kind. It already almost contains the concept of this in its determination of the raw material and the finished product, but the production of the social relations is far rather a production of things and individuals by the social relations, a production in which the individuals are determined so as to produce and the things so as to be produced in a specific form by the social relations. That is, it is a determination of the functions of the social process of production, a process without a subject. These functions are no more men than, on the plane of reproduction, the products are things. Therefore, reproduction, i.e., social production in its concept, does not strictly speaking produce the social relations, since it is only possible on condition that these social relations exist, but on the other hand, neither does it produce commodities in the sense of producing things which subsequently receive a certain social qualification from the system of economic relations which invests them, objects which subsequently enter into relations with other things and men. Production only produces, always already, qualified things, indices of relations. Marx's formulation, the process of production does not only produce material objects but also social relations, is not therefore a conjunction but a disjunction. Either it is a matter of the production of things, or else it is a matter of the reproduction of the social relations of production. There are two concepts, the concept of the appearance and the concept of the effectivity of the structure of the mode of production. As opposed to the production of things, the production of social relations is not subject to the determinations of the preceding and the succeeding, of the first and the second. Marx writes that every process of social production is at the same time a process of reproduction. The conditions of production are also those of reproduction, and at the same time they are the conditions which reproduction reproduces. In this sense, the first process of production, in a determinate form, is always already a process of reproduction. There is no first process of production for production in its concept. All the definitions concerning the production of things must therefore be transformed. In the production of the social relations, what appeared as the conditions of the first production really determines identically all the other productions. This transaction, the sale and purchase of labor power, does not just introduce the production process, but implicitly determines its specific character. Capital, Volume 2, p. 461. The concept of reproduction is thus not only the concept of the consistency of the structure, but also the concept of the necessary determination of the movement of production by the permanence of that structure. It is the concept of the permanence of the initial elements in the very functioning of the system, hence the concept of the necessary conditions of production, conditions which are precisely not created by it. This is what Marx calls the eternity of the mode of production. This incessant reproduction, this perpetuation, Verwägung, of the worker, is the absolutely necessary condition for capitalist production. Capital, Volume 1, p. 716. Chapter 4. Elements for a Theory of Transition. Let us return to the question posed above, the question of the transition from one mode of production to another. The analysis of reproduction seems merely to have erected a number of obstacles to its theoretical solution. Really, it enables us to pose the problem in its true terms, for it subjects the theory of transition to two conditions. First, all social production is a reproduction, i.e., a production of social relations in the sense suggested. All social production is subject to structural social relations. The transition from one mode of production to another can therefore never appear in our understanding as an irrational hiatus between two periods which are subject to the functioning of a structure, i.e., which have their specified concept. The transition cannot be a moment of destructuration, however brief. It is itself a movement subject to a structure which has to be discovered. We can give a strong sense to these comments of Marx's. Reproduction expresses the continuity of production because it can never stop, which he often presented as obvious, as things every child knows, that the worker can never have lived on the air of time, that a nation which ceased to work, I will not say for a year, but even for a few weeks, would perish. Letter to Kugelmann, July 11, 1868. They mean that the invariant structure of production can never disappear, although it may take a particular form in each mode of production. The existence of a fund for the maintenance of labor, i.e., the distinction between necessary labor and surplus labor, the division of the product into means of production and means of consumption, a distinction that Marx calls original, or again the expression of a natural law, etc. They therefore mean that the forms of transition themselves are particular forms of manifestation, Erscheinungsformen, of this general structure. They are therefore themselves modes of production. They therefore imply the same conditions as every mode of production, and notably a certain form of complexity of the relations of production, of correspondence between the different levels of social practice. I shall try to suggest what form. The analysis of reproduction shows that if we can formulate the concept of modes of production which belong to periods of transition between two modes of production, at the same stroke modes of production are no longer suspended in an indeterminate time, or cite the problem of their location has been resolved once we can explain theoretically how they follow one another, i.e., once we know the moments of their succession in their concepts. But on the other hand, second consequence, the transition from one mode of production to another, example from capitalism to socialism, cannot consist of the transformation of the structure by its functioning itself, i.e., of any transition of quantity into quality. This conclusion follows from what I have said about the double sense in which the term production has to be understood in the analysis of reproduction, the production of things, and the production of social relations. To say that the structure can be transformed in its functioning itself is to identify two movements which manifestly cannot be analyzed in the same way with respect to it. On the one hand, the very functioning of the structure which, in the capitalist mode of production, takes the particular form of the law of accumulation, this movement is subject to the structure. It is only possible on condition that the latter is permanent. In the capitalist mode of production it coincides with the eternal reproduction of capitalist social relations. On the contrary, the movement of dissolution is not subject in its concept to the same presuppositions. It is apparently a movement of a completely different kind, since it takes the structure as the object of transformation. This conceptual difference shows us that where a dialectical logic would quickly solve the problem, Marx holds firmly to non-dialectical logical principles. Obviously, non-Hegelian dialectical principles, what we have recognized as distinct in essence, shall not become a single process. And more generally, the concept of the transition, from one mode of production to another, can never be the transition of the concept, to one other than itself by internal differentiation. And yet we do have a text where Marx presents the transformation of the relations of production as a dialectical process of the negation of the negation. This is the passage on the historical tendency of capitalist accumulation, Capital, Volume 1, Chapter 32. It groups into a single schema those of Marx's analyses which deal with the origin of the capitalist mode of production, primitive accumulation, those which deal with its peculiar movement of accumulation, and those which deal with its end, which Marx here calls its tendency, using this term in the way he does in Volume 3. I shall be obliged to take each of these three moments separately, according to the aggregate of the analyses that Marx devotes to them in Capital. But first of all, I should like to demonstrate the remarkable form of this passage, which already determines certain conclusions. In principle, Marx's reasoning in this text implies that the two transitions are of the same nature. First transition, from the individual private ownership of the means of production, based on personal labor, the dwarf-like property of the many, to capitalist private ownership of the means of production, based on the exploitation of the labor of others, the giant property of the few. First transition, first expropriation. Second transition, from capitalist ownership to individual ownership, based on the acquisitions of the capitalist era, on cooperation and the common possession of all the means of production, including the land. Second transition, second expropriation. These two successive negations are of the same form, which implies that all the analyses Marx devoted to primitive accumulation on the one hand, origin, to the tendency of the capitalist mode of production on the other, i.e., to its historical future, are similar in principle. But as we shall see, in Capital these analyses in fact present a remarkable disparity. The analysis of primitive accumulation seems to be relatively independent of the analysis of the mode of production strictly speaking, or even to be an enclave of descriptive history in a work of economic theory. On this opposition I refer the reader to the preceding paper by Louis Althusser. On the contrary, the analysis of the historical tendency of the capitalist mode of production seems to be one moment of the analysis of the capitalist mode of production, a development of the intrinsic effects of the structure. It is this last analysis which suggests that the capitalist mode of production is transformed by itself, through the play of its own peculiar contradiction, i.e., through its structure. In the passage on the historical tendency of capitalist accumulation, the two transformations are reduced to the second type, which is all the more surprising in that the text constitutes the conclusion to the analysis of the forms of primitive accumulation. The capitalist mode of production, too, appears in these formulations to be the result of the spontaneous evolution of the structure. A small-scale industry is compatible only with a system of production and a society moving within narrow limits. It brings into the world the material means of its own destruction. Capital, Volume 1, pages 927-8. Secondly, his expropriation is accomplished through the action of the immanent laws of capitalist production itself, through the centralization of capitals. The centralization of the means of production and the socialization of labor reach a point at which they become incompatible with their capitalist integument, Hull. Capitalist production begets, with the inexorability of a natural process, its own negation. Capital, Volume 1, p. 929. Thus, while summing up the analyses that Marx devoted to the formation and dissolution of the capitalist mode of production, these formulations claim to give the very concept of the transition that we are looking for. They must therefore be compared with these analyses themselves. But the apparent disparity between these analyses must not be allowed to prevail over the unity postulated by the text on the historical tendency via the forms of the negation of the negation. On the contrary, it must be reduced if it is to be possible to formulate the concept of the transition. Obviously, there can be no question of maintaining that all transitions from one mode of production to another have the same concept. The concept is specified each time, like that of the mode of production itself. But just as all historical modes of production have appeared as forms of a combination of the same nature, historical transitions must have concepts of the same theoretical nature. This is what is strictly implied by the preceding quotations, even if they do go on to suggest that this nature is that of an external dialectical supersession. Let us look at these transitions again, one by one. 1. Primitive accumulation. A prehistory. The chapters which Marx devotes to so-called primitive accumulation, die sogenannte ursprüngliche Akkumulation, are presented as the solution to a problem which arose in the study of reproduction, capitalist accumulation, and which was provisionally left on one side. The movement of accumulation of capital is only possible because a surplus value susceptible to capitalization exists. This surplus value itself can only be the result of a previous production process, and so on, apparently indefinitely. But in given technical conditions the minimum sum of value capable of functioning as capital and its division into constant and variable capital are also given, and condition every extraction of surplus value. The production of this original capital therefore constitutes a threshold, and crossing this threshold cannot be explained by the action of the law of capitalist accumulation alone. But it is not really just a question of measuring a sum of value. The movement of reproduction is not only continually the origin of a capitalizable surplus value, it implies the permanence of capitalist social relations, and it is only possible on condition that they exist. The question of primitive accumulation therefore simultaneously involves the formation of capitalist social relations. What characterizes the myth of primitive accumulation in classical economics is the retrospective projection of the forms of capitalist production, and of the forms of exchange and law which correspond to it, by pretending that the original minimum capital was saved by the future capitalist out of the product of his labor before being advanced in the form of wages and means of production. Classical economics gave some retroactive validity to the laws of exchange between equivalents and of the ownership of the product based on the legitimate disposal of the set of factors of production. This retrospective projection does not lie in the distinction between a necessary labor and a surplus labor, and hence between a wage and a profit, with respect to a hypothetical individual production, for these distinctions can serve conventionally to distinguish between various portions of the product even in non-capitalist modes of production, even in modes of production without exploitation where these portions do not constitute the revenues of different classes. Marx himself uses this convention. For example, in the chapter on the genesis of capitalist ground rent in Volume 3, the retrospective projection lies precisely in the idea that the formation of capital and its development are part of a single movement subject to common general laws. The basis for the bourgeois myth of primitive accumulation is therefore, in a reading of absolute reversibility, the formation of capital by the movement of an already potentially capitalist private production, and the self-generation of capital. But it would be even more accurate to say that the entire movement of capital, the movement of accumulation, thus appears as a memory, the memory of an initial period in which, by his personal labor and saving, the capitalist acquired the possibility of indefinitely appropriating the product of others' surplus labor. This memory is inscribed in the form of the bourgeois rights of property which base the appropriation of the product of labor indefinitely on the previous ownership of the means of production. Originally the rights of property seemed to us to be grounded in a man's own labor. Some such assumption was at least necessary, since only commodity owners with equal rights confronted each other, and the sole means of appropriating the commodities of others was the alienation of a man's own commodities, commodities which, however, could only be produced by labor. Now, however, property turns out to be the right, on the part of the capitalist, to appropriate the unpaid labor of others or its product, and the impossibility, on the part of the worker, of appropriating his own product. The separation of property from labor thus becomes the necessary consequence of a law that apparently originated in their identity. Capital, Volume 1, p. 730. If we adopt the viewpoint of classical economics, we must retain both faces of this law of appropriation at once, the universally equal commodity right, and the hypothetical personal labor which it presupposes and induces through its own consistency, on the one hand, and on the other the exchange without equivalence which is an expression of the essence of the process of capitalist accumulation. It is in the constantly present space of these two forms that the memory of the mode of production is inscribed, the continuing present of an origin homogeneous with the current process. As we know, this is a myth. Marx sets himself the task of proving that, historically, things did not happen like that. At the same stroke, what he calls the apologetic function of the myth is exposed, expressed in the perennial nature of the economic categories of capitalism. I shall presume that the reader has this study in mind and draw attention to its very remarkable form. Both a history and a prehistory are involved in the study of primitive accumulation. The name has been retained, but it now designates a quite different process. A history, we have discovered that the bourgeois theory of primitive capital is no more than a myth, a retrospective construction, very precisely the projection of a current structure which is expressed in the law of appropriation and depends on the capitalist structure of production. It has therefore become clear that the memory inscribed in this law of appropriation is a purely fictive one. It expresses a current situation in the form of a past, whereas the situation's real past had another form, a completely different one, demanding an analysis. The study of primitive accumulation is this replacement of memory by history. A prehistory, this study reveals to us a different world at the origin of capital. Knowledge of the laws of the development of capitalism is useless to us here because this is a completely different process, not subject to the same conditions. Thus a complete rupture appears, a rupture reflected in theory, between the history of the formation of capital, of capitalist social relations, and the history of capital itself. Thus the real history of the origins of capitalism is not just different from the myth of origins, by the same token it is different in its conditions and principles of explanation from what has appeared to us to be the history of capital. It is a prehistory, i.e., a history of a different age. But in their turn, these determinations are in no sense vague or mysterious to us, for we know that a different age is precisely a different mode of production. Let us call it the feudal mode of production, following Marx's historical analysis, but without asserting any law of necessary and unique succession of these modes of production, an assertion which nothing in the concept of a mode of production allows us to make immediately, if the nature of the latter really is that of a varied combination. We see that to recognize the history of the origins of capital as a real prehistory is at the same time to pose the problem of the relationship between this prehistory and the history of the feudal mode of production, which, just like the history of the capitalist mode of production, can be known by the concept of its structure. In other words, we must ask ourselves whether this prehistory is identical with the history of the feudal mode of production, simply dependent on it or distinct from it. The set of conditions for this problem is summed up by Marx as follows: the capitalist system presupposes a complete separation between the workers and the ownership of the conditions for the realization of their labor. As soon as capitalist production stands on its own feet, it not only maintains this separation, but reproduces it on a constantly extending scale. The process, therefore, which creates the capital relation can be nothing other than the process which divorces the worker from the ownership of the conditions of his own labor. It is a process which operates two transformations, whereby the social means of subsistence and production are turned into capital, and the immediate producers are turned into wage laborers. So-called primitive accumulation, therefore, is nothing else than the historical process of divorcing the producer from the means of production. It appears as primitive because it forms the prehistory of capital, and of the mode of production corresponding to capital. Capital, Volume 1, pages 874-5. Marx returned to this problem several times, using the same method on each occasion, and the texts in which he did so should be assembled for an analysis of their content. In Capital, besides Part 8 of Volume 1, so-called primitive accumulation, the chapters in Volume 3 devoted to historical material on merchants' capital, pre-capitalist relations and the genesis of capitalist ground rent. We shall find that this dispersion is not accidental. Marx himself calls Part 8, on so-called primitive accumulation, a sketch. Volume 1, p. 876, but we have various preparatory manuscripts on the same subject to which to refer, above all the already cited text on forms which precede capitalist production. All these studies have a common retrospective form, but in a sense which we have to specify, since we have just been criticizing the form of retrospective projection of the bourgeois myth of primitive accumulation. It is very clear from the preceding text that the study of primitive accumulation takes as its guiding thread precisely the elements which were distinguished by the analysis of the capitalist structure. These elements are grouped together here under the heading of the radical separation of the worker from the means of production. The analysis is therefore retrospective, not in so far as it projects backwards the capitalist structure itself, presupposing precisely what had to be explained, but in so far as it depends on knowledge of the result of the movement. On this condition it escapes empiricism, the listing of the events which merely precede the development of capitalism. It escapes vulgar description by starting from the connections essential to a structure, but this structure is the current structure, I mean that of the capitalist system insofar as it has currently come into its own. The analysis of primitive accumulation is therefore, strictly speaking, merely the genealogy of the elements which constitute the structure of the capitalist mode of production. This movement is particularly clear in the construction of the text on forms which precede capitalist production, which depends on the action of two concepts, that of the presuppositions, Voraussetzungen, of the capitalist mode of production, thought on the basis of its structure, and that of the historical conditions, Historische Bedingungen, in which these presuppositions happen to be fulfilled. The outline history of the different modes of production in this text, rather than being a true history of their succession and transformation, is a historical survey of the routes by which the separation of the worker from his means of production and the constitution of capital as a sum of disposable value were achieved. For this reason, the analysis of primitive accumulation is a fragmentary analysis. The genealogy is not traced on the basis of a global result, but distributively, element by element. And notably, it envisages separately the formation of the two main elements which enter into the capitalist structure, the free worker, the history of the separation of the producer from the means of production, and capital, the history of usury, of merchant capital, etc. In these conditions, the analysis of primitive accumulation does not and never can coincide with the history of the previous mode or modes of production as known from their structures. The indissoluble unity possessed by the two elements in the capitalist structure is suppressed in the analysis, and it is not replaced by a comparable unity in the previous mode of production. That is why Marx writes, the capitalist economic order emerged from the entrails of the feudal economic order. The dissolution of the latter set free the constitutive elements of the former. The dissolution of the latter, i.e., the necessary evolution of its structure, is not identical to the constitution of the former in its concept. Instead of being thought at the level of the structures, the transition is thought at the level of the elements. This form explains why we are not dealing with a true history in the theoretical sense, since, as we know, such a history can only be produced by thinking the dependence of the elements with respect to a structure, but it is also the condition on which we can discover a very important fact, the relative independence of the formation of the different elements of the capitalist structure, and the diversity of the historical roads to this formation. The two elements necessary for the constitution of the structure of capitalist production each have their relatively independent history. In the text of Forms which precede capitalist production, after running through the history of the separation of the worker from the means of production, Marx writes, these are, now, on one side, historic presuppositions needed before the worker can be found as a free worker, as objectless, purely subjective labor capacity confronting the objective conditions of production as his not property, as alien property, as value for itself, as capital. But the question arises, on the other side, which conditions are required so that he finds himself up against a capital? Grundriss, p. 498. We ought to be even more precise, and say, for him to find a capital confronting him in the form of money capital. Marx then goes on to the history of the constitution of the second element, capital in the form of money capital, and he returns to this second genealogy in capital after the chapters devoted respectively to merchants' capital and interest-bearing capital, i.e., once the elements necessary to the constitution of the capitalist structure have been analyzed within that structure. The history of the separation of the worker from the means of production does not give us money capital. The question remains, where did the capitalists originally spring from? For it the only class created directly by the expropriation of the agricultural population is that of the great landed proprietors. Capital, Volume 1, p. 905. For its part, the history of money capital does not give the free worker. Marx notes this twice in Capital, vis-a-vis Merchants' Capital in Volume 3, pages 444-5, and vis-a-vis Finance Capital in Volume 3, pages 730-1, and in forms which precede capitalist production, he writes, but the mere presence of monetary wealth, and even the achievement of a kind of supremacy on its part, is in no way sufficient for this dissolution into capital to happen. Or else ancient Rome, Byzantium etc. would have ended their history with free labor and capital, or rather begun a new history. There, too, the dissolution of the old property relations was bound up with development of monetary wealth, of trade, etc. But instead of leading to industry, this dissolution led in fact to the supremacy of the countryside over the city. Capital's original formation is that, through the historic process of the dissolution of the old mode of production, value existing as money wealth is enabled, on one side, to buy the objective conditions of labor, on the other side, to exchange money for the living labor of the workers who have been set free. All these moments are present, their divorce is itself a historic process, a process of dissolution, and it is the latter which enables money to transform itself into capital. Grundriss, pages 506-7. In other words, the elements combined by the capitalist structure have different and independent origins. It is not one and the same movement which makes free workers and transferable wealth. On the contrary, in the examples analyzed by Marx, the formation of free workers appears mainly in the form of transformations of agrarian structures, while the constitution of wealth is the result of merchants' capital and finance capital, whose movements take place outside those structures, marginally, or in the pores of society. Thus the unity possessed by the capitalist structure once it has been constituted is not found prior to it. Even when the study of the prehistory of the mode of production takes the form of a genealogy, i.e., when it aims to be explicitly and strictly dependent, in the question that it poses, on the elements of the constituted structure, and on their identification, which requires that the structure is known as such in its complex unity, even then the prehistory can never be the mere retrospective projection of the structure. All it requires is that the encounter should have been produced, and rigorously thought, between those elements, which are identified on the basis of the result of their conjunction, and the historical field within which their peculiar histories are to be thought, a field that has nothing to do in its concept with this result, since it is defined by the structure of a different mode of production. In this historical field, constituted by the previous mode of production, the elements whose genealogy is being traced have precisely only a marginal situation, i.e., a non-determinate one. To say that the modes of production are constituted as combination variants is also to say that they transpose the order of dependence, that they make certain elements move in the structure, which is the object of the theory, from a place of historical domination to a place of historical subjection. I am not saying that the problematic is complete in this form, that it leads us to the threshold of a solution, but at any rate, this is how we can disengage it from the way in which Marx practices the analysis of primitive accumulation, explicitly closing all the roads ideology might take. But already at this point, we can introduce a different consequence. It is the fact that the analysis of primitive accumulation, in its genealogical form, is adequate for one basic characteristic of the process of formation of the structure, the diversity of the historical roads by which the elements of the structure are constituted, by which they lead to the point at which they can join together and constitute that structure, the structure of a mode of production, by coming under its jurisdiction, becoming its effects. Thus the forms of merchants' capital and finance capital only become forms of capital in the strict sense on the new basis of the capitalist mode of production. See Capital, Volume 3, pages 444-5 and 732-3. Or again, to return to the terms mentioned above, the same set of presuppositions corresponds to several series of historical conditions. Here we are touching on a point which is all the more important in that Marx's analyses in Volume 1 of Capital have led to misunderstandings. Despite all his precautions, these analyses are explicitly the analyses of certain forms, certain methods among others, of primitive accumulation, found in the history of Western Europe and mainly in that of England. Marx explained his position on this very point very clearly in his letter to Varazé Sulich of March 8, 1881, the different drafts of which need to be read. There are therefore a plurality of processes of constitution of the structure which all reach the same result. Their particularity depends on each occasion on the structure of the historical field in which they are situated, i.e., on the structure of the existing mode of production. The methods of primitive accumulation which Marx describes in the English example must be related to the specific characteristics of the mode of production which is dominant in that particular case, the feudal mode of production, and notably to the systematic utilization of extra-economic, legal, political, and military power, which, as I recalled briefly above, was founded in the specific nature of the feudal mode of production. More generally, the result of the transformation process depends on the nature of the historical environment, of the existing mode of production. Marx shows this for Merchant's Capital, Volume 3, pages 448-9. In a text such as Forms which precede capitalist production, Marx describes three distinct forms of constitution of the free worker, of the separation of the producer from his means of production, which constitute different historical processes, correspond to specific earlier forms of property, and are designated as so many different forms of negation. Grundriss, p. 498. Further on, and this list is referred to again in Capital, he similarly describes three distinct forms of the constitution of money capital, which obviously have no one-to-one correspondence with the three forms of constitution of the free worker. The transition can thus take three forms. First, the merchant becomes an industrialist directly. This is the case with crafts that are founded on trade, such as those in the luxury industries, where the merchants import both raw materials and workers from abroad, as they were imported into Italy from Constantinople in the 15th century. Second, the merchant makes the small masters into his middlemen, or even buys directly from the independent producer. He leaves him nominally independent and leaves his mode of production unchanged. Third, the industrialist becomes a merchant and produces directly on a large scale for the market. Capital, Volume 3, pages 453-4. We should also add the forms of usury which constitute the prehistory of interest-bearing capital and one of the processes of constitution of capital. The relative independence and historical variety of the constitution processes of capital are gathered together by Marx into a single word. The constitution of the structure is affined, travail. The capitalist mode of production is constituted by finding already there, vorfinden, the elements which its structure combines. Grundriss, p. 507. This find obviously does not imply chance. It means that the formation of the capitalist mode of production is completely indifferent to the origin and genesis of the elements which it needs, finds, and combines. Thus it is impossible for the reasoning whose movement I have retraced to be looped into a circle. The genealogy is not the other side of a genesis. Instead of uniting the structure and the history of its formation, the genealogy separates the result from its prehistory. It is not the old structure which itself has transformed itself. On the contrary, it has really died out as such. All in all, the entire guild system, both master and journeyman, dies out, where the capitalist and the laborer emerge. Grundriss, p. 505. The analysis of primitive accumulation thus brings us into the presence of the radical absence of memory which characterizes history, memory being only the reflection of history in certain predetermined sites, ideology or even law, and as such, anything but a faithful reflection. 2. Tendency and contradiction of the mode of production. Here I shall set aside this analysis of primitive accumulation, although I have not drawn every consequence from it, and turn to the study of the second movement, that of the dissolution of the capitalist mode of production, which I am using here as a paradigm. This second analysis deals with everything Marx tells us about the historical tendency of the capitalist mode of production, the peculiar movement of its contradiction, the development of the antagonisms implied by the necessity of its structure, and all that can be revealed in that structure of the exigency of a new organization of social production. If, as I have said, it is true that these two analyses have, by right, an object of the same nature, the transition from one mode of production to another, which identity of object is perfectly clear in the text on the historical tendency of capitalist accumulation, Capital, Volume 1, pages 927 to 30, it is no less clear that Marx treats them differently. The difference lies not just in the literary realization, on the one hand, for primitive accumulation, a historical analysis which is fairly extensive and detailed, but dissociated from the body of the exposition and apparently less systematic, on the other, the dissolution of capitalism, insights only, but formulated in general terms and organically linked to the analysis of the capitalist mode of production. It is the expression of two complementary theoretical situations. On the one hand, we have identified the elements whose genealogy has to be retraced, but we do not have in concept the knowledge of the historical field which is the theater of this genealogy, the structure of the previous mode of production. On the other, we do have the knowledge of this historical field, the capitalist mode of production itself, and nothing else. Before formulating a complete problematic, we must therefore carry out a second preliminary reading. In the first place, we can establish the strict theoretical equivalence of a number of movements analyzed by Marx at the level of the aggregate social capital, the concentration of capital, of the ownership of the means of production, the socialization of the productive forces, by the application of science and the development of cooperation, the extension of capitalist social relations to all branches of production and the formation of one world market, the constitution of an industrial reserve army, relative overpopulation, and the progressive decline in the average rate of profit. The historical tendency of capitalist accumulation is identical in principle with the tendential law analyzed in Volume 3, which Marx calls the real tendency of capitalist production, and of which he writes, the progressive tendency for the general rate of profit to fall is thus simply the expression, peculiar to the capitalist mode of production, of the progressive development of the social productivity of labor. It does prove that it is a self-evident necessity, deriving from the nature of the capitalist mode of production itself, that as it advances the general average rate of surplus value must be expressed in a falling general rate of profit, Capital, Volume 3, p. 319. In fact, the tendency for the average rate of profit to fall is merely the immediate effect of the rise in the average organic composition of capital, of the constant capital expended as means of production compared with the variable capital expended as labor power, which is the expression of the peculiar movement of accumulation. To say that all these movements are theoretically equivalent is therefore to say that they are different expressions in a single tendency, dissociated and expounded separately merely in the interests of the order of exposition, proof, of capital. But their separation expresses no succession. From the viewpoint of the system of concepts, we are dealing with the same movement of analysis of the structure. This movement is none other than the movement that Marx calls the development of the contradiction peculiar to the capitalist mode of production. Defined first in a very general way as the contradiction between the socialization of the productive forces, which defines their development in the capitalist mode of production, and the character of the relations of production, private ownership of the means of production, it is then specified in the forms peculiar to the capitalist mode of production as the contradiction between an increase in the mass of value produced, and hence of profit, and a decrease in the rate of profit. But the search for profit is the sole motor of the development of production in the capitalist mode of production. But what kind of movement is this? It seems that we could define it as a dynamics of the system, whereas the analysis of the complex combination which constitutes the structure of the mode of production fulfills the function of a statics. This pair of concepts does enable us to account for the movement insofar as it depends solely on the internal connections of the structure, insofar as it is the effect of that structure, i.e., its existence in time. Knowledge of this movement implies no other concepts than those of production and reproduction, in the form peculiar to the historical mode of production considered. Thus the contradiction is not something different from the structure itself, it is indeed immanent to it, as Marx says, but conversely, the contradiction by itself includes a dynamics. It is only given as a contradiction, i.e., it only produces contradictory effects in the temporal existence of the structure. It is therefore perfectly accurate to say, as Marx also does, that the contradiction develops in the historical movement of capitalism. The question we must examine can then be formulated as follows: is the dynamics of the structure at the same time, in the same time, its history? In other words, is this movement at the same time a movement towards the historical future of capitalism? And more generally towards the future of the mode of production considered, since each mode has its own specific contradiction, i.e., an expression peculiar to it of the progressive development of the social productivity of labor. And since the relationship between the statics and the dynamics allows us to make the development of the contradiction the very movement which produces the effects of the structure, can we also say that it constitutes the motor of its supersession? The identity, or difference, which we are looking for between this dynamics and this history is obviously the unity of the concepts, and cannot be satisfied by the coincidence provided ipso facto by a merely empirical temporality. If the development of the contradiction is inscribed in the chronology of a succession, it is quite simply that history. Since, on the contrary, we want to construct the relationship between these two concepts, Marx's text forces us here to start from the most explicit concept, the dynamics of the development of the structure, in order to go on to, or attempt to go on to, the other, its historical future. If we try to define more accurately what Marx meant by the contradictory nature and tendency of the mode of production, his repeated formulations confront us with the problem of the relationship between the structure and its effects. The tendency is defined by a restriction, a diminution, a postponement, or a travesty of effectivity. Tendency is a law whose absolute realization is held up, delayed and weakened by counteracting factors, Entgegenwerk and Ursachen, Capital, Volume 3, pages 341-2, or even one whose effects, Wirken, Verwirklichung, Durchführung, are annulled, aufheben, p. 339, by these opposed causes. The tendency character thus appears first of all as a failure of the law, but an extrinsic failure, caused by the obstacle of external circumstances which do not depend on it, and whose origins are not explained, for the time being. The exteriority of the opposed causes is enough to justify the fact that their effectivity is purely negative. The result of their intervention is not to alter the result of the law itself, the nature of its effects, but merely the chronology of their production. We are thus led to define a tendency as something which is only realized in the long run, and the retarding causes as a set of empirical circumstances which merely mask the essence of the process of development. As Marx puts it, the law operates therefore simply as a tendency, whose effect is decisive only under certain particular circumstances and over long periods. Capital, Volume 3, p. 346. But this definition is unsatisfactory, because, in its empiricist and mechanistic character, it is a return precisely to what Marx criticized in The Economists, particularly Ricardo, the study of factors called independent because of an inability to find their common origin in the unity of a structure, a study which belongs to the exoteric or vulgar side of political economy. It also ignores Marx's systematic use of the term tendency to designate the laws of production themselves, or else the laws of the movement of production insofar as this movement depends on its structure. In the preface to the first German edition of Capital, Marx wrote, "Intrinsically, it is not a question of the higher or lower degree of development of the social antagonisms that spring from the natural laws of capitalist production. It is a question of these laws themselves, of these tendencies winning their way through and working themselves out with iron necessity." Volume 1, pages 90-1. And also in Volume 1, to formulate the law of the production of relative surplus value. Here we treat this general result as if it were the direct result and the direct purpose in each individual case. When an individual capitalist cheapens shirts, for instance, by increasing the productivity of labor, he by no means necessarily aims to reduce the value of labor power and shorten necessary labor time in proportion to this. But he contributes towards increasing the general rate of surplus value only insofar as he ultimately contributes to this result. The general and necessary tendencies, Tendenzen, of capital must be distinguished from their forms of appearance, Erscheinungsformen. It is not our intention here to consider the way in which the immanent laws, Immanentgesetze, of capitalist production manifest themselves in the external movement of the individual capitals, assert themselves as the coercive laws of competition, and therefore enter into the consciousness of the individual capitalist. Volume 1, p. 433. Here it seems that Marx's term tendencies designates not a restriction on the law due to external circumstances, which necessarily belong to the sphere of appearances, of surface phenomena, but the law itself, independently of any extrinsic circumstance. If Marx's vocabulary is rigorous here, we may think that it is only as a first appearance that the law of the development of production, expressed in the fall in the rate of profit, etc., is externally limited. But if we examine the causes hindering the realization of the tendency one by one, we find that they are all either the immediate effects of the structure or determined by the structure which sets limits, Grenzen, on the variation of their effects. Under the first heading we can list the increasing intensity of exploitation, the depreciation of existing capital, relative overpopulation and its restriction to less developed branches of production, the increase in the scale of production, and the creation of an external market. Under the second, the depression of wages below the value of labor power. Now, it is peculiar to all causes which are immediate effects of the structure that they are ambivalent, so much so that all the causes that counteract the action of the law are at the same time the causes which produce its effects. However, as the same factors that increase the rate of surplus value, and the extension of the working day is itself a result of large-scale industry, tend to reduce the amount of labor power employed by a given capital, the same factors tend both to reduce the rate of profit and to slow down the movement in this direction. Capital, Volume 3, p. 342. Similarly, the depreciation of the existing capital is linked to the increase in the productivity of labor, which cheapens the elements of constant capital, and thus prevents the value of constant capital from increasing in the same proportion as its material volume, etc. In a general way, if the aggregate social capital is considered, the same causes that bring about a fall in the general rate of profit provoke counter-effects. Capital, Volume 3, p. 346. This is a crucial point, for it enables us to establish the fact that the reduction of the law of development to the status of a tendency is not a determination external to that law, influencing only the chronology of its effects, but an intrinsic determination of the production of its effects. The effect of the opposed causes, i.e., of the law itself, is not to delay the historical effects of capitalist production, but to determine a specific rhythm for the production of those effects, a determination which only appears negatively, as a restriction, etc., with reference to the ahistorical absolute of a free, unlimited growth of the productivity of labor, leading to an increase in the organic composition of capital and a fall in the rate of profit. Moreover, the definition of the mode of action peculiar to the structure, which includes the reduction of the apparent exteriority of the opposing causes, is once again linked to the consideration of the social capital, or what comes to the same thing, of the individual capital as an aliquot part of the total capital. Volume 3, p. 327, which is the theoretical support for Volume 1 and the first half of Volume 2, i.e., the consideration of capital in the theoretical synchrony which I discussed with respect to reproduction. All the reasoning that enables Marx to establish the existence and level of a general average rate of profit depends on such a synchrony. Marx calls it a simultaneity, in which the addition together of the capital's portion by portion is possible by definition. If we were obliged to ask to what extent does the cheapening of the means of production one by one hinder the value of constant capital from increasing with respect to that of the corresponding variable capital, it would become impossible to establish such a law. The impure theoretical status of the causes which counteract the fall in the general rate of profit merely reveals, in a number of formulations, which I have cited, Marx's difficulty in thinking the synchrony explicitly, insofar as it was a matter of a law of development of the structure. But in fact he closes the circle nevertheless, since it is the tendential fall in the rate of profit which arouses the competition of capitals, i.e., the mechanism by which the equalization of profits and the formation of the general rate of profit are actually achieved. Capital, Volume 3, p. 363. At the same stroke, this clarifies and limits the place of competition, for Marx excludes the analysis of its mechanism from the analysis of capital in general, since it merely ensures this equalization without determining the level at which it is established, just as it did for the market price of a particular commodity. The development of the structure according to a tendency, i.e., a law which does not only, mechanically, include the production of effects, but also the production of effects according to a specific rhythm, therefore means that the definition of the specific internal temporality of the structure is part of the analysis of that structure itself. It is now clear what is contradictory about tendency, which enables us to illuminate the true status of contradiction in Marx. Marx defines the terms between which there is a contradiction as the contradictory effects of a single cause, thus the same development in the social productivity of labor is expressed, with the advance of the capitalist mode of production, on the one hand in a progressive tendency for the rate of profit to fall and on the other in a constant growth in the absolute mass of the surplus value of profit appropriated, so that, by and large, the relative decline in the variable capital and profit goes together with an absolute increase in both. This twofold effect, doppelseitige Wirkung, as explained, can be expressed only in a growth in the total capital that takes place more rapidly than the fall in the rate of profit. It is no more than a tautology to say that the mass of profit is determined by two factors, firstly by the rate of profit and secondly by the mass of capital applied at this rate. The fact that the mass of profit may possibly grow, therefore, despite a simultaneous fall in the rate of profit, is only an expression of this tautology and does not get us a single step further. But if the same reasons that make the profit fall also promote accumulation, i.e., the formation of additional capital, and if all additional capital also sets additional labor in motion and produces additional surplus value. If on the other hand the very fact of the fall in the rate of profit means that the constant capital and with it the total amount of the former capital has grown, then the entire process ceases to be a mystery. Capital, Volume 3, pages 330-1. Obviously, it is one and the same thing to say that the fall in the rate of profit is slowed down by the growth in the scale of production, as above, or to say, as here, that the mass of accumulation is relatively diminished by the fall in the rate of profit. This very important definition includes both the refutation of an empirical notion of contradiction, which Marx links to Ricardo's name, Capital, Volume 3, p. 357, and the limitation of its role. The empiricism of classical economics could only reveal contradictory terms as in peaceful coexistence, i.e., in the relative autonomy of distinct phenomena, example successive phases of development dominated alternately by one or other of the contradictory tendencies. Marx, on the contrary, produced the theoretical concept of the unity of the two contradictory terms, which he calls a combination. Here too, the tendential fall in the rate of profit is linked with, ist verbunden mit, a tendential rise in the rate of surplus value, i.e., in the level of exploitation of labor. Capital, Volume 3, p. 347, i.e., he produces the knowledge of the contradiction's foundation in the nature of the structure, of capitalist production. Classical economics reasons from independent factors whose interaction may induce such and such a result. The whole problem is therefore to measure these variations and relate them empirically to other variations. The same is true of prices, and of the values of commodities, which are supposed to depend on the variation of certain factors, wages, average profit, etc. Marx does not regard the law, or tendency, as a law of variation in the size of the effects, but as a law of production of the effects themselves. It determines these effects on the basis of the limits within which they can vary, and which do not depend on this variation. The same is true of wages, the working day, prices, and the different fractions into which surplus value is divided. It is these limits alone which are determined as effects of the structure, and in consequence they precede the variation instead of being its average resultant. It is by the law of its production from a single cause that contradiction is given us here, and not in the variation of its result, the level of accumulation. But this definition also includes the limitation of the role of contradiction, i.e., its situation of dependence with respect to the cause, the structure. There is only a contradiction between the effects, the cause is not divided in itself, it cannot be analyzed in antagonistic terms. Contradiction is therefore not original, but derivative. The effects are organized in a series of particular contradictions, but the process of production of these effects is in no way contradictory. The increase in the mass of profit, hence the scale of accumulation, and the decrease in its rate, hence the particular speed of accumulation, are the expression of one and the same increasing movement of the quantity of means of production set to work by capital. That is why only an appearance of contradiction is found in the knowledge of the cause. This law, says Marx, this inner and necessary connection between two apparently contradictory phenomena, Volume 3, p. 331, the inner and necessary connection which defines the law of production of the effects of the structure excludes logical contradiction. From this point of view, the twofold effect is thus merely the double-edged, Zweischlachtig, Volume 3, p. 326, nature of the law. It is particularly noteworthy that here, in order to express the derivative and dependent character of the contradiction between certain effects of the structure, we find Marx returning to the same term that he used at the beginning of Capital to designate the false contradiction in adjecto of the commodity. On this point see Pierre Macheri's paper. For their part, the effects present a simple contradiction, a term-by-term contradiction, relative overpopulation and relative overproduction, etc., and one distributed into several contradictory aspects or component contradictions which, for all that, do not constitute an overdetermination, but simply have inverse effects on the scale of accumulation. Just as the cause which produces the contradiction is not itself contradictory, so the result of the contradiction is always a certain equilibrium, even when this equilibrium is attained by way of a crisis. Thus it seems that contradiction has a status analogous to that of competition in the movement of the structure. It determines neither its tendency nor its limits, rather it is a local, derivative phenomenon, whose effects are predetermined in the structure itself. These various influences sometimes tend to exhibit themselves side by side, spatially, at other times one after the other, temporally, and at certain points the conflict of contending agencies breaks through in crises. Crises are never more than momentary, violent solutions for the existing contradictions, violent eruptions that re-establish the disturbed balance for the time being. The periodical devaluation of the existing capital, which is a means, immanent to the capitalist mode of production, for delaying the fall in the profit rate and accelerating the accumulation of capital value by the formation of new capital, disturbs the given conditions in which the circulation and reproduction process of capital takes place, and is therefore accompanied by sudden stoppages and crises in the production process. The stagnation in production that has intervened prepares the ground for a later expansion of production, within the capitalist limits. Capital, Volume 3, pages 357 and 363. Thus the intrinsic result of the contradiction, which is completely immanent to the economic structure, does not tend by itself towards the supersession of the contradiction, but to the perpetuation of its conditions. The only result is the cycle of the capitalist mode of production. The crisis is cyclical because the reproduction of the aggregate capital depends on the turnover of fixed capital. See Capital, Volume 2, p. 264, but it is possible to say metaphorically that the crisis manifests the circle in which the whole mode of production moves with an immobile movement. Marx also says that the crisis reveals the barriers, Schranken, of the mode of production. 1. Capitalist production constantly strives to overcome these immanent barriers, immanent and Schranken, but it overcomes them only by means that set up the barriers afresh and on a more powerful scale. The true barrier, die Warschrank, to capitalist production is capital itself. Capital, Volume 3, p. 358. The limits towards which the movement of the mode of production tends, its dynamics, are not therefore a question of a ladder, of a threshold to attain. If the tendency cannot pass these limits, it is because they are inside it, and as such never reached. In its movement it carries them with it, they coincide with the causes which make it a mere tendency, i.e., they are simultaneously its actual conditions of possibility. To say that the capitalist mode of production has internal limits is quite simply to say that the mode of production is not a mode of production in general, but a delimited, determinate mode of production. The capitalist mode of production comes up against a barrier to the development of the productive forces which has nothing to do with the production of wealth as such, but this characteristic barrier in fact testifies to the restrictiveness and the solely historical and transitory character of the capitalist mode of production. It bears witness that this is not an absolute mode of production for the production of wealth, but actually comes into conflict at a certain stage with the latter's further development. Capital, Volume 3, p. 350. The term wealth should always be regarded as strictly synonymous with use value. These limits are therefore the same as those whose effects we have already met in the determination of the tendency. A mode of production of wealth in itself does not exist, i.e., there only exists a determinate type of development of the productive forces, depending on the nature of the mode of production. The rise in the productivity of labor is limited by the nature of the relations of production which make it into a means of formation of relative surplus value. For its part, the extortion of surplus value is limited by the productivity of labor. Within the limits of variation of the working day, the relationship between necessary labor and surplus labor is given by this productivity at each moment. What we see here therefore is not the contradiction, but the complexity of the mode of production, which was defined at the beginning of this exposition as a double articulation of the mode of production, productive forces, relations of ownership of the means of production. The internal limits of the mode of production are none other than the limitation of each of these two connections by the other, i.e., the form of their correspondence or of the real subsumption of the productive forces beneath the relations of production. But if the limits of the mode of production are internal ones, they only determine what they affirm and not what they deny, i.e., via the idea of an absolute mode of production, a mode of production of wealth in itself, the possibility of all the other modes of production which have their own peculiar internal limitations. Only in this sense do they imply the transition to a different mode of production, the historical, transitional character of the existing mode of production. They designate the necessity for a way out and a different mode of production whose delimitation is absolutely absent from them, and since the limits consist of the correspondence which articulates the two connections within the complex structure of the mode of production, the movement suppressing these limits implies the suppression of the correspondence. But it is also clear that the transformation of these limits does not simply belong to the time of the dynamics. Indeed, if the effects within the structure of production do not by themselves constitute any challenge to the limits, example the crisis, which is the mechanism with which capitalist production spontaneously gets rid of the obstacles that it happens on occasion to create, capital, they may be one of the conditions, the material basis, of a different result, outside the structure of production. It is this other result which Marx suggests marginally in his exposition when he shows that the movement of production produces, by the concentration of production and the growth of the proletariat, one of the conditions of the particular form which the class struggle takes in capitalist society. But the analysis of this struggle and of the political social relations which it implies is not part of the study of the structure of production. The analysis of the transformation of the limits therefore requires a theory of the different times of the economic structure and of the class struggle, and of their articulation in the social structure. To understand how they can join together in the unity of a conjuncture, example how, if other conditions are fulfilled, the crisis can be the occasion for a revolutionary transformation of the structure of production. Depends on this, as Althusser has shown in an earlier study, contradiction and overdetermination, in for Marx. 3. Dynamics and history. The preceding analyses constitute a number of still disjointed moments of the problematic within which it is possible to think theoretically the transition from one mode of production to another. It will not be possible to articulate this problematic effectively, i.e., to produce the unity of the questions which have to be answered, until we succeed in situating with respect to one another the concepts that we have proposed up to this point: history, genealogy, synchrony, diachrony, dynamics, tendency, and in defining differentially their peculiar objects. All these concepts, which are still largely descriptive and will remain so precisely so long as they are not articulated, seem to be so many conceptualizations of historical time. In an earlier paper, Althusser showed that, in any theory of history, whether scientific or ideological, there was a rigorous and necessary correlation between the structure of the concept of history peculiar to that theory, a structure itself dependent on the structure of the concept of the social totality peculiar to that theory, on the one hand, and the concept of temporality in which that theory of history thinks the changes, movements, events, or, more generally, the phenomena which appertain to its object, on the other. The fact that this theory is usually absent as such, that it is reflected in the form of a non-theory, i.e., of empiricism, does not contradict such a demonstration. The structure of temporality is then quite simply that provided by the ruling ideology, and it is never reflected in its function as a presupposition. We have even found that in Hegel the structure of historical temporality, being dependent, from the point of view of the articulation of the system, on the structure of the simple Hegelian totality, i.e. of the expressive totality, merely took up on its own accord the very form of the empiricist ideological conception of time, providing it with its concept and theoretical foundation. At the same time, we found that the form of this time was not only continuous linearity, but also, by way of consequence, the uniqueness of time. Because time is unique, its present has the structure of contemporaneity, and all the moments whose chronological simultaneity can be established must also necessarily be determined as the moments of one and the same current whole, they must necessarily belong to the same history. Here we should note that, in this ideological conception, the particular form of time precedes the determination of historical objects in relation to it. The order and duration of this time always precede any determination of a phenomenon as unfolding over time and thereby as a historical phenomenon. Of course, the effective estimation of order or duration always presupposes a connection with or reference to the temporality of certain objects, but the form of their possibility is always already given. In reality, this is to move in a circle, since it is to admit the structure of a time which is merely the effect, either of a perception, or of an ideological conception of the social totality. But this movement of real dependence, before the location of historical phenomena in time, is not thought as such in the representation of time which serves as its premise, and it is possible to take the short-cut of discovering, in reality, rediscovering, in the determinations of history the presupposed structure of this time. From this movement we get the determination of the historical object as an event, present even when it is doubted, i.e., in the idea that there are not only events, i.e., not only short-term phenomena, but also non-events, i.e., long events, long-term permanences, which are wrongly christened structures. If we then remember the problematic within which Marx originally thought his theoretical undertaking, but which was not peculiarly his problematic, the problematic of periodization, we can draw several conclusions. If we pose the problem of the transition from one mode of production to another solely in the framework of this problematic, it is impossible for us to escape the form of unique linear time. We must think the effects of the structure of each mode of production on an equal footing with the phenomena of transition, situating them in the unique time which serves as a framework or common support for every possible historical determination. We have no right to establish differences in principle or method between analyses of the effects of a mode of production and analyses of the transition between two modes of production which succeed one another or coincide with one another in the framework of this time, and we can only distinguish the movements by determinations of the structure of this time, long-term, short-term, continuity, intermittency, etc. The time of periodization is therefore a time for which any true diversity is impossible, The supplementary determinations which are inserted in the course of a historical sequence, example during transitions from one mode of production to another, are part of the same time as them, and have the movement of their production in common with them. Moreover, a superficial reading of Marx is more than likely not to dissipate the forms of this illusion, if it is content to take the different times implied by the analysis in capital as so many descriptive aspects or subordinate determinations of time in general. It would then be possible to try practicing the fundamental operation implied by the ideological theory of time, the insertion of different times one within another. It would be possible to inscribe the segmented times, labor times, production times, circulation times, in cycles, the cyclical process of capital. These cycles themselves would necessarily be complex cycles, cycles of cycles, because of the different turnover speeds of the different elements of capital, but as a whole they in their turn could be inserted in the general movement of capitalist reproduction, accumulation, which Marx, following Sismondi, describes as a spiral, and finally this spiral would manifest a general tendency, an orientation, precisely that of the transition from one mode of production to another, of the succession of the modes of production and of periodization. In such a reading the harmonization of the different times and the imbrication of their forms would obviously raise no difficulties in principle, for their possibility would already be inscribed in the uniqueness of time in general which serves as a support for all these movements. The only difficulties would be difficulties of application, difficulties in identifying the phases and in forecasting the transitions. What is most noteworthy in such a reading, which is, as we shall see, not just a purely polemical expository device on my part, is that it necessarily implies that each moment of time is thought simultaneously as a determination of all the intermediate times which have been inserted into one another in this way, whether this determination is immediate, or, on the contrary, merely mediated. And to draw the most extreme consequence straight away, it is absolutely consistent with this conception to determine a given time, during which the worker expends his labor power as a certain quantity of social labor, as a moment of the cycle of the production process, in which capital exists in the form of productive capital, as a moment of the reproduction of social capital, of capitalist accumulation, and finally as a moment of the history of the capitalist mode of production, which tends towards its transformation, however distant the latter may be. Such an ideological reading provides the base from which it is possible to characterize the whole Marxist theory of the economic structure as a dynamics. The concept has been reintroduced in this way in order to oppose Marx to classical and modern political economy, while situating both on the same terrain, and assigning them the same economic object. Marx thus becomes one of the innovators, perhaps the main one, who have introduced dynamic theory into political economy. See for example Granger's methodology economic. This has made it possible to present classical and neoclassical economics as theories of economic equilibrium, i.e., of a statics of the connections of the economic structure, while Marx, on the contrary, is supposed never to have seen the study of equilibrium as anything more than a provisional moment, operational in scope, an expository simplification. The essential object of Marx's analysis is the time of the evolution of the economic structure, analyzed in its successive components, the different times of capital. As for the particular object of Marx's study, capitalist production, it is necessarily presented as a dynamic process. Capitalist accumulation is the object of Volume 1 of Capital. The notion of a static equilibrium is obviously a priori incorrect as a description of this phenomenon. The simple reproduction of capital is already a temporal process, but it is little more than a first abstraction. The system is characterized precisely by reproduction on an extended scale, the growth and continuous qualitative metamorphosis of capital through the accumulation of surplus value. The various forms of crisis appear as a chronic disorder of the system, not as accidents. The general picture of economic reality is thus made totally dynamic. G. Granger, Methodology Economique, Paris, PUF, 1955, p. 98. Such an interpretation, in which the dynamics of the capitalist system is itself a moment, a local aspect of the claim that the laws of the economy are relative and evolutionary in character, is really an example of the structure of temporal insertion that I outlined above. The concepts of history and dynamics then become twins, one popular, history, the other learned, dynamics, since the second expresses very accurately the determination of the historical movement on the basis of a structure. This makes it possible to add a third term to these two, diachrony, which does not produce any new knowledge here, since it simply expresses the form of unique linear temporality which is implied by the identification of the first two concepts. But in reality, such a reading of Marx completely ignores the mode of constitution of the concepts of temporality and history in the theory of capital. It may have been possible to adopt, or interpret, these concepts in their normal sense, i.e., in their ideological use, in a text such as the preface to a contribution, from which we started. There they merely have the function of registering and designating a theoretical field which has not yet been thought in its structure. But in the analysis of capital, as our studies of primitive accumulation and of the tendency of the mode of production have shown, they are produced separately and differentially. Their unity, instead of being presupposed in an always already given conception of time in general, must be constructed out of an initial diversity which reflects the complexity of the whole which is analyzed. On this point it is possible to generalize. From the way Marx posed the problem of the unity of the different cycles of the individual capitals in a complex cycle of the social capital, this unity must be constructed as an intertwining whose nature is initially problematic. On this, Marx writes, the way in which the various components of the total social capital, of which the individual capitals are only independently functioning components, alternately replace one another in the circulation process, both with respect to capital and to surplus value, is thus not the result of the simple intertwining of the metamorphoses that occurs in commodity circulation, and which the acts of capital circulation have in common with all other processes of commodity circulation, but rather requires a different mode of investigation. Up till now, mere phrases have been taken as sufficient in this respect, although, when these are analyzed more closely, they contain nothing more than indefinite notions, simply borrowed from the intertwining of metamorphoses that is common to all commodity circulation. Capital, Volume 2, p. 194. We know that this different mode of investigation which peculiarly constitutes the analysis of the reproduction of the total social capital, leads to a paradoxical result, a synchronic structure of the relation between the different sectors of social production, in which the peculiar form of a cycle has completely disappeared. But this method alone allows us to think the intertwining of the different individual production cycles. In the same way, the complex unity of the different times of historical analysis, those which depend on the permanence of the social relations and those in which is inscribed the transformation of the social relations, is initially problematic. It must be constructed by a different mode of investigation. The relationship of theoretical dependence between the concepts of time and history is thus inverted with respect to the preceding form, which belongs to empiricist or Hegelian history, or to a reading of capital which implicitly reintroduces empiricism or Hegelianism. Instead of the structures of history depending on those of time, it is the structures of temporality which depend on those of history. The structures of temporality and their specific differences are produced in the process of constitution of the concept of history, as so many necessary determinations of its object. Thus the definition of temporality and its various forms becomes explicitly necessary. Similarly, the necessity of thinking the relationship, the harmony, between the different movements and the different times becomes a basic necessity for theory. In Marx's theory, therefore, a synthetic concept of time can never be a pre-given, but only a result. The preceding analysis in this paper allows us to anticipate this result to a certain extent, and to propose a differential definition of concepts which have been confused until now. We have seen that the analysis of the relations which appertain to a determinate mode of production and constitute its structure must be thought as the constitution of a theoretical synchrony. This is reflected with respect to the mode of production by Marx in the concept of reproduction. The analysis of all the peculiar effects of the structure of the mode of production is necessarily part of the synchrony. The concept of diachrony will therefore be reserved for the time of the transition from one mode of production to another, i.e., for the time determined by the replacement and transformation of the relations of production which constitute the double articulation of the structure. Thus it appears that the genealogies contained in the analyses of primitive accumulation are elements of diachronic analysis, and thus the difference in problematic and methods between the chapters of Capital devoted to primitive accumulation and all the others, irrespective of their degree of theoretical perfection, has been established as more than a mere difference in style or literary form. This difference is a consequence of the strict distinction between synchrony and diachrony, and we have met another example of this in what goes before, an example to which I shall return, when I analyzed the forms of the two connections, property, real appropriation, peculiar to the capitalist mode of production and the relationship between them. We observed a chronological dislocation in the constitution of these two forms, the capitalist form of property, capitalist relations of production, chronologically preceding the capitalist form of real appropriation, capitalism's productive forces. This dislocation was reflected by Marx in his distinction between the formal subsumption of labor to capital and its real subsumption. At the time, I remarked that this chronological dislocation was suppressed as such in the synchronic analysis of the structure of the mode of production, that it was then indifferent to the theory. In fact, this dislocation, which then purely and simply disappears, can only be thought in a theory of the diachrony. It constitutes a relevant problem for diachronic analysis. Here we should note that the expressions diachronic analysis and diachronic theory are not absolutely rigorous. It would be better to say analysis, or theory, of the diachrony. For if the terms synchrony and diachrony are taken in the sense which I have proposed here, the expression diachronic theory has no meaning. Strictly speaking, all theory is synchronic insofar as it expounds a systematic set of conceptual determinations. In an earlier essay, Althusser has criticized the synchrony-diachrony distinction insofar as it implies a correlation between objects or aspects of a single object, showing how it was, in fact, a version of the empiricist, and Hegelian, structure of time, in which the diachronic is merely the development, devenir, of the present, the synchronic. It is clear straight away that this cannot be the case in the usage which I have proposed here, since the synchrony is not a real self-contemporaneous present, but the present of the theoretical analysis in which all its determinations are given. This definition therefore excludes any correlation between the two concepts, one of which designates the structure of the thought process, while the other designates a particular relatively autonomous object of analysis, and only by extension the knowledge of it. For its part, the synchronic analysis of the mode of production implies that we stress several concepts of time which differ in function. All these times are not directly, immediately historical. They are not in fact constructed out of the general historical movement, but quite independently of it, and independently of one another. Thus, the time of social labor, which measures the value produced, is constructed on the basis of the distinction between socially necessary labor and socially unnecessary labor, which depends at each moment on the productivity of labor and the proportions in which social labor is divided among the different branches of production. See Capital, Volume 1, pages 134 ff, Theories of Surplus Value, MECW 31, pages 131-2. Thus it does not coincide at all with the empirically observable time during which a worker works. In the same way, the cyclical time of the turnover of capital, with its different moments, production time, circulation time, and its peculiar effects, regular disengagement of money capital, change in the rate of profit, is constructed on the basis of the metamorphoses of capital and the distinction between fixed and circulating capital. In the same way, finally, the analysis of the tendency of the capitalist mode of production produces the concept of the dependence of the advance of the productive forces in relation to the accumulation of capital, and therefore the concept of the peculiar temporality of the productive forces in the capitalist mode of production. Only this movement can be called a dynamics as I have proposed, i.e., a movement of development inside the structure and sufficiently determined by it, the movement of accumulation, proceeding according to a peculiar rhythm and speed determined by the structure, with a necessary and irreversible orientation, and indefinitely retaining, reproducing, the properties of the structure on a different scale. The peculiar rhythm of capitalist accumulation is inscribed in the cycle of crises, while its peculiar speed expresses the limitation of the development of the productive forces, as Marx says, simultaneously accelerated and decelerated, i.e., the reciprocal limitation of the two connections articulated in the structure, capitalist productive forces, relations of production. The necessary orientation of the movement consists of the increase in constant capital with respect to variable capital, in the production of means of production with respect to the production of means of consumption. The retention of the properties of the structure is particularly clear in the expansion of the market, one of the means employed by the capitalist or by an ensemble of capitalists to counteract the fall in the rate of profit being to expand the field of his or their market. By external trade, the internal contradiction between production and consumption seeks resolution by extending the external field of production. But the more productivity develops, the more it comes into conflict with the narrow basis on which the relations of consumption rest. Capital, Volume 3, p. 353. In this external adventure, therefore, capitalist production always meets its own peculiar internal limitation, i.e., it never escapes being determined by its own peculiar structure. Only in the time of this dynamics can the age of capitalist production, of one of its branches, or of a set of branches of production, be determined. This age is measured precisely by the level of the relation between constant capital and variable capital, i.e., by the internal organic composition of capital. It is self-evident that the greater the maturity of capitalist production, the greater is the quantity of money accumulated on all sides, and the smaller therefore the proportion that the new gold production of each year adds to this quantity. Capital, Volume 2, p. 549. This is a very important point, for it shows that only in the time of the dynamics, which, as I have said, is not immediately the time of history. 2. Is it possible to determine and assess the forwardnesses or backwardnesses of development? Indeed, only in this internal orientated time can historical unevenness of development be thought simply as temporal dislocations. What applies to different successive stages of development in one country applies also to different countries that find themselves in differing stages of development at the same point in time. In the undeveloped country, where the composition of capital is on the average as first mentioned, the general rate of profit would be 66 2/3%, while in the country at a much higher level of development it would be 20%. The distinction between the two national rates of profit could disappear, or even be reversed if in the less developed country labor was less productive, so that the worker would have to spend a greater portion of his time in reproducing his own means of subsistence or their value, leaving a smaller portion for producing surplus value. Capital, Volume 3, p. 320. The consequences of this differential determination of time, and of the distinction between the time of the dynamics and the time of history in general for the contemporary problem of underdevelopment, which is a favorite haunt for every theoretical confusion, cannot be expounded here. At least what we have said gives us a foretaste of its critical importance. Like the preceding ones, this time of the dynamics, of the tendency, is determined in the synchronic analysis of the mode of production. The distinction between dynamics and diachrony is therefore a strict one, and the former cannot appear as one determination in the field of the latter, in which it is not relevant in the form in which Marx analyzes it. It is easy to cast light on this distinction by borrowing a paradox from the analysis of the societies without a history, strictly speaking a meaningless expression, for it designates social structures in which the dynamics appears in the peculiar guise of a non-development, as in the Indian communities which Marx discusses in Capital, Volume 1, pages 478-9, the event constituted by the meeting between these societies and Western societies in transition to capitalism, in conquest, colonization, or the various forms of commercial connection, is obviously part of the diachrony of those societies, since it determines, more or less brutally, a transformation of their modes of production, but it is no part of these societies' dynamics. This event in their history is produced in the time of their diachrony without being produced in the time of their dynamics, a limit case which brings out the conceptual difference between the two times, and the necessity of thinking their articulation. We must therefore finally situate the concept of history with respect to these different concepts. Should we for example assimilate it to the concept of diachrony, remembering the old problematic of periodization? Can we say that history is this diachrony, the basic theoretical problem of which is the analysis of the modes of transition from one structure of production to another? No, obviously, for this old problematic has now been transformed. It is no longer defined by the necessity of cutting up linear time, which would presuppose this reference time as an a priori. The question now is to think theoretically the essence of the transition periods in their specific forms and the variations of these forms. The problem of periodization in the strict sense has therefore been suppressed, or rather it has ceased to be part of the moment of scientific proof, of what Marx called the order of exposition. Only exposition is science. Periodization as such is at most a moment of the investigation, i.e., a moment of the preliminary critique of the theoretical materials and their interpretations. Here the concept of history is therefore not identical with any of the particular moments produced in theory in order to think the differential forms of time. The concept of history in general, unspecified, is simply the designation of a constitutive problem of the theory of history. Of historical materialism it designates that theory as a whole as the side of the problem of the articulation of the different historical times and the variance of this articulation. This articulation no longer has anything to do with the simple model of the insertion of one time into another, it accepts coincidences not as obviousnesses, but as problems. For instance, the transition from one mode of production to another may seem to be the moment of a collision, or collusion, between the times of the economic structure, of the political class struggle, of ideology, etc. The question is to discover how each of these times, example the time of the tendency of the mode of production, becomes a historical time. But if the general concept of history has the peculiar function of designating a constitutive problem of the theory of history, then, as opposed to the preceding concepts, it does not belong to that theory of history. And indeed, the concept of history is no more a concept of the theory of history than the concept of life is a concept of biology. These concepts belong to the epistemologies of these two sciences, and, as practical concepts, to the practice of the scientists, locating and staking out the field of that practice. 4. Characteristics of the phases of transition. Here I can only outline a number of the concepts that belong to the theory of the diachrony and enable us to think the nature of periods of transition from one mode of production to another. Indeed, as we have seen, Marx devoted far less theoretical effort to this second moment of the theory of history than he did to the first. On this point, I have no other aim here than to draw up a balance sheet of results. The analysis of primitive accumulation is part of the field of diachronic study, but not in itself part of the definition of the periods of transition to capitalism. In fact, the analysis of primitive accumulation, of the origin of the capitalist mode of production, gives an element-by-element genealogy which passes through the transition period, but which in the same movement ascends to the heart of the previous mode of production. The outline definitions which can be borrowed from it must therefore be related to a different analysis which is not an analysis of the origins but one of the beginnings of the capitalist mode of production, and which in consequence does not proceed element by element, but from the point of view of the whole structure. In the study of manufacture we have a notable example of this analysis of the beginnings. The forms of transition are in fact necessarily modes of production in themselves. In the first part of this paper, when I examined manufacture as a certain form of the connection of real appropriation, a certain form of the productive forces, I set aside the problem posed by the chronological dislocation in the constitution of the structure of capitalist production between the formation of its specific property relations and that of its specific productive forces. As I showed, this was not part of the examination of the structure of the mode of production. In contrast, This dislocation constitutes the essence of manufacture as a form of transition. The concepts which Marx uses to designate this dislocation are those of real subsumption and formal subsumption, of labor to capital. The formal subsumption, which begins with the form of outwork on behalf of a merchant capitalist and ends with the Industrial Revolution, includes the whole history of what Marx calls manufacture. In the real subsumption of large-scale industry, the worker's belonging to capital is doubly determined. On the one hand, he does not possess the material means to work on his own behalf, the ownership of the means of production; on the other, the form of the productive forces takes away his ability to set the social means of production to work on his own, outside an organized and managed process of cooperative labor. This double determination reveals a homology in the form of the two connections constituting the complex structure of the mode of production. They can both be characterized as the separation of the worker from his means of production, which amounts to saying that they divide up their bearers in the same way, that they determine coincident forms of individuality for the worker, the means of production, and the non-worker. The workers, who are in a relationship of absolute non-ownership with the means of production, constitute a collective in the production process which coincides with the collective worker who can set to work the socialized means of production of large-scale industry, and thereby really appropriate nature, the objects of labor. What is here called real subsumption is what Marx introduced in the preface to a contribution as a correspondence between the relations of production and the level of the productive forces. We can therefore specify the sense in which the term correspondence is to be understood. Since the two connections between which there is a homology both belong to the same level, constituting the complexity of the structure of production, this correspondence cannot be a relation of translation or reproduction of one by the other, of the form of the productive forces by that of the relations of production. It is not one of the two which is subsumed beneath the other, it is labor which is subsumed beneath capital, and this subsumption is real when it is thus doubly determined. The correspondence therefore lies completely in the unique division of the supports of the structure of production and in what I called above the reciprocal limitation of one connection by the other. At the same time, it is clear that this correspondence is in its essence completely different from any correspondence between different levels of the social structure. It is established in the structure of one particular level, production, and depends completely on it. In formal subsumption, on the other hand, the worker's belonging to capital is only determined by his absolute non-ownership of the means of production, but not at all by the form of the productive forces, which are still organized according to craft principles. It seems not impossible that each worker might return to handicrafts. That is why Marx says that the worker's belonging to capital is still accidental here. In the early stages of capital, its command over labor has a purely formal and almost accidental character. The worker at this time only works under capital's orders because he has sold it his labor power. He only works for it because he does not have the material means to work on his behalf. Capital, Volume 1, p. 448, modified according to the French edition. However, this absence of ownership of the means of production for the direct worker is by no means accidental, it is the result of the historical process of primitive accumulation. In these conditions, there is not strictly speaking any homology between the forms of the two connections. In manufacture, the means of production continue to be set to work by individuals in the strict sense, even if their component products have to be assembled to constitute a useful object on the market. We can therefore say that the form of complexity of the mode of production may be either the correspondence or the non-correspondence of the two connections, of the productive forces and the relations of production. In the form of non-correspondence, which is that of the phases of transition such as manufacture, the relationship between the two connections no longer takes the form of a reciprocal limitation, but becomes the transformation of the one by the effect of the other. This is shown by the whole analysis of manufacture and the Industrial Revolution, in which the capitalist nature of the relations of production, the necessity of creating surplus value in the form of relative surplus value, determines and governs the transition of the productive forces to their specifically capitalist form. The Industrial Revolution arises as a method of formation of relative surplus value beyond any predetermined quantitative limit. The reproduction Of this specific complexity is the reproduction of this effect of the one connection on the other. It thus seems that, neither in the case of correspondence, nor in that of non-correspondence, can the relationship between the two connections ever be analyzed in terms of a transposition or translation, even a distorted one, of one into the other, but only in terms of an affectivity and a mode of affectivity. In one case we are dealing with the reciprocal limitation of the affectivities of the two connections, in the other with the transformation of one by the affectivity of the other. We now see that a certain minimum amount of capital in the hands of individuals is the concentration of wealth necessitated for the transformation of individual labor into combined, social labor. It becomes the material base for the changes which the mode of production will undergo. Here mode of production should be understood in the restricted sense of form of the productive forces, capital, Volume 1, p. 448, modified according to the French edition. What has occasionally been called the law of correspondence between the productive forces and the relations of production should therefore rather be named, as Charles Bettelheim has proposed, the law of necessary correspondence or non-correspondence between the relations of production and the character of the productive forces. Les cadres socio-économiques et l'organisation de la planification sociale, Problems de planification, No. 5, École pratique de hautes études, Paris 1965. This would express the fact that the law of correspondence has as its peculiar object the determination of effects within the structure of production and the varying mode of this determination, and not a connection of expression which would merely be the inverse of a mechanical causality. The mode of correspondence between the different levels of the social structure, which has more strictly been called the mode of articulation of these levels, depends in turn on the form of the internal correspondence of the structure of production. We have already encountered this articulation above in two forms: on the one hand, in the determination of the determinant last instance in the social structure, which depends on the combination peculiar to the mode of production considered; on the other, with respect to the form of the productive forces peculiar to capital and to the mode of intervention of science in their history, as the determination of the limits within which the effect of one practice can modify another practice from which it is relatively autonomous. Thus the mode of intervention of science in the practice of economic production is determined by the peculiar new form of the productive forces, unity of means and object of labor. The particular form of correspondence depends on the structure of the two practices: practice of production, theoretical practice. Here it takes the form of the application of the science, in conditions determined by the economic structure. We can generalize this kind of relationship between two relatively autonomous instances. It recurs, for example, in the relationship between economic practice and political practice, in the forms of class struggle, law, and the state. Marx's indications here are much more precise, although Capital does not contain any theory of the class struggle as such, or of law or the state. Here, too, the correspondence is analyzed as the mode of intervention of one practice within limits determined by another. This is the case with the intervention of the class struggle within limits determined by the economic structure. In the chapters on the working day and on wages, Marx shows us that the sizes of these are subject to a variation which is not determined in the structure and depends purely and simply on the balance of forces. But the variation only takes place between certain limits, Grenzen, which are set by the structure. It thus possesses only a relative autonomy. The same is true of the intervention of law and of the state in economic practice, which Marx analyses in the example of factory legislation. The state intervention is doubly determined, by its generalized form, which depends on the particular structure of the law, and by its effects, which are dictated by the necessities of economic practice itself. Family and education laws govern child labor, etc. In this case, too, there is therefore no relationship of simple transposition, translation, or expression between the various instances of the social structure. Their correspondence can only be thought on the basis of their relative autonomy, of their peculiar structure, as the system of interventions of this type, of one practice in another. Here, obviously, I am only locating a theoretical problem, not producing a knowledge. These interventions are of the same type as those we have just recalled, and in consequence, they are in principle non-reversible. The forms of intervention of law in economic practice are not the same as the forms of intervention of economic practice in legal practice, i.e., as the effects which a transformation dictated by economic practice may have on the legal system, precisely by virtue of its systemacity, which also constitutes a system of internal limits. And in the same way, it is clear that the class struggle cannot be reduced to the struggle for wages and a shorter working day, which only constitute one moment of it. The autonomization and exclusive consideration of this moment, within the political practice of the working class is peculiar to economism, which claims precisely to reduce all the non-economic instances of the social structure purely and simply to reflections, transpositions of phenomena of the economic base. The correspondence of the levels is thus not a simple connection, but a complex set of interventions. We can now return to the problems of the transition from one mode of production to another, on the basis of the differential analysis of the interventions of the state, law, and political power in the constituted mode of production, and in the phase of transition. Marx's Analyses of Factory Legislation, Capital, Volume 1, pages 610-35, and of the bloody legislation which is a part of primitive accumulation, Capital, Volume 1, pages 896-904, contain this differential analysis implicitly. Instead of an intervention governed by the limits of the mode of production, primitive accumulation shows us an intervention of political practice, in its different forms, whose result is to transform and fix the limits of the mode of production. The rising bourgeoisie needs the power of the state, and uses it to regulate wages, i.e., to force them into the limits suitable for making a profit, to lengthen the working day, and to keep the worker himself at his normal level of dependence. This is an essential aspect of so-called primitive accumulation, Capital, Volume 1, pages 899-900. These methods of primitive accumulation, introduced by the capitalist epoch, depend in part on brute force, for instance the colonial system. But they all employ the power of the state, the concentrated and organized force of society, to hasten, as in a hothouse, the process of transformation of the feudal mode of production into the capitalist mode, and to shorten the transition phase. Force is the midwife of every old society which is pregnant with a new one. It is itself an economic agent, Volume 1, pages 915-6. In the transition period, the forms of law and of state policy are not, as hitherto, adapted to the economic structure, articulated with the peculiar limits of the structure of production, but dislocated with respect to it, as well as showing force as an economic agent. The analyses of primitive accumulation also reveal the precedence of law and of the forms of the state with respect to the forms of the capitalist economic structure. This dislocation can be translated by saying that the correspondence appears here, too, in the form of a non-correspondence between the different levels. In a transition period, there is a non-correspondence because the mode of intervention of political practice, instead of conserving the limits and producing its effects within their determination, displaces them and transforms them. There is therefore no general form of correspondence between the levels, but a variation of the forms, which depend on the degree of autonomy of one instance with respect to another, and to the economic instance, and on the mode of their mutual intervention. I shall close these very schematic suggestions with the comment that the theory of dislocations, within the economic structure, between the instances, and of the forms of non-correspondence is only ever possible by a double reference to the structure of two modes of production, in the sense which I defined at the beginning of this paper. In the case of manufacture, for example, the definition of non-correspondence depends on definitions of the forms of individuality as determined in handicrafts on the one hand, and in the capitalist ownership of the means of production on the other. Similarly, an understanding of the precedence of law requires a knowledge of the structures of political practice in the previous mode of production as well as of the elements of the capitalist structure. The use of violence and its accommodated forms, accommodated by the intervention of state and law, depends on the form and function of the political instance in feudal society. Periods of transition are therefore characterized by the coexistence of several modes of production, as well as by these forms of non-correspondence. Thus manufacture is not only a continuation of handicrafts from the point of view of the nature of its productive forces, it also presupposes the persistence of handicrafts in certain branches of production, Volume 1, p. 490, and even causes handicrafts to develop alongside itself, Volume 1, pages 473 to 490 to 1. Manufacture is therefore never one mode of production, its unity is the coexistence and hierarchy of two modes of production. Large-scale industry, on the contrary, is rapidly propagated from one branch of production to all the others, Volume 1, p. 505. Thus it seems that the dislocation between the connections and instances in transition periods merely reflects the coexistence of two, or more, modes of production in a single simultaneity, and the dominance of one of them over the other. This confirms the fact that the problems of diachrony, too, must be thought within the problematic of a theoretical synchrony. The problems of the transition and of the forms of the transition from one mode of production to another are problems of a more general synchrony than that of the mode of production itself, embracing several systems and their relations. According to Lenin, at the beginning of the period of the transition to socialism in Russia, there were up to 5 coexisting modes of production, unevenly developed and organized in a hierarchy in dominance. The analysis of these relations of domination is only outlined by Marx, and it constitutes one of the main fields open for investigation by his successors. As can be seen, this paper closes with a number of open problems, and it cannot claim more than that it has indicated or produced such open problems, for which it is impossible to propose solutions without further and deeper investigation. It cannot be otherwise, so long as we realize that capital, the object of our reflections, founds a new discipline, i.e., opens up a new field for scientific investigation. As opposed to the closure which constitutes the structure of an ideological domain, this openness is typical of a scientific field. If we can claim anything for our exposition, it is only that it has defined, as far as possible, the theoretical problematic which installed and opened this field. It has recognized, identified, and formulated the problems already posed and resolved by Marx, and finally discovered in these acquisitions, in Marx's concepts and forms of analysis, all that may enable us to identify and pose the new problems which are inscribed in the analysis of the problems already solved, or which are outlined on the horizons of the field already explored by Marx. The openness of this field is the existence of these problems to be solved. I add that it is no accident that even today some of these problems, which I have posed solely on the basis of a reading of Capital, a book which is 100 years old, concern directly certain questions of contemporary economic and political practice. In the problems of theoretical practice, all that is ever at issue, beneath their peculiar form as theoretical problems, i.e., beneath the form of the production of concepts which can give their knowledge, are the tasks and problems of the other practices. Part 6. Presentation of the Plan of Capital. Roger Establet. Why reflect on the Plan of Capital? Is it not a work that immediately imposes its articulations? It seems enough, therefore, to read its table of contents. But Capital is a difficult work to read, being new both in its concepts and in their organization. It is predictable, then, that the difficulties the reader initially meets with should arise from this novelty of Capital. Either he refers the structure of Capital to structures he is already familiar with, and whose relations with Marx's thought he knows in the mode of prejudice. He will thus read on the covers of the respective volumes, Book 1, The Process of Production of Capital, Book 3, The Process of Capitalist Production as a Whole. He can thus assume a Hegelian order. This is the main source of misdirection, as we shall show. Or, impatient to come to a conclusion, eager to know the connection between general principles and the immediate questions that have aroused their passions, Marx to Maurice Lachautre, March 18, 1872, Capital, Volume 1, p. 104, he looks for what Marx has to say on the current themes of modern disciplines, sociology, political economy, whose proximity with capital he knows in advance, i.e., in the mode of prejudice. Imposing the order of his preoccupations on the order of his reading, he will go from model to model, and here again, despite appearances, it is the novelty of Marx's work that he will lose sight of, since the sciences that determine the order of his preoccupations are new only in not having been born sooner. It is two passages from Marx himself, therefore, that we shall invoke to prepare a reading of Capital ordered according to its real linkages and breaks. The first of these is to be found in Capital Volume 3, p. 117. And inasmuch as this text has given rise to readings that are difficult to connect with the work itself, we shall compare it with another passage, drawn from the 1857 Introduction to a Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, Grundriss, pages 99 to 100. 1. The text of Capital, Volume 3 and its difficulties. Here is the text in question. In Volume 1 we investigated the phenomena exhibited by the process of capitalist production, taken by itself, i.e. the immediate production process, in which connection all secondary influences external to this process were left out of account. But this immediate production process does not exhaust the life cycle of capital. In the world as it actually is, it is supplemented by the process of circulation, and this formed our object of investigation in the second volume. Here we showed, particularly in Part 3, where we considered the circulation process as it mediates the process of social reproduction, that the capitalist production process, taken as a whole, is a unity of the production and circulation processes. It cannot be the purpose of the present, third volume simply to make general reflections on this unity. Our concern is rather to discover and present the concrete forms which grow out of the process of capital's movement considered as a whole. In their actual movement, capitals confront one another in certain concrete forms, and, in relation to these, both the shape capital assumes in the immediate production process and its shape in the process of circulation appear merely as particular movements. The configurations of capital, as developed in this volume, thus approach step by step the form in which they appear on the surface of society, we might say one in the action of different capitals on one another, i.e., in competition, and in the everyday consciousness of the agents of production themselves. Despite its apparent clarity, due essentially to the fact that it follows the three-part division of capital itself, this text is far from suppressing all difficulty. The expression on the surface of society, we might say, and so we might say otherwise, which means that we should, if there were not great difficulty in moving from a convenient metaphor to the rigorous concept, indicates very well the objective obstacles that Marx himself encountered in presenting scientifically his own scientific procedure. In fact, this text allows at least two readings that cannot seriously account for the order that Marx actually followed. A. First, inadequate reading. In proceeding from Volume 1 to Volume 3, we move from the abstract to the real. This interpretation was put forward first of all by Sombart and Schmidt, according to Engels's critical summary of their theory in his supplement to Volume 3 of Capital, pages 1031-3, the law of value that forms the object of Volume 1 being for them a logical fact or a necessary fiction. 2. In this case, Volume 3 would appear as the study of concrete economic processes, meaning real ones, by means of this logical fact or necessary fiction. This interpretation of the plan of capital can only base itself on the text cited above, on condition that the following terms are emphasized. In Volume 1 we investigated the phenomena exhibited by the process of capitalist production, taken by itself, i.e., the immediate production process, in which connection all secondary influences external to this process were left out of account. But this immediate production process does not exhaust the life cycle of capital. In the world as it actually is, it is supplemented by the process of circulation, and this formed our object of investigation in the second volume. Here we showed, particularly in Part 3, where we considered the circulation process as it mediates the process of social reproduction, that the capitalist production process, taken as a whole, is a unity of the production and circulation processes. It cannot be the purpose of the present, third volume simply to make general reflections on this unity. Our concern is rather to discover and present the concrete forms which grow out of the process of capital's movement considered as a whole. In their actual movement, capitals confront one another in certain concrete forms, and, in relation to these, both the shape capital assumes in the immediate production process and its shape in the process of circulation appear merely as particular movements. The configurations of capital, as developed in this volume, thus approach step by step the form in which they appear on the surface of society, we might say in the action of different capitals on one another, i.e., in competition, and in the everyday consciousness of the agents of production themselves. The first and second volumes, therefore, though the second rather less than the first, would be no more than a set of abstractions necessary for investigating the real, what American sociologists call operational concepts, econometric Ians call models, and Max Weber calls ideal types. 3. These abstractions, which we may understand as provisional schematizations of the real, only acquire their validity inasmuch as they make it possible to illuminate the concept, i.e., the real that they schematize. It goes without saying that an ideal type, model or operational concept is never directly manifested as such in the real, and that the movement of validation consists precisely in noting the differentials of the real in relation to the schema, which makes possible the construction of a second schema, or a fine-tuning of the first one. Applied to capital, this interpretation is confirmed by a certain number of facts. The law of value does not apply directly, there is a discrepancy between value, schema, abstract, and price, concrete, reality, and a discrepancy likewise between rate of surplus value, abstract, schema, and rate of profit, concrete, reality. Now, the place of schemas in capital is certainly volume 1, and that of discrepancies volume 3. Thus, volume 1 is indeed the place of the abstract, and volume 3 the book of the real, with capital as a whole being a movement of progressive approximation from the abstract towards the real. A conception of this kind presupposes an unacceptable empiricist theory of science, which in the present case would amount to introducing into capital an unintelligible caesura, tying a theoretical production to a reality in this way, in fact, is complete fantasy. To provide the theory of these discrepancies, it is not enough to note discrepancies between the reality whose theory is being produced and the initial theoretical results. 4. Theory follows a completely logical order, which is the order of construction of the laws of its object. The concepts of rate of surplus value and rate of profit are fundamentally of the same type, they are theoretical productions. And they can only be distinguished within this production on the basis of theoretical relations. It is necessary first of all to elaborate the category of surplus value in order to elaborate the category of profit, but the latter has a richer content, as it presupposes a relation with other concepts as well as that of surplus value. We can draw from this critique a lesson that is important despite being negative. The empiricist distinction abstract/real cannot teach us anything about the order of capital. And, if it is very crudely correct to say that more phenomena readily detectable in capitalist reality can be recognized in Volume 3 than in Volume 1, this is a matter of the results of the method, not of its structure. Besides, this statement is only very crudely correct. Taken as acquired knowledge, it would lead to neglecting the theory of working class struggles over the working day, a phenomenon readily detectable in historical reality, which can be found right at the start of Volume 1. And finally, it leads to the arbitrary editing of Le Capital by Maximilian Rubel, in the Pleiad collection, which relegates these texts to the end of this volume, thus reducing them to the minor theoretical role of concrete illustration, by reality, of abstract schemas. b. Second inadequate reading. In proceeding from Volume 1 to Volume 2, we move from the microeconomic to the macroeconomic, i.e., from abstract models of the really simple to abstract models of the really complex, this being the theory championed by Maurice Godelier in a very important article, Les structures de la méthode du capital de Karl Marx, Économie et politique, June 1960. 5. In this interpretation of the plan of capital, the previous opposition abstract/real ceases to be explanatory, since it is present in each of the volumes according to the following schema. Volume 1 Volume 2, Parts 1 and 2 Volume 2, Part 2 Volume 3. Reality the firm the set of firms. Theory model of the firm model of the whole. Inasmuch as this reading uses the notion of model with greater rigor than the previous one, it is still less adequate to its object. Any reading of capital risks being all the less adequate, according to its greater use of the empirical and totally inadequate concept of model. Its strange result, in fact, is that the theory no longer has an autonomous procedure of its own, but is presented as a succession of schemas whose order is imposed by reality itself. Very fortunately, reality lends itself to theory, since it is possible to discern in it a simple real, the firm, with which one can begin, and a complex real, the real set of firms, with which one must end up. Strictly speaking, to reject this conception of the plan of capital, it is enough, a. to compare it with the passage in the 1857 introduction in which Marx, in order to define his method, makes a complete distinction between the real process and the process of thought, Grundriss, pages 101-2, b. to bring to light its fundamental presupposition, i.e. the de facto existence, which cannot be accounted for, of a pre-established harmony between the reality and the theory. However, it is true that the text of Capital Volume 3 can justify this reading, on condition that the following elements are emphasized. In Volume 1 we investigated the phenomena exhibited by the process of capitalist production, taken by itself, i.e., the immediate production process, in which connection all secondary influences external to this process were left out of account. But this immediate production process does not exhaust the life cycle of capital. In the world as it actually is, it is supplemented by the process of circulation, and this formed our object of investigation in the second volume. Here we showed, particularly in Part 3, where we considered the circulation process as it mediates the process of social reproduction, that the capitalist production process, taken as a whole, is a unity of the production and circulation processes. It cannot be the purpose of the present, third volume simply to make general reflections on this unity. Our concern is rather to discover and present the concrete forms which grow out of the process of capital's movement considered as a whole. In their actual movement, capitals confront one another in certain concrete forms, and, in relation to these, both the shape capital assumes in the immediate production process and its shape in the process of circulation appear merely as particular movements. The configurations of capital, as developed in this volume, thus approach step by step the form in which they appear on the surface of society, we might say in the action of different capitals on one another, i.e., in competition, and in the everyday consciousness of the agents of production themselves. Godelier's reading is thus a possible one. We should add that, if we keep to the elements of the real process as successively used in capital, this receives an approximate confirmation from the process of thought. In fact, Volume 1 only takes its examples from the isolated firm, except for, and this is very important, the theory of wages and the theory of the Industrial Reserve Army, whereas Volume 3 brings in all capitalists, the stock exchange, banks, etc. Let us provisionally maintain the concept of example. It is clear that a theory selects its examples as a function of its own theoretical needs, which cannot be determined by the elements of the real process, playing the role of examples. And let us assume that we are dealing, by way of the example of Volume 1, with the isolated firm. What Godelier does not explain is 1. The theoretical reasons why this should be so, unless we suppose that the isolated firm is both, but by what chance? Both the really simple and the theoretically simple. Which leads us to 2. That Marx only uses those aspects of the isolated firm that he requires for the thought process at the level of Volume 1. 4. If the real movement of a concrete firm over a definite period had to be conceived, not only would it be necessary to draw on capital as a whole, but also to elaborate new concepts on the basis of those that capital provides. And if this explanation cannot be offered, there are two reasons for this, which we shall briefly explain. First of all, the object of Volume 1 is not the firm, and then, if one wants at any cost to preserve the notion of model in speaking of the relationship of thought to reality in capital, this would be in a sense close to that defined by mathematicians, not that used by econometricians. In other words, its sense has to be reversed. What Volume 1 deals with is in no way the firm, but a theoretically defined object, i.e., a fraction of the social capital that has acquired independence and been endowed with individual life, capital, Volume 2, p. 427. If, therefore, this fraction of the social capital has to acquire independence, this means that it is not equivalent to the real firm, which everyone knows is sufficiently independent not to need to wait for Marx to acquire this property. It is rather a question of theoretical endowment, or the result of a theoretical division of a theoretical object thus endowed with a theoretical independence. We shall seek to give a theoretical explanation of this operation. There remains the model. To speak of a model in relation to the firm is not to explain the structure of capital, it is rather to give a pedagogy, one possible pedagogy, of Volume 1. Here is why. Let us assume that the theory had been able to explain the fact that the object that it gives itself is indeed a fraction of the social capital that has acquired independence, i.e. that the definition and laws of this had been established. It would then be possible for a pedagogue to turn to the real process and speak more or less as follows. You know X. Please ignore his personal tastes and political leanings. You know that he has made a good deal of money. Please ignore his talent as a speculator, and assume for the hypothesis the absence of crises, price rises, in other words assume that all the other conditions, except for the one that I shall utter in a theoretical form, are equal. We consider X at the moment when, possessing a certain sum of money, he converts this into means of production. I could just as well have taken the example of Y or Z. Now, in these conditions, which the theory has just defined for you, and in these conditions alone, you can give yourselves an idea of what in reality corresponds to the object whose concept we are in the process of producing. Let us therefore leave X to his business affairs and return to our object, as it is this we are concerned with and not X. What therefore is a model? Either it is a schema of the real, and then it has no validity except in a pseudoscience, with no other concern than to make itself an approximate representation of the real, so as to be able to subject this to certain practical manipulations. For, anyone who says schema says dissection, anyone who says dissection says principle of dissection, and whoever says principle of dissection is either giving a theory of this, and essentially doing without schemas, or else is not doing theory and resting content with schemas, his real satisfactions being elsewhere. Such is the function of any practice of the model in ordinary econometrics. Either a model is the image of the theoretical object that can be sketched in reality by subjecting it to the preconditions of the theory, such as more or less. 6. The concept of the mathematicians. And if one wants at all costs to use this in speaking of capital, one would have to say, the individual firm is one possible model of the object whose theory is given in Volume 1. But on no account can one say, the object of Volume 1 is the model of the firm. We have therefore established, I believe. 1. What exactly are the examples at each of the stages of capital? They are models. They have a pedagogic purpose. 2. That it is only possible to understand the order of the stages on the basis of characteristics of examples. Capital is not a succession of models. Conclusion. The legacy of this problematic text consists in the misdirect ions about the structure of capital that it can allow. We shall examine below the exact extent to which this text is responsible for these misdirect ions on the part of its readers. What we do know right away, despite this, is that the order of capital is in every respect a theoretical order. There is not a progress from the abstract to the real, nor from the simple real to the complex real, that the schema/reality relation does not explain either the order of capital or of each of its stages, that if the order is in every respect theoretical, it can only be a function of the formal concept of its object, that since the object of capital is a definite mode of production, the order of capital must essentially be a function of the formal concept of mode of production. Which is why, provisionally abandoning the difficult text that we have been commenting on against its grain, we shall now turn to a section of the 1857 introduction, Grundriss, pages 99 to 100, whose purpose is precisely to define the formal concept of mode of production. 2. Let us now consider the text of the 1857 introduction, Grundriss, pages 99 to 100. Chapter 1. Marx's own presentation of capital. As is well known, Marx's 1857 introduction is a text in which he anticipates the results of capital, but which he decided against publishing, perhaps for fear that his anticipations would be taken for results, and held to be fully elaborated and demonstrated. In other words, this text must be read with precaution, but also, inasmuch as it anticipates the object of capital, it allows us to anticipate the structure of this, which is the very objective of the presentation of a plan. Here is the text that interests us. The conclusion we reach is not that production, distribution, exchange, and consumption are identical, but that they all form the members of a totality, distinctions within a unity. Production predominates not only over itself, in the antithetical definition of production, but over the other movements as well. The process always returns to production to begin anew. That exchange and consumption cannot be predominant is self-evident. Likewise, distribution as distribution of products, while as distribution of the agents of production it is itself a moment of production. A definite production thus determines a definite consumption, distribution, and exchange as well as definite relations between these different moments. Admittedly, however, in its one-sided form, production is itself determined by the other moments. For example, if the market, i.e., the sphere of exchange, expands, then production grows in quantity and the divisions between its different branches become deeper. Mutual interaction takes place between the different moments. This is the case with every organic whole. For our purpose here, this text requires the following remarks. 1. It establishes that every mode of production, a reasoned abstraction or formal concept of the object of political economy, is a complex structure of distinct elements in which one is dominant, on the concept of a complex structure in dominance, cf. Louis Althusser, on the materialist dialectic, for Marx. The dominant here is production. According to the passage cited here, this dominant has two modalities. On the one hand, the mode of production is the actual unity of all the distinct elements, being defined here in a broad sense as the entirety of economic practice. On the other hand, the production process in the restricted sense, i.e., as process of transformation of what is either given by nature or already worked into a finished product responding to a definite social need, is, within this unity, the determining element. In the last instance. 2. If this is indeed the formal concept of every mode of production, the study of a definite mode of production must therefore begin with the study of the determinant system, mode of production as production process in the restricted sense, or what Marx calls in Capital Volume 3 the immediate process, as commented on above, and can only be completed with the theory of the unity of the determinant and the determined, i.e., the theory of the mode of production in the broad sense, or, to be more precise, in its full sense. 3. The beginning and the end as determined in this way follow the following schema. The stages are as follows. It is necessary to escape from the theory of determined elements of the structure, into what is specific about them in relation to the process of immediate production, and inasmuch as they exert on this a reciprocal determination. We have to note that this methodological schema fits capital, almost, perfectly. Beginning, theory of the capitalist mode of production in the restricted sense, or theory of the immediate process of capitalist production, Volume 1. End, Theory of the unity of the different elements of the structure, or Theory of the Capitalist Mode of Production in the Full Sense, Volume 3. The intermediate stages are reduced here to a single one, study of circulation in its specificity, then in its unity with the process of production in the restricted sense. That is the object of Volume 2. This lack of fit is clearly a problem, to which we shall return. 4. But if this is an important problem, it should not hide from us another one. If a correspondence is possible between the order of capital and the concept of mode of production as defined in the 1857 introduction, this is simply because that formal concept is an anticipation of the results of the scientific study in capital of a definite mode of production. The text of the 1857 introduction, therefore, has only a pedagogic priority over the structure of capital. If it makes it possible to get an overall view of this structure that is not completely mistaken, it is not sufficient to found this or present it completely. 5. The text of the 1857 introduction does not provide a foundation for the organization of capital. The text that we have commented on begins with the words, "The conclusion we reach," it is presented, in other words, as the result of a theoretical work. This theoretical work is of a quite particular kind, a long line of argument. Marx started, in fact, from a result of classical political economy, which he subjected to a tight critique: production equals nature, distribution equals society, exchange, consumption equals individuality. Contrary to this contention, Marx establishes that the distinctions between these categories are all located within a single ensemble, the social, which is a rather vague concept. And he shows at the same time that their differentiation is possible only within a single field. Finally, he establishes the dominance of this unity over the two categories previously defined. The reasoning is therefore a critical examination of a thesis whose rectification is conducted by appealing to a wide knowledge of economic problems on the part of the reader. The theoretical effort, of which the text cited is the result, is thus constructed not according to a scientific order, but according to the laws of traditional rhetoric. The self-evident, in that exchange and consumption cannot be predominant, is self-evident. Likewise, distribution as distribution of products, indeed proves that Marx's true reasons, and thus the real theoretical effort, lie elsewhere, quite precisely, in capital. Thus one very important aspect of capital must consist in the scientific validation of its own organization, which is only justified here in the mode of learned rhetorical discussion. 6. The text of the 1857 introduction does not allow the organization of capital to be completely presented. If the form of exposition is not entirely rigorous, or has only a limited rigor, it necessarily follows that its result, the definition of the formal concept of mode of production, can be only approximate. Hence the recourse to metaphor. This is the case with every organic whole, which certainly indicates the result to which capital is supposed to lead, but does not make it possible to know this. Conclusion. This text, as presented, and with the limits necessarily imposed on a pedagogic introduction, is more suited to dissolving major errors than to the establishment of truths, and gives us the following warnings. 1. The organization of capital is not that of a procedure going from the particular to the global, or from the abstract to the real, but one that goes from determinant to determined, through to the full system of determination. 2. The organization of capital cannot be entirely linear. The metaphor of the circle and the examples that validate it are sufficient to show that, in order to produce the theory of the determinant in a system of reciprocal determinations, this minimum in the way of a theory of determined elements is necessary so as to permit either a provisional understanding of these, or to cancel their efficacy. 3. That the two above warnings can only gain a rigorous meaning in capital itself. Chapter 2. The articulations of capital. We thus have to turn to capital itself. The point is clearly not to produce a summary, if only to show that such a summary can conform to the order defined by the text of the 1857 introduction. In other words, we assume that the theoretical content of capital is already known, and that as far as this content is concerned, we are completely dependent on all the explanations elaborated in the present work. We simply propose to mark clearly the major breaks in capital, to explain the logical linkage that these imply, in brief, to determine the theoretical function of the parts in the structure of capital. We have chosen not to let ourselves be blinded by the overly clear articulation of capital into 3 books or volumes, and these in turn into parts, since our intention is not to rehearse this but to explain it. Let us define, without justifying them, 3 major articulations that we shall call for convenience of exposition, and in order of logical importance, articulation I, articulation 2 and articulation 3. 7. We may say right away, in order to justify our order of exposition, that if articulation I and articulation 3 present few problems, if, in other words, it is easy to elucidate the theoretical function of the elements that they partition, the same is not the case with articulation 2. In fact, not only is its theoretical significance rather unclear, but also, the exact position of the place of the break that enables us to establish it is open to debate. Articulation I is the ensemble of 2 theoretical elements, parts 1 and 2 of volume 1, on the one hand, the rest of capital, on the other, determined by a break that runs between parts 2 and 3 of volume 1. Articulation 2 is the ensemble of 2 theoretical elements, volumes 1 and 2 on the one hand, volume 3 on the other, determined by a break that runs between volume 2 and volume 3. We shall modify the exact place of this break further on. Articulation 3 is the ensemble of 2 theoretical elements, volume 1 on the one hand, volume 2 on the other, determined by a break situated between volume 1 and volume 2. A. The study of articulation I. It is necessary, in fact, to isolate parts 1 and 2 of capital volume 1 completely, inasmuch as they fulfill a determining function for the thought process that occupies the entire work. It is these 2 parts that see the theoretical transformation accomplished to which Marx subjects the ordinary discourse about capitalism, or bourgeois society, industrial society, our society, as you will, as well as the discourses of ordinary economists, transforming this ideological discourse into a scientific problem. This presupposes, as Louis Althusser has established, in For Marx, the formulation of the problem, the definition of the side of the problem, the determination of the structure of its positing, i.e., of the concepts required by its formulation. We do not mean that the thought process of capital as a whole is completely formulated here, situated and structured in a virtual mode, rather that the transformation of generalities I about our society by generalities 2, which is conducted in these first 2 parts, irreversibly determines the process of production of generalities 3. 8. Let us rapidly demonstrate this. In the first 2 parts, Marx follows a logical procedure of the same structure, which include the following steps. First stage, Marx starts from a nominal definition, capitalist society as an immense collection of commodities, p. 125, and of surplus value as m equals m plus delta m, p. 251, a definition which is self-evident and whose constituent elements are borrowed from the sphere of circulation. Second stage, Marx subjects this nominal definition to the test of analysis and formulation, at the same level as that at which they were stated, i.e., in the sphere of circulation. The result of this test is the noting of a contradiction, not in the sense in which we speak of primary and secondary contradictions, as properties of the object whose theory is produced, but in the sense that the formulation, at the level at which it is defined, can only state about its object relations that are unintelligible and impossible to coordinate. In other words, inasmuch as these relations cannot remain unintelligible and impossible to coordinate, the self-evident is transformed into a problem. Third stage, we shall define this in a moment. Fourth stage, so as to make the contradictory relations he has already formulated intelligible, and coordinate them, Marx establishes the necessity of shifting the side of the problem, The two concepts of average social labor and of labor power as a commodity that produces value by its consumption have no other theoretical function than to demonstrate the necessity of this shift. In fact, if they indicate the side of the solution, they cannot at this level be the solution, since, in the theoretical form in which they are introduced, they can only be very problematic. This shift can be stated as follows: in order to posit scientifically the problem formulated at the level of the circulation sphere, it has to be posited within the sphere in which the concept of average social labor and the concept of labor power can be completely elaborated, i.e., the sphere of production. In order to resolve the problem, therefore, the full concept of this sphere has first to be elaborated. So as to be able to proceed quite rigorously from the second to the fourth stage, it was necessary to produce the theory of the conditions of possibility of the formulation as such, i.e., of money, in such a way that it could not be held responsible for the contradictions whose formulation it makes possible, and thus for the place of their solution, and in such a way, also, that it is itself subject to the contradictions whose statement it permits. The theory of money thus appears as the decisive stage in this theoretical shifting of the problem, the fundamental theoretical operation of the first two parts, since it demonstrates that not only the objects subject to circulation, but also the formal condition of the circulation sphere and thus the entirety of laws governing this sphere, are subject to conditions of possibility whose theory it is impossible to produce at the level of circulation itself. It is now possible to explain the theoretical foundation of articulation i.e., to define the exact measure, extent and limits, within which the first two parts of capital possess a determining function, relative to the thought process as a whole. This thought process is determined by the first two parts because these give to its object its first scientific form, or again, give its object in its first scientific form, by the transformation they accomplish of empirical facts into a problem possessing a rigorous formulation and a definite place. Moreover, this process of transformation is conducted in such conditions that it determines an initial structure of the solution procedure. It establishes between two spheres, in fact, the necessity of a connection as well as a relation of determination. By so doing, the thought process receives an initial theoretical objective, thinking the connection, as well as a general indication concerning its procedure, producing first the theory of the determinant, then the theory of the determined. What is founded in this way is the general structure of articulation 3. It results from this study, however, that the determinant function of parts 1 and 2, relative to the thought process as a whole, is strictly limited. In fact, articulation 3, of which these first two parts define the general structure, is a minor theoretical articulation. The articulation that Marx recognizes as fundamental in all the texts we have commented is articulation 2. Yet this articulation is not defined at all by parts 1 and 2, we seek in vain, in these two parts, for the problematics of the simple and the complex, the individual and the global, the abstract and the real, by way of which Marx and his commentators have sought to found articulation 2. This means that, if these first two parts determine the thought process of capital as a whole, this determination is problematic, since it does not directly determine either the whole content of the process, nor even its overall structure. In other words, if the first two parts do play a key role in relation to the whole of capital, this is not because they contain in embryo, in a virtual mode, its full problematic. It is only in the course of resolving the problem, which receives its general structure, articulation 3, in the two first parts, that the problematic of articulation 2 could be produced. We can therefore define the exact limits within which the first two parts are decisive for capital as a whole. This decisive role is indirectly decisive, or is decisive only in the last instance, if the problematic of articulation 2 depends on the problem posed in parts 1 and 2, inasmuch as the formulation, its place and its structure are determined by, or have as their theoretical condition of possibility, the solution of the problem that receives its formulation in parts 1 and 2, it is in no way the development of this. Nothing can more clearly distinguish the organization of capital from the Hegelian order, of which the preface to the Phenomenology of Spirit gives the best definition, but the goal is as necessarily fixed for knowledge as the serial progression. It is the point where knowledge no longer needs to go beyond itself, where knowledge finds itself, where notion corresponds to object and object to notion, para 80. This definition in turn implies that no knowledge would be possible if the end were not already contained in the initial non-knowledge, and from the first recognition of this non-knowledge, if it was not and did not want to be in itself and for itself near us from the start, ibid. And so, while sense certainty determines not only the whole of the phenomenology of spirit, but above all the configuration of this totality, i.e., the order of figures in this configuration, parts 1 and 2 of capital, while they do determine the whole thought process, do not determine its totality or complete structure. This is because determination does not have the same meaning for Hegel and Marx. With Hegel, it is origin that is primary, with Marx, it is beginning. And while origin determines by prefiguring, a decisive beginning can only determine an initial configuration, on which all others depend, inasmuch as these are united to the former by a theoretical connection, partially decided by this, but without dependence ever being able to signify repetition, thus without our having the right to ignore that any new configuration is indeed a new one. b. The study of articulation 3. The relative theoretical function of the two parts partitioned by the break of articulation 3 can be stated as a relation of complementarity. This is how Marx presents it in Part 1 of Volume 3, which we already commented at the start. In Volume 1 we investigated the phenomena exhibited by the process of capitalist production, taken by itself, i.e. the immediate production process. It is supplemented by the process of circulation, and this formed our object of investigation in the second volume. In order for a relation of complementarity to be possible, it is necessary for the two theoretical elements to have as their objective the solution of one and the same problem concerning the same theoretical object. This is precisely the case. The sole problem, whose solution is not complete until the end of the first two volumes, is the problem posed in parts 1 and 2 of Volume 1, i.e., the correlative questions of value and surplus value. The theoretical object whose laws Volumes 1 and 2 construct, so as to completely resolve this problem, is that of a fraction of the total social capital that has acquired independence, Volume 2, p. 427, i.e., any object that can be given a nominal formulation as given on p. 255 of Volume 1, any object whose movement is inscribed in the sphere of circulation, defined by the law of general equivalence of exchanges, such as m equals m plus delta m, is a fraction of the social capital that has acquired independence and been endowed with individual life. In formal terms, the concept of fraction is a consequence of the definition, according to the logical laws of the formulation, whose place is the sphere of circulation. The social capital is nothing other and nothing more than the sum of its fractions. The social capital considered as a whole has no assignable meaning at this theoretical level. The concept of an acquired individual life only signals, again at this theoretical level, the difference between the theoretical object and any concrete model that might be drawn from it, the least observation on a real individual capital being sufficient to prove that the real autonomy of the latter is completely relative. 9. The complementarity between the two theoretical elements partitioned by articulation 3 thus has a theoretical foundation, since volumes 1 and 2 produce all the laws of one and the same object as the solution to the problem of parts 1 and 2 of volume 1. The only problem that this concept of complementarity does not resolve is that of the theoretical status of part 3 of volume 2, the theoretical object whose laws this part produces, by introducing new concepts and a new problematic, is a new object. Since the concept of complementarity has proved sufficiently rigorous to define the unity of what it is that partitions articulation 3, we shall provisionally abstract from part 3 of volume 2, which would compromise this unity and its concept. If the unity of what divides articulation 3 must be thought as a relation of complementarity, this does not mean that the two theoretical elements here are placed on the same level. The order of exposition, as transition from volume 1 to volume 2, assumes a theoretical hierarchy between the two elements. This can be stated as follows. None of the theoretical laws elaborated in Volume 2 could be established and demonstrated without the entirety of laws elaborated in Volume 1. This is not a real reciprocity, despite certain appearances to which we shall return. The full demonstration of this point can only be given by study of the production of the laws of the object in Volume 1. At this point, we can give the following double proof of this. On the one hand, it has been established in the first two parts that only production could account for the general law of circulation and the particular law of the circulation of capital. On the other hand, if all the new laws of the object produced by Volume 2 are considered, laws that can all be reduced to 3 cycles imposed by circulation on production itself, it can readily be verified that all the concepts that serve to formulate these laws have been defined without exception, including the concept of cycle itself, in Volume 1. This amounts to saying that the laws of production determine the laws of circulation. And that is not all. As Marx demonstrates in chapters 4 and 5 of Volume 2, the complementarity between the laws of production and the laws of circulation is determined by the laws of production. 10. It would be possible from this standpoint to conveniently resolve the problem of Part 3 of this volume by establishing that the process of reproduction of the social capital, taken as a whole, determines the unity of the production process and the process of circulation. Does Marx not generalize the demonstration established in chapters 4 and 5 of the first part of Volume 2? Yet this is not an adequate solution. In Part 3 of Volume 2, in fact, it is no longer a matter of 3 cycles and the unity of these 3 cycles. Marx thus considers this problem to have been resolved, as it indeed is, by the laws of the process of production. The theory of the complementarity of the laws produced by Volume 1 and Volume 2 is already completely formulated. Besides, in Part 3, the object and the problems change. In whatever sense one may take this term, the relation between Part 3 and the rest of Volume 2 is not one of repetition. Articulation 3, therefore, defines an order of unambiguous determination between 2 complementary theoretical elements. However, the new laws produced by Volume 2 are not simply added to the previous laws, they modify them. The general modality of this modification, of which Part 2 of Volume 2, the turnover of capital, draws the most important consequences, may be conceived as the substitution of a structural time with complex periodicity for one of simple periodicity. It would then be contradictory to maintain between 2 sets of laws both a relationship of unambiguous determination and a series of reciprocal modification, even localized. It is true that the good dialectical, Hegelian, conscience of our human sciences would easily extract itself from this false step, by imputing the logical contradiction to the contradictions of the object, transforming a logical confusion into dialectical method, where the dialectic receives the definition of a confused discourse about confusion, the assertion of the reciprocal determination of everything by everything. 11. However, the modifications of determinant laws by determined laws have a completely different rigor for Marx. If the determinant laws can be determined by the laws that they determine, this is because the relations that they establish have defined limits of validity, and define the limits within which they can be determined. The modifications of determinant laws by determined laws, no matter how important they may be in constructing a concrete model, are all effected within these limits. The necessity of constantly preserving money capital, instead of converting it totally into means of production, imposes a new determination on the law of expanded reproduction, within limits that the law itself has fixed. It in no way transforms the law itself. Thus the text of the 1857 introduction, a definite production thus determines a definite consumption, distribution, and exchange, as well as definite relations between these different moments, bestimmt Verhältnisse dieser verschiedenen Moment zueinander. Admittedly, however, in its one-sided form, production is itself determined by the other moments. Receives in capital its rigorous demonstration and formulation. The theoretical foundation of articulation 3 being thus defined, and the relative function of the theoretical elements that this articulation partitions being fixed, We can now proceed to study the articulations of the determining theoretical elements, i.e., of Volume 1. C. The study of the articulations of Volume 1. Volume 1 elaborates the determining laws of the fraction of social capital that has been endowed with individual life, by situating it in a sphere, that of production. Despite the immediate concrete meaning of this concept, and despite the immediate concrete meaning of the opposition between circulation and production, Marx produces the scientific concept of this, adequate not only for the theoretical study of a mode of production that he undertakes here, but that of any mode of production. The fundamental concept necessary for defining scientifically the theoretical field of the study is the concept of labor process, whose essential elements are defined at the start of the study, Volume 1, Part 3, Chapter 8, but many other elements are only introduced when they are necessary for establishing the laws of the specific object of Volume 1, which does not prevent them from being logically of the same type. These are the generalities of Volume 1. As Etienne Balibar has devoted a major essay in the present book to the definition of concepts of this type, I shall assume that their meaning is already familiar. If we leave aside Part 8 of Volume 1, on so-called primitive accumulation, which poses particular problems, we can distinguish in Volume 1 two sub-articulations, which we shall call subarticulation A and subarticulation B, and which partition the text as follows. Subarticulation A, by its break, distinguishes between the ensemble constituted by parts 3 to 6, on the one hand, and that constituted by part 7 on the other. Subarticulation B, by its break, distinguishes part 3 from the ensemble constituted by parts 4, 5, and 6. These elements already bear a title in capital, so that we can write, subarticulation A, production of surplus value / accumulation of capital, subarticulation B, production of absolute surplus value / production of relative surplus value. As we see, Marx's names are chosen as a function of the theoretical results elaborated, since the concepts that serve as names only have a meaning as categories of the capitalist mode of production. Thus they cannot explain the mode of elaboration of these results. Since what we have to deal with here is this elaboration, we shall name the theoretical elements partitioned by the two sub-articulations on the basis of the concept that defines the theoretical field of Volume 1 as a whole, i.e., the labor process in general. We then obtain the following headings: Subarticulation A, study of the capitalist labor process / study of the reproduction of the conditions of this process. Subarticulation B, study of the capitalist relations of production / study of the capitalist organization of the productive forces. These simple descriptions, which we shall explain, are sufficient to show that what Engels writes in the 1885 preface to Volume 2, i.e. that the novelty of capital, its scientific character, does not consist in some new assertions about capitalist society, but essentially in the scientific process of their production. Subarticulation A partitions the study of the capitalist production process, i.e., the production of the fundamental laws of each fraction of the social capital endowed with individual life, according to a theoretical necessity that holds for any mode of production. Every mode of production must reproduce its own preconditions. This means that the production process must reproduce not only its elements, object, means, worker, but also the double combination of its elements that defines it as a specific relation of production and a specific system of productive forces. As a consequence, subarticulation A defines a relation of unambiguous determination between its theoretical elements, such that the complete elaboration of the laws of its reproduction presupposes the complete elaboration of the structures of the production process, without there being true reciprocity, and a relation of complementarity, such that the theory of the capitalist labor process can only be the whole of the laws governing production and reproduction. The theoretical complement of the laws of reproduction in relation to the laws of production consists in the elaboration of the specific structural time of the capitalist labor process. In fact, in elaborating the laws of production, time, as quantitative time of the working day and as quantitative measurement of labor, is conceived only as an element of the structure. In the laws of reproduction, it appears as one of the laws of the structure itself. The concept of this time is determined by the following characteristics. It is simultaneously a time with simple periodicity, such that the order of repetition and succession of its phases obeys a single principle, and an irreversible time, such that the order of its phases cannot be reversed without becoming unintelligible. Both simple accumulation and accumulation on an expanded scale are subject to the first precondition, but only expanded accumulation, characteristic of the capitalist labor process, is subject to two preconditions. This time is not added by Marx as a new parameter, to use the language of models, or a new dimension, to use the language of fashion. Its concept is produced on the basis of the laws of the structure, to be precise, on the basis of the relation between surplus value and capital, on the one hand, and of the specific organization of the production forces, on the other. Once this concept is produced, it modifies the relations previously established by subjecting them to new preconditions, and particularly making possible the elaboration of a fundamental tendential law, the law of the transformation of the organic composition of capital, law of the decline in variable capital in relation to constant capital. The theoretical foundations of subarticulation A are thus fully explained. We need, however, to dispel an ambiguity that risks arising on account of the closeness between our formulation and a formulation of the synchrony/diachrony kind, whose general lack of pertinence in the exposition of Marx's concepts has been shown by Althusser. 12. It is easy to verify this lack of pertinence in the particular case, on the one hand, whereas the synchrony/diachrony pair implies, in its ordinary use, a distinction between structure and temporality, synchrony being sufficient to define the structure, and diachrony only responsible for what becomes of the structure when immersed in time. It is clear from what we have just shown that the non-temporal structural laws and the temporal structural laws are equally and on the same basis laws of the structure, which is the object of Volume 1, and that consequently, as elements of the theory of the complexity of a complex totality, they are for the same reason synchronic. 13. On the other hand, and correlatively, the synchrony/diachrony opposition presupposes a simple and empty time that offers itself to whatever seeks to immerse its structures in it, to see what happens to them, without requiring any other elaboration than the drawing of a line on a sheet of paper. This is in no way the case in Volume 1, and for good reason. From the moment that a temporal law is conceived as structural, it is necessary to produce the concept of its time, and to define the structure of the time on this basis. Study of subarticulation B. This subarticulation is one of the most evident in Capital, since it depends on two well-known concepts of Marxism, relations of production/productive forces. The theoretical object of Volume 1, in fact, has to be subjected to this distinction, by posing the following problem: what combinations have to be effected between the elements of any labor process for it to be both the production of a defined object responding to a definite human need and a process of valorization of capital? In the two parts determined by subarticulation B, the elements of the combination are the same, i.e., object of labor, means of labor, direct worker and non-worker. Between the two sides, it is the relations by which the combination is effected that change. In the first part, the fundamental relation is that of property, while in the second it is that of possession. It is not hard to foresee that there is a relation of complementarity between the first and second parts of subarticulation B. We also know that this relation between productive forces and relations of production, despite being reciprocal, presupposes a principal determination, the productive forces. Now, at this point this relation only muddies things. What Marx begins his exposition with are the relations of production. It is certainly possible to say that if the full cause is equal to the complete effect, then it is appropriate to note first of all the complete effect, in order then to investigate its cause, the ratio conoscendi following the reverse order to the ratio essendi, as is frequently the case. But this relation would not illuminate in any way the complementarity of the laws partitioned according to subarticulation B, since the object of Volume 1 and the object that the famous texts on the relations between productive forces and relations of production discuss are not the same. These famous texts, despite being vague or general or pedagogic, assert laws of evolution of economic history that turn out, when these famous texts are more precise, to be simply a contribution to the scientific study of laws of coexistence between different modes of production, and of transition from one mode of production to another. 14. The relation that exists between productive forces and relations of production is one thing when it is a question of stating the laws of transition from one mode of production to another, an autonomous theoretical domain of Marxist theory. The relation that exists between relations of production and productive forces, when it is a question of establishing the laws of a specific mode of production as a particular labor process, i.e., essentially the definition of this mode of production, which is the object of Volume 1, is something else, another autonomous domain of theory, and theoretically prior. The relation that links productive forces and relations of production within the theoretical domain of the famous texts, and that which links them within the theoretical domain of Volume 1, may very well have no connection. We must therefore take account of this possibility, i.e., forget the famous texts, in order to think the connection between the two theoretical elements determined by subarticulation B. To rigorously define the complementarity between the stated laws of the capitalist labor process as a particular relation of production, on the one hand, and as a particular system of organization of the productive forces, on the other, we shall study the linkage between the two parts. The first part simply states the scientific definition of the capitalist production process and the laws that result from this definition. For any labor process, whatever it may be from the standpoint of any other relations, in particular the organization of the productive forces, to be defined as capitalist, i.e., producing surplus value, it is necessary and sufficient that 1. The synthesis of elements is effected there by purchase and sale, thus, the property relation is determinant. 2. The operator of the synthesis is the non-worker. 3. The non-worker buys from the direct worker, at its value, not his labor but his labor power. This set of conditions defines capitalist relations of production, as a relationship between capital and wage labor, and it makes it possible to conceive surplus value on the basis of its formative elements, to differentiate two functional elements within capital, and to establish the limits of the relation that connects surplus value and working day. This being established, what is the problem, unresolved at this level, that necessitates the examination of a new combination between the same elements? This is not a problem of historical order, it is not a question of investigating, even summarily, the origin of the elements combined here, and so it is not a matter of establishing a causal sequence in which machines would play the role of causes. The unresolved problem is of the same type as that which has just been resolved, defining the capitalist production process on the basis of the structures that make it conceivable. The problem is as follows: how is it possible to define, between the non-worker and the direct worker, a relation that is both one of exploitation, surplus labor as surplus value, and of freedom, purchase and sale of labor power? The object of the second part of subarticulation B is to resolve this problem, by showing how a different combination of the same elements is necessary in order to define the capitalist production process. This new combination concerns the technical division of labor, or a certain organization of the productive forces. The fundamental category is that of possession, which connotes separation. 15. It allows the following solution to be elaborated. Capitalist production relations presuppose a technical organization in which the direct laborer is no longer the possessor of the means of production, and is therefore separated from them. It is a labor process in which the subject of production is not the isolated producer but the collective worker, and in which the technologically regulatory element is no longer the direct worker but the ensemble of means of labor. As a result of this, the problem of freedom and exploitation is resolved. From the moment that the productive forces of a society are organized according to this structure, the worker can only usefully spend his labor power if he sells this, since it can only be useful on the double condition of being associated with other forces, and of being exercised in the particular conditions of the process, the means of labor. Only the capitalist can effect the synthesis, as owner of the conditions of labor, Object and means of labor. 16. We are now in a position to determine the relative function of the two theoretical elements partitioned by subarticulation B. Their object is the same, to define an immediate production process as capitalist. Their result is as follows: it is the unity of the laws concerning the relations of production and the productive forces that allows an immediate labor process to be defined as a capitalist mode of production. It is on the basis of the theoretical function of definition, and of this function alone, that it is possible to conceive simultaneously the unity of the two ensembles of law and the anteriority of one ensemble over the other. The unity of the two ensembles is such that the first set is not completely intelligible without the second, as we have shown. This complementarity can be stated as follows: the capitalist mode of production, as immediate labor process, is the complex structural unity resulting from the unity of two sets of structural laws. It is the relative importance of the unity of the two sets in the theoretical elaboration that determines the priority of one set in relation to the other. In other words, the capitalist mode of production is only definable as the unity of the laws concerning relations of production and productive forces, a unity that can only be defined, in its specific form, on the basis of laws concerning the relations of production. This can be summed up in the following schema. We thus establish at the same time, and without contradiction, a relation of complementarity and an order of unambiguous determination between the two parts of subarticulation B. This can readily be shown by the whole passage in Part 4, in which Marx explains that the forms of technical division characteristic of the labor process under examination are determined by their situation in a structure determined by the relations of production, and whose general theoretical significance is perfectly defined in the text of Volume 3, Chapter 23, insofar as the work of the capitalist does not arise from the production process simply as a capitalist process, i.e., does not come to an end with capital itself, insofar as it is not confined to the function of exploiting the labor of others, insofar therefore as it arises from the form of labor as social labor, from the combination and cooperation of many to a common result. It is just as independent of capital as is this form, itself, once it has burst its capitalist shell. To say that this labor, as capitalist labor, is necessarily the function of the capitalist means nothing more than that the vulgus cannot conceive that forms developed in the womb of the capitalist mode of production may be separated and liberated from their antithetical capitalist character, p. 511. This means that, in order for this to be conceived, the forms developed in the womb of the capitalist mode of production, as unity of relations of production and a socialized organization of the productive forces, have to be defined on the basis of what it is in the capitalist system that gives them their antithetical character, i.e., the relations of production. There would be no better way to define the theoretical function of subarticulation B. The problem of Part 8, so-called primitive accumulation. It may seem surprising that we have not taken any account, in this study of the articulations of Volume 1, of one of the most famous texts, so-called primitive accumulation. This is not because we ignore its importance, rather that the importance of this text pertains to a different theoretical level. The definition of the capitalist mode of production, in fact, i.e., the set of laws governing it as immediate production process, would already be completely accomplished without this text. This is what is presupposed, moreover, by Part 7, inasmuch as its autonomous function consists in transforming the results of Volume 1 into a scientific problem for another sector of the theory. In fact, by establishing, on the basis of the results of Volume 1, not the history but the genealogy of the main elements of the structure, it proposes a well-formulated problem for the theory of transition from one mode of production to another, in particular from the feudal mode of production to the capitalist one. And it should be clearly emphasized that this well-formulated problem does not take the place of this theory. Indeed, to take so-called primitive accumulation as the theory of the transition to capitalism would amount to conceiving it along the following lines: an autonomous development of the elements followed by their union into a structure. To use one of Pierre Villar's 17 methodological distinctions, So-called primitive accumulation limits itself to presenting the main signs of the phenomenon whose laws the theory of the transition from one mode of production to another is to elaborate, on the basis of the determinism. Since the object of capital is not to elaborate this theory, despite laying certain foundations for it, we can understand why this part of Volume 1 can be put in brackets when it is a matter of establishing and explaining the logical articulations of capital. D. The study of articulation 2. The study that we still have to undertake, that of articulation 2. 18. Is by far the most delicate, as was shown by the text in Volume 3 that basically bears on it. We shall try now to bring to the problems it poses a solution that can make no other claim than to propose elements for discussion on a difficult point. 1. New examination of the difficulties raised by articulation 2 in the light of the previous results, we can more clearly formulate the problems posed by articulation 2, i.e., pose them not just by way of a text bearing on them, as we did in explaining the passage in Volume 3, but on the basis of what we already know about the organization of capital. The first order of difficulties bears on the unfinished character of Volume 3, an essential theoretical element of articulation 2. These difficulties seem to us minor, they would only be major, or even insoluble, if the incomplete character of Volume 3 compromised its coherence. But that is not the case. Volume 3 is highly structured, with two clearly distinct parts, the first of these elaborating the laws of the rate of profit, parts 1 to 3, and the second elaborating the laws of the distribution of profit, parts 4 to 7. Now, there is no structure without a principle of organization, either implicit or explicit. It follows from this that if we wanted to know how and why Volume 3 was left unfinished, which is not our object here, it would be no help to imagine the continuation of it, as long as the principle of organization of Volume 3 has not been defined, which is our object. So, provided that this principle is made clear, we will have defined what makes Volume 3 a finished text even though unfinished, and to define its theoretical functioning in articulation 2. It is clearly the principle that poses major problems. This principle is not explicit in the passages where Marx seeks to present it, either because, as in Volume 3, his presentation lends itself to ambiguities, or because, as in the 1857 introduction, it cannot be clarified theoretically. One thing however is certain: on the one hand, this principle exists, and on the other hand, it can only be stated in specifically Marxian terms. Before attempting this presentation, we shall reconsider, in the light of the results obtained by studying the earlier volumes, the difficulties proposed by these two texts. The passage of Volume 3 already examined can lend itself to a reading that we have not yet envisaged, because it has not captured the attention of commentators despite having actually guided their reading, i.e. that articulation 2 leads us from study of the real structure to study of the appearances of the structure, on the Hegelian model of in itself/for itself. This reading can draw on the following terms. In Volume 1 we investigated the phenomena exhibited by the process of capitalist production, taken by itself für sich genommen, i.e., the immediate production process. The configurations of capital, as developed in this volume, thus approach step by step the form in which they appear on the surface of society, p. 117. We showed in fact, how Volumes 1 and 2 constitute a concrete of thought sufficient in itself, and defining the fundamental structures of the capitalist mode of production. Now, Volume 3 contains a large number of fundamental passages tending to explain the illusions that the agents of production harbor about the structure itself, as a function of their place in the structure. The set of objective laws of Volume 3 has no other function than to establish the places in the structure of the illusioned illusionists, so as to determine the truth or otherwise of their illusions. 19. If, however, this reading is inadequate, because it does not account for the fact that the laws of the tendential fall in the rate of profit or of the division of profit are manifestly laws of the structure, new ones, then the possibility of this has to be explained, that is, to determine how the problematic of articulation 2 is bound up with the illusions of the ordinary agents of production themselves. determining exactly the new character of the laws of volume 3, and the object whose laws these are, is the second problem that has to be resolved in order to display the organizing principle of volume 3. Certainly, the 1857 introduction can give us an idea of this new object. By moving from volumes 1 and 2 to volume 3, we move from the study of the elements of a complex structure, as they reciprocally determine one another, to the laws of the structure itself, as a complete system of determinations. As a consequence of this, whereas the theory in volumes 1 and 2 can be limited to stating the laws of a fraction of the social capital endowed with individual life, it must now establish the laws of the social capital considered as a whole. Volume 3 will establish new laws, since, as everyone knows, the whole is other than and more than the sum of its parts. Since Durkheim, this knowledge is known as Gestalt theory, the mode in which every human science envisages its object. This does not mean that the anticipations of the 1857 introduction are necessarily a prejudgment, it simply means that its terms are far too vague for defining its terms. It may well be a question of the whole, but what kind of whole? It would be very risky not to elucidate the question of the specificity of this whole, and fall back into the error of microeconomics and macroeconomics that would render one of the fundamental laws established by Volume 3 unintelligible, the law of the tendential fall in the rate of profit, which implies first of all a relation of the whole to the part that is of the order of a sum. Thus, let SC be the social capital, with V/C its organic composition, and let FC1, FC2, FC3, FCN be its fractions endowed with individual life, with the respective organic compositions. It is clear that, since SC equals FC1 plus FC2 plus FC3 plus FCN, then, consequently, if we can state for each fraction of the social capital a tendential law concerning the relation, this will be true by the same token, by simple addition, of the social capital as a whole. Now, this is one of the elements in the elaboration of the law of the rate of profit. As we see, the connection between volumes 1 and 2 on the one hand, and volume 3 on the other, is not based either on the homology of the part and the whole, the laws of volume 3 are new ones, nor on a qualitative leap without any other determination from the components to the organic totality. Explaining articulation 2, then, means seeking to give a Marxist account of a relation that may be stated, on first analysis, and certainly in an inadequate way, as the relation of the in itself to the for itself and as the relation of the elements to the totality. Now, these considerations, together with the problems encountered in connection with Volume 2, are sufficient to authorize a shift in the place of the articulation, in relation to the organization of capital into volumes. The exact place where the object of Marx's study changes without our yet knowing why, moving from the laws of the fractions endowed with individual life to what can be provisionally stated as study of the laws of the interlinking of capitals or of the social capital considered as a whole, is not the start of Volume 3, but rather Part 3 of Volume 2. What we were dealing with in both Parts 1 and 2, 20 however, was always no more than an individual capital, the movement of an autonomous part of the social capital. However, the circuits of individual capitals are interlinked, they presuppose one another and condition one another, and it is precisely by being interlinked in this way that they constitute the movement of the total social capital. Introduction to Part 3 of Volume 2, p. 429. Hence, in the text of Volume 3, the special place accorded to this part, particularly in Part 3, p. 117, and the care that Marx takes in presenting the relation that connects Volume 3 to the unity established in this part. Marx declares here that the objective of Volume 3 is not to expand in generalities about this unity. What other objective could he have, other than to continue to produce its concept, i.e., the laws? We propose therefore to study articulation 2, making the following division: Volume 1, Parts 1 and 2 of Volume 2/Part 3 of Volume 2, Volume 3. 2. The method of solution if there is a determinable connection between the two elements divided by articulation 2, it should be easy to note. Clearly, Marx does not give a theory of the whole, of the interlinking of capital considered as a whole, simply for the pleasure of adding the dimension of totality to his earlier studies. The necessity of new laws can only be based on the insufficiency of the old ones, not for exhausting the real process, but for being laws in the complete sense. There must exist in volumes 1 and 2 a theoretical field that is not elaborated but exactly measured, one that the thought process needs, at this level, to neutralize in order to construct the laws of its object. There must consequently exist in volumes 1 and 2 this minimum of theory, in a form that is consequently problematic and still ideological, of the scientific object of volume 3. This minimum of theory must, on the one hand, provisionally take its place, and, on the other hand, prove its theoretical necessity. It is this theoretical field, not elaborated but exactly measured, that we shall investigate in volumes 1 and 2. Chapter 3. The theoretical field of volumes 1 and 2, not elaborated but exactly measured, and its name, competition. The non-elaborated field of volumes 1 and 2, which determines within these volumes the necessity of part 3 of volume 2 and of volume 3, bears a name which does not yield its cognition, but does circumscribe its recognition, a name that denotes here in relief the empty connection of a new theoretical field, that of competition. We shall now show, from 2 passages, what this concept permits not to be thought, and what it denotes as having to be thought, at the level of volumes 1 and 2. Here are the 2 passages, Volume 1, Part 3, Chapter 10, but looking at these things as a whole, it is evident that this does not depend either on will, either good or bad, of the individual capitalist. Under free competition, immanent laws of capitalist production confront the individual capitalist as a coercive force external to him, p. 381. Volume 1, Part 7, Chapter 24. Moreover, the development of capitalist production makes it necessary constantly to increase the amount of capital laid out in a given industrial undertaking, and competition subordinates every individual capitalist to the immanent laws of capitalist production, as external and coercive laws, p. 739. Let us briefly situate these texts. The first of them brings to an end the examination of the relationship between working day and profit, in the form of language borrowed from the capitalist. The second is situated between the general presentation of the principles of reproduction, transformation of surplus value into capital, and the study of its forms. These 2 texts present first of all an illusion, which concerns the very object whose theory Marx is producing at the level of volumes 1 and 2. Marx's object here is to construct the laws of capitalist production. The scientific form of this construction enables Marx to write immanent laws of capitalist production, where immanent means which actually are the object that they present themselves to be, or again which are structural laws of the object itself, and not empirical laws of this same object, or laws introduced artificially from another object. If we particularly consider the position of the individual capitalist in this structure, the immanent laws define the essence of his practice. They are immanent laws that make it possible to define an individual practice, within a labor process, as capitalist practice. Now, from the point of view of the individual capitalist, the immanent laws appear as external coercive laws, in the form of laws of competition. The capitalist, appealing to competition by way of the same laws as Marx, but giving them the form of external necessity, cannot recognize their real meaning. Competition, therefore, is first of all the statement of an illusion, i.e., of the deceptive form that the structure takes for the person who occupies a definite position within it. Any discourse on competition is thus completely ideological. That said, it is impossible, logically, to restrict the scope of the 2 texts cited and their theoretical function, so as to see in this only the difference between the scientific form and the ideological form of the same laws. In one sense, the relation between Marx's scientific discourse in volumes 1 and 2, and the ideological discourses on competition, is indeed a relation of refutation. The theory of immanent laws is the verum index sui et falsi of the ideological discourse on the same laws, taken as external coercive laws. When the capitalist presents the limits of the working day as entirely determined by competition, he is beside the point, and the scientific fixing of these limits, on the basis of the relationship between labor time that produces value and labor time that produces the value of labor power, is the demonstration of this discrepancy. When the capitalist presents the tendential modification of the organic composition of capital as the result of the abstinence that competition imposes on him, he is completely beside the point, and the scientific production of the reproduction of the conditions of the capitalist labor process is the demonstration of this discrepancy. In another sense, however, Marx's theoretical discourse uses the ideological discourse about competition as one of the provisional theoretical conditions of possibility for the establishment of the immanent laws themselves. In fact, the external coercive laws are not only the other name, the ideological name, of the immanent laws produced in volumes 1 and 2, they are also the provisional name of a certain set of laws necessary for the elaboration of the immanent laws of volumes 1 and 2, yet which cannot receive in these volumes any other qualification than that which they have in ideological discourse. In fact, if, in the text on the working day, competition does not explain the relation between labor power and labor, it does however explain, or takes the provisional place of an explanation of, variations of this relation within limits fixed by the immanent laws. More important still is the theoretical place filled by the ideological concept of competition in the elaboration of the immanent laws of reproduction, the second text cited. In fact, if the construction of laws concerning capitalist accumulation, as far as the structure of these laws and their place in the structure produced by volumes 1 and 2 is concerned, has nothing to do with competition, it remains that the explanation of the fact that expanded reproduction and not simple reproduction is the specific form of capitalist reproduction does not receive, at the level of volume 1, any other theoretical status than that fixed by the text on competition. Moreover, the development of capitalist production makes it necessary constantly to increase the amount of capital laid out in a given industrial undertaking, and competition subordinates every individual capitalist to the immanent laws of capitalist production, as external and coercive laws. It compels him to keep extending his capital, so as to preserve it, and he can only extend it by means of progressive accumulation. It is clear that this text measures, under the name of competition, not only the other name of the laws of reproduction of a fraction of the social capital endowed with individual life, but at the same time a set of effective determinations which have to be accounted for, precisely so as to meet the conditions for the study of a fraction of the social capital endowed with individual life. This account can only be given provisionally in the inadequate terms of ideology. We are now in a position to define the exact theoretical function fulfilled by the concept of competition in volumes 1 and 2. This function is rigorously identical to that which belongs to the ideological ensemble bourgeois society, accumulation, wealth, commodity in the first two parts of capital. Just as this constitutes the set of propositions that have to be transformed into a problem so as to give capital its object in its first scientific form, so likewise the ideological concept of competition is the ideological statement of a set of effective determinations that have to be transformed into a problem so as to give capital its theoretical object in a complete form. That is not all. The critique that the concept of competition undergoes in the course of volumes 1 and 2, by confronting the external coercive laws with immanent laws, is exactly of the same type as the critique undergone in the first two parts of volume 1 by the ideological concept of commodity. This critique is an analysis, by elaborating the laws of a fraction of the social capital endowed with independence. Marx puts himself in a position to distinguish within the set of effective determinations denoted by the name competition, on the one hand, those that have no need to be indicated by this concept, and constitute the set of laws of volumes 1 and 2, on the other hand, those that still have need of this concept so as to be measured by it, without being genuinely understood. Thus the syncretic concept of competition receives in volumes 1 and 2 a decisive reduction, comparable to that to which Marx subjects the notion of commodity in parts 1 and 2 of volume 1. More exactly, the empty theoretical field, for which the concept of competition saves provisionally on theory, receives here its rigorous limitations. Let us study, then, the limits that the production of the immanent laws of the structure of the capitalist labor process imposes on this empty theoretical field. 1. Competition does not denote all the concepts necessary for the construction of this structure. 2. Competition does not denote either the relation between circulation and production, or, within this relation, the supposed dominance of the laws of circulation as laws of the market, or even, by reversing this relation of domination, the relative effectiveness of the laws of circulation over the laws of production. Thus, the concept of competition, if we try to take hold of it as a still ideological indication of an effective theoretical field, has to receive a new place of formulation in relation to that which ordinarily serves to construct it, circulation, the laws of the market, and as a consequence, has to abandon the function of global explanation that, within this place, it receives in the ordinary ideological discourse. By this fact, this empty theoretical field can be given a new place, on the basis of the set of effective determinations whose efficacy it makes it provisionally possible to measure. And this is the new place that will allow the transformation of the ideological concept of competition into a new theoretical object. What the word competition denotes is quite precisely the set of laws governing the coexistence of capitalist production processes. We are thus in a position to give the definition of the two theoretical elements that articulation two partitions, on the one hand, theory of the capitalist mode of production as specific labor process, on the other hand, theory of the capitalist mode of production as laws of coexistence of immediate labor processes. These formulations pose problems that we shall resolve in a moment. We are now able to resolve some of the problems that have so far remained unresolved. 1. In the text of Volume 2, where Marx seeks to justify this articulation, he suggests that the transition from Volumes 1 and 2 to Volume 3 is connected with the transition to theories of the illusion of the agents of production themselves. Inasmuch as Volume 3 is the scientific elaboration of a field that can initially be measured only by the ideological concept of competition, Volume 3 will not have as its objective that of producing the theory of illusion in general, i.e., taking us from the in itself to the for itself of the structure, but it is clear that one of these objectives will be the definitive liquidation of a well-defined illusion, the illusion of competition, i.e., to explain completely the difference between the ideological concept of the field whose theory is produced in Part 3 of Volume 2 and in Volume 3, and the scientific concept of the object to which this field corresponds. 2. If we are not yet in a position to explain the complementarity of the two theoretical elements partitioned by articulation 2, we have shown the necessity of its existence, which could not be done on the basis of distinctions between microeconomic and macroeconomic, between abstract and real, or between partial and global. Chapter 4. The definition of the object of the second part of articulation 2. The relation of this object to its anticipations. In the 1857 introduction, Marx allowed us to see that the theory of a mode of production has to be completed by the study of its complete system of determination. By introducing, in order to explain articulation 2, the distinction between theory of the capitalist mode of production and theory of the relations of coexistence of immediate labor processes, it may appear that we are abandoning the attempt to discover in capital the realization of the ambitions of the 1857 introduction. But this is not the case. If these ambitions are not directly readable in their realization, it is because they have been made specific and acquired a properly Marxist form. Let us define more closely the new object whose study is undertaken in Part 3 of Volume 2 and in Volume 3. For Marx, every social formation is defined by its mode of production, i.e., by the structure of the dominant labor process. In the case of the capitalist mode of production, this is the object of Volumes 1 and 2, and by the structure of the characteristic relations between labor processes. In the case of the capitalist mode of production, this is the object of Part 3 of Volume 2 and of Volume 3. In order to denote in a general way the structure of characteristic relations between labor processes, Marx uses the concept of social division of labor into departments and branches of production. So as to avoid any ambiguity, we prefer here the term division of social labor, reserving the concept of social division of labor as a synonym for social relations of production, and the concept of technical division of labor for the organization of the productive forces in any cooperative labor process. Marx's first originality consists in producing the concepts of division of social labor or division of social production on the basis of the labor process. Thus he does not accept it as an empirical fact susceptible to an anthropological explanation based on the need for exchange, or as an organicist fact based on the growing differentiation of societies. We can now bring in the 1857 introduction. What determines the full structure of economic practice is the set of laws governing the mode of production, i.e., not only the structural laws of the specific labor process, but also the structural laws of the specific relations between labor processes. The study of the structure of economic practice as a whole, and the study of the laws governing the mode of production in its full sense, are thus one and the same object. But this connection between the object of Volume 3 and its anticipation in the 1857 introduction can only appear distinctly in a study of the subarticulations of Part 3 of Volume 2 and of Volume 3. Chapter 5. The study of the subarticulations of the second part of Articulation 2. We can detect, in the second part of Articulation 2, two essential subarticulations with the following form. Articulation 2 Volume 1, Volume 2, Parts 1 and 2/Volume 2, Part 3. Subarticulation 1 Volume 2, Part 3, Volume 3, Parts 1, 2, 3/Volume 3, Parts 4, 5, 6, 7. Subarticulation 2 Volume 2, Part 3/Volume 3, Parts 1, 2, 3. Subarticulation 1, by isolating Part 3 of Volume 2 and Parts 1, 2, and 3 of Volume 3 on the one hand from Parts 4, 5, 6 and 7 of Volume 3 on the other, has the function of establishing complementary laws. This set of complementary laws defines the fundamental law of the capitalist mode of production as a whole, as the specific law of the division of social labor between labor processes with a specific structure, and consequently the fundamental law of the entire capitalist economic practice as an articulation in dominance of distinct elements: circulation, distribution, consumption. This law, stated in its scientific form for the first time in the parts we are studying now, and constituting the unthought of volumes 1 and 2, is the law of value. The complementarity of the two theoretical elements of subarticulation 2 is thus clear. It simply risks being obscured by the fact that, on the basis of presenting laws concerning the rate of profit, Marx is in a position to establish the difference between the price of production and the value of a commodity. This fact can blind people to the object of situating Part 3 of Volume 2 and the first three parts of Volume 3 in the same ensemble. The first ensemble, constituted by Volumes 1 and 2, would be the domain in which surplus value and value reign, the second ensemble, Volume 3, that in which profit and price reign. This would mean forgetting that in the first three parts of Volume 3 it is exclusively a question of the law of value, whereas in Volumes 1 and 2, apart from Part 3 of Volume 2, this law is simply assumed without being theoretically produced. The notion of price of production is only the theoretical result of the law of value itself. We could in fact, in order to dissolve any confusion, provisionally state the law of value as the law governing the relation between socially necessary labor and production prices, and stick to what Marx himself writes, i.e., that the sum of prices of production for the commodities produced in society as a whole, taking the totality of all branches of production, is equal to the sum of their values. Volume 3, p. 259. The complementarity between the two elements of subarticulation 2 is thus determined, since it is indeed a question of elaborating, in two moments, the same law, the law of value, of one and the same object, the specific social division of labor of the capitalist mode of production. What remains to be considered is the theoretical principle of the distinction between the two moments of this determination. Taking the results of Volume 2, Part 2 on the one hand, and of the first three parts of Volume 3 on the other, we can establish the following distinction: the law of value is initially stated as a law of equilibrium, then as a dynamic law of the capitalist division of social labor. In Volume 2, Part 3, in fact, the law of value is the specifically capitalist form of the proportional partition of labor between different branches of production, which in every mode of production constitutes the condition of existence of social production and reproduction. The theoretical contribution of Part 3 of Volume 2 can be summed up, in fact, in the proportional relation that is established by the exchange of commodities between departments I and II, into which social labor is essentially divided. But the statement of this static law is not the law of value in its complete form. In fact, as Marx explains, Volume 3, p. 365 in capitalist production, the proportionality of the particular departments of production presents itself as a process of passing constantly out of and into disproportionality, since the interconnection of production as a whole here forces itself on the agents of production as a blind law, and not as a law which, being grasped and therefore mastered by their combined reason, brings the productive process under their common control. In other words, if Part 3 of Volume 2 does indeed fix the level at which proportionality is established, statics of the division of social labor, it does not determine the mechanism of constant adjustment, dynamics of the division of social labor. It is the statics and dynamics of the capitalist division of social labor, statics and dynamics being, it is understood, synchronic, that constitutes the law of value. That is why the term law of value is not introduced by Marx already in Part 3 of Volume 2, because the statics of the division of social labor is only a theoretical moment in the elaboration of the law. Thus, at the level of theoretical results, the relative theoretical function of the two elements of subarticulation 2, Volume 2, Part 3/Volume 3, Parts 1, 2, 3, is determined. However, this is only an initial determination of the relative function of the two elements, since what we are seeking to cast light on is not the complementarity of the results, but the principle that determines subarticulation 2 by presiding over their elaboration. The problematic of this subarticulation must be thought on the basis of the formal concept of the object whose theory is provided by Part 3 of Volume 2 and Parts 1, 2, and 3 of Volume 3, in other words, a specific division of social labor. 21. The concept of division of social labor is not empirically determined in the way that a general discourse on macroeconomics would be. It is scientifically determined on the basis of the concept of mode of production as a specific labor process. This happens in the following way: if social production is partitioned into independent branches of production, there must exist between the independent branches a relation of proportionality, such that each independent labor process can find the conditions for its own reproduction in the result of the production of others. The result is that the terms between which the relation of proportionality has to be established are determined, for each mode of production, by the specific structure of its labor process. Now, the capitalist labor process is a double one: process of production of use value possessing specific material conditions, and process of valorization of capital. The principle of subarticulation 2 lies in this fundamental distinction, as shown by the following table. Subarticulation 2. Volume 2, Part 3, Volume 3, Parts 1, 2, 3. Object law governing the proportionality of the capitalist division of social labor. Principle between production processes of use value between processes. Valorization of capital result. Statics of proportionality. Dynamics of proportionality. General result. Law of value. In order to demonstrate that it is indeed the structure of the labor process that determines the study of the division of social labor, we shall content ourselves here with establishing this by way of Part 3 of Volume 2. We know that the division studied in this part is that which partitions social production as a whole into two departments: on the one hand, the production of means of production, and on the other, the production of means of consumption. The concept of the division is thus based on the specific distinction of the capitalist labor process into conditions of the process on the one hand, object plus means, and labor power on the other. In order to extend this demonstration to the second part of subarticulation 2, we shall simply cite the following passage. The whole difficulty arises from the fact that commodities are not exchanged simply as commodities, but as the products of capitals, which claim shares in the total mass of surplus value according to their size, equal shares for equal size. And the total price of the commodities that a given capital produces in a given period of time has to satisfy this demand. Volume 3, p. 275, in other words, both the statics and the dynamics of the specific division of social labor are determined on the basis of concepts that make it possible to conceptualize the labor process. The problematic that allows the production of the determining law of capitalist economic practice to be partitioned into two distinct theoretical moments is thus defined as the production of the laws of the division of social labor on the basis of the laws of the labor process. It now remains to determine the principles of subarticulation 1. The study of subarticulation 1. Let us recall that subarticulation 1 divides the second part of articulation 3 into two distinct theoretical elements, the ensemble of part 3 of volume 2 and the first three parts of volume 3 on the one hand, and the rest of volume 3 on the other. Let us also recall that the problematic of this articulation, in its general form, is clear: establishment of determining laws, then establishment of the determined laws of the same object, capitalist economic practice as an articulated system in which the dominant place is occupied by the law of the division of social labor. However, when we leave the ground of generality to try and define rigorously, as we have sought to do throughout this essay, what type of complementarity unites the two theoretical elements of subarticulation 1, we come up against serious difficulties. Each time, in fact, that we defined a complementarity between two theoretical elements, we sought to show that each of the two elements constituted a moment in the production of laws of the same object. Now, if we demonstrated that the object of Volume 2, Part 3, and the first three parts of Volume 3 is indeed the capitalist division of social labor, it seems that parts 4 to 8 of Volume 3 no longer have this object. It is indeed perfectly clear that the laws of distribution of profit and the theory of revenues depend on the laws of the division of social labor. But they seem to bear on a different domain, whose unity is all the more difficult to perceive given that Volume 3 remained unfinished. Very likely, if we wanted to provide a concrete model of the laws established in the later parts, this would constitute an application to a real domain which is the same as that of the laws of the early parts of Volume 3, national accounting. But it is impossible to draw any conclusion as to the nature of a theoretical object on the basis of its domain of application. Now, if we were unable to offer a solution to this problem, that would put in question the entire interpretation of the plan of capital that we have just proposed. For only one of the following two things is possible. Either the theoretical ensemble constituted by Part 3 of Volume 2 and Volume 3 is an articulated theoretical field, partitioning the laws that it produces of the same object into determinant and determined, or it is necessary to determine, after Part 3 of Volume 3, a new break defining a new major articulation of capital. But we cannot define the new object whose theory would begin with Part 4, and in any case, the incomplete character of Volume 3 would make the undertaking of defining this new object extremely hazardous. It is necessary therefore to demonstrate the validity of the first of the above alternatives. We shall adopt the following procedure. First of all, we shall try to determine the extent to which the fundamental law stated in Part 3 of Volume 2 and in Parts 1, 2, and 3 of Volume 3 is an incomplete law. Secondly, we shall investigate how the laws established in the following parts have the completion of this as their theoretical objective. Finally, we shall seek to define rigorously the object of which the law of value and the laws that complete it are laws. A. It is very easy to note something that, in the mechanisms of coexistence of production processes, is not unambiguously determined by the fundamental law of value. As the statics of the system of division of social labor, the law of value makes it possible to establish that the exchange of equivalents, by the intermediary of the market, is the specifically capitalist process of proportional partitioning of social labor. As the dynamics of the same system, it unambiguously determines the fundamental category that makes possible the theory of the market, i.e., price of production, at the end of a series of intermediary relations, competition of capitals, establishment of an average rate of profit, which makes it possible to state that the sum of production prices, cost of production plus average profit, is equal to the sum of values. However, the laws of the market cannot be reduced to this unambiguous determination by the law of value. For, within the limits fixed by this law, the level at which exchange is on average carried out, market value, and the variation in the exchange of a commodity, market price, from this level, are subject to fluctuations that classic political economy defines as a relation of supply and demand, competition in the strict sense. Now, since there is always an equilibrium between supply and demand, the explanation of fluctuations in market prices and values, within limits set by the law of value, amounts to determining the laws that define the level of this equilibrium. Marx expresses this very clearly: demand and supply imply the transformation of value into market value, and inasmuch as they act on a capitalist basis, and commodities are the products of capital, they imply capitalist processes of production, i.e., conditions that are much more intricate than the mere purchase and sale of commodities. Here it is not simply a question of the formal conversion of commodity value into price, i.e., a mere change of form. What is involved are specific quantitative divergences of market prices from market values and, at a further remove, from prices of production. For simply buying and selling, it is enough that commodity producers confront one another. Demand and supply, on further analysis, imply the existence of various different classes and segments of classes which distribute the total social revenue among themselves and consume it as such, thus making up a demand created out of revenue, while it is also necessary to understand the overall configuration of the capitalist production process if one is to comprehend the demand and supply generated among the producers as such. Volume 3, p. 296. This passage is fundamental for our present purpose, since it states in the form of a problem posed on the basis of the law of value, and thanks to it, the plan of the later parts of Volume 3, both those that were written and those that were not. b. The end point is the production of the concept of social classes as subjects of social consumption. The production of this concept was interrupted when Volume 3 was left incomplete, and it is clear that, if the study begun in Part 7 of Volume 3 as the theory of the laws of specific social consumption had been completed, then Volume 3 would also have been. In order for the concept of class to be produced, it is necessary for the concept of subdivisions of class to be produced at the same time. Consequently, the determination on the basis of relations of production is insufficient. The concept has to be determined on the basis of relations of distribution inasmuch as these are articulated to relations of production. That is the theoretical objective of parts 4 to 6. We might be surprised by the fact that the indirect production, by the intermediary of relations of distribution, of the concept of capitalist class on the basis of the relations of production does not hold for the working class, so that the concept of working class as subject of consumption could be produced directly on the basis of the relations of production. This is a problematic point, since if wages, as a category of production, determines wages as a category of distribution, these two categories certainly do not coincide. To fulfill the theoretical objective set by the passage just cited, Marx would have had to account for the difference between the working class as it is defined by participation in social revenue under the category of wages, and which as such includes all the productive and non-productive workers necessary for any labor process, and the working class as determined by wages as a category of production in the bipolar relation wages/surplus value or wage earner/capitalist, and which, as such, includes only productive workers. Now, it is clear that a theory of social consumption presupposes the full concept of the working class, defined by the relations of distribution, which are themselves determined by the relations of production. On this point, the incompletion of capital faces us with a lacuna. See, We are now in a position to define the theoretical principle of subarticulation 1 by spelling out the common object of Part 3 of Volume 2 and Volume 3, and defining the principle by which the production of the laws of this object is partitioned into two elements. The common object of Part 3 of Volume 2 and the whole of Volume 3 is indeed, as the title of Volume 3 indicates, the process of capitalist production as a whole. This formulation can be made specific. To produce the complete theory of the process of capitalist production as a whole means producing the theory of the partition of social labor between the different departments and branches of production. This partition possesses a complex structure in dominance. But it is very important to stress that this complex structure in dominance, the concept of which is produced by Marx in Capital, cannot be thought along the lines of the anticipation of it given in the 1857 introduction. In fact, it is not according to the moments of the totality as presented there that the production of the laws of the overall process of capitalist production is articulated. There is not a movement from study of the dominant moment, production, whose law is the law of value, to the study of subordinate moments, considered first of all for themselves, then in their unity with the determining moment. Distribution and consumption are not studied here because the study has to pass through that of the traditional categories of political economy. Distribution and consumption are only studied inasmuch as they make it possible to determine the law of partition of social labor between different departments and branches of production. In fact, the fundamental law of this partition, which is essentially determined by the specific structure of the labor process of the departments and branches between which it is conducted, the law of value, only determines the structure unambiguously within certain limits. The study of the fluctuations within these limits, which necessitates study of distribution and consumption, is thus simply a complementary and subordinate determination of the law of this partition. Subarticulation I is not based on the concept of mode of production in general, with its moments that could be presented in the same order no matter what the mode of production being studied. It is based on the specific structure of the partition of social labor in the capitalist mode of production. The first side of subarticulation 1 is devoted to the dominant of this structure, i.e., the law of value. The second side is devoted to a subordinate ensemble whose place Marx precisely situates, beginning its theoretical production, but to which it would be risky to give a name, since its theoretical elaboration is incomplete. Chapter 6. The definition of articulation 2. Articulation 2, therefore, partitions the study of the capitalist mode of production into the theory of the specific labor process and the theory of the specific partition of social labor. The two elements are indeed complementary, inasmuch as the partition of social labor can only be defined on the basis of the specific social labor process, and inasmuch as, in order to produce the theory of the specific labor process, it is necessary to give an ideological concept, competition, the place of the theory of the partition that is not yet elaborated. It goes without saying that complementarity does not mean identity of meaning, or, what comes to the same thing, complete reciprocity of determinations. If the tendential fall in the rate of profit retrospectively explains the fact, first of all explained by competition, that expanded reproduction is the temporal structural law, it in no way determines its concept. On the other hand, the law of value, as statics and dynamics of the proportionality of the partition of social labor, could in no way be formulated without the structural laws of the production process. There exists between the two theoretical elements of articulation 2, therefore, a relation of unambiguous determination whose foundation is precisely this: in the theory of every mode of production, the determining theoretical element is the concept of the structure of the production process, in no way because in the structure of the overall process the domain of production is always the determinant domain, as the 1857 introduction suggests, but because the structure of the overall process can only be produced on the basis of the concept of the structure of the production process. It is also for that reason that the shift of the problem that, in parts 1 and 2, gives capital its first object in its first scientific form, determines in the last instance articulation 2, which we have just explained, despite neither explicitly nor implicitly formulating its principle. If this beginning is decisive, without being a predetermination of origine, it is because of the theoretically determinant place of the concept of the structure of the specific production process in the elaboration of the theory of any mode of production. Chapter 7. Conclusion. The sole objective that this essay proposed was to explain the articulations of capital by determining their principles. The natural extension of this work of presentation would consist in producing the concept of the method that made it possible to give the thought process the structure that we have defined. We shall content ourselves with having proposed a better posed problem for a major theoretical task that we do not intend to undertake in these concluding lines. Now, we have established, by commenting on the passages of Marx devoted to the presentation of the plan of his work, that the difficulty in properly posing this problem, despite being elementary, arose in part from what Marx himself says about his method. We started in fact from a passage, Volume 3, p. 117, in which Marx himself produces the concept of the organization of capital. Now, whatever the meaning attributed to this passage, the concept of the organization of capital that follows from it never conforms to its object, the set of actual articulations of capital. We simply raise the question, by way of conclusion, as to what extent the lack of adequacy of concept and object is inherent to the problematic of this passage, and not only to the problematic placed on the text by earlier commentators. It is enough for this to show that all the interpretations of the text, transition from individual to global, from essence to phenomenon, from microeconomic to macroeconomic, which turn out to be in contradiction with their object, and with one another, only display these contradictions on condition that they are actually confronted with the genuine concept of their object. If this condition is dropped, they possess a genuine coherence, which is of an ideological order, and more precisely that of Hegelian ideology. Now, this ideological coherence is also the unifying principle of Marx's text. The major articulation that we read, implicitly, together with all commentators, was based on the opposition depth/surface. In fact, it is easy to base all the divergent interpretations of the plan of capital on this opposition. Depth-surface. Abstract/real essence phenomenon. Microeconomic-macroeconomic atom-molecule. Logical consequences simple complex. In order to discover the Hegelian problematic that lies behind the metaphor of the surface, it is enough to read the identity between the surface and the everyday consciousness of the agents of production themselves, and to re-establish as a consequence what the absent metaphor of depth denotes. This can only be the not being conscious of the structure in itself. In Volume 1 we investigated the phenomena exhibited by the process of capitalist production. Taken by itself, the Hegelian transition from in itself to for itself perfectly accounts for the fact of the not being conscious of the structure in itself, transition from abstract to concrete, from individual to global, from essence to phenomenon. This passage from Volume 3 is thus fundamentally ambiguous inasmuch as it is the still Hegelian formulation of a non-Hegelian object, the organization of capital, inasmuch as the implicit reference to Hegel alone can explain the coherence of the formulations of this passage, and inasmuch as nothing allows us to equate, even superficially, the principles of the Hegelian order of exposition with those that actually govern Marx's own order of exposition. We have particularly shown that none of the linkages of capital can be conceived according to the dialectical method which has the theoretical function for Hegel of making possible theoretical transitions or passages. None of the articulations or sub-articulations of capital can be understood in terms of Aufhebung, unity of opposites, reciprocal determination. We can conclude then by formulating a problem: what then is the novelty of the method of exposition followed by Marx for him to be compelled to present it in an old language that betrays it? And why, to measure the specific difference of this method, does Marx still call it dialectical, although none of the connotations that make this a precise concept in Hegel can really explain the Marxist order of exposition? Glossary. The present form of this glossary requires some explanation. Many of the entries are the same as those in the glossary which I prepared for the English translation of For Marx. Included here as well, however, are concepts from reading Capital, making it, in effect, a completely new glossary. Althusser's letter to the translator, written originally to accompany the glossary in for Marx, explains the nature of his own corrections, marked L.A in the text. Technical Marxist terms are only included in this glossary when they have a special meaning for Althusser and his fellow authors. The same is true for the terms from the Freudian theory of instincts used by Balibar in Chapter 2 of his paper. Ben Brewster. Abstract, abstrate. For Althusser, the theoretical opposition between the abstract and the concrete lies wholly in the realm of theory. The abstract is the starting point for theoretical practice, its generality I, QV, while the concrete is its endpoint, generality 3. The common theoretical view that regards theory as abstract and reality as concrete is characteristic of the works of Feuerbach and of Marx's own youth. Alienation, in Tauserung. An ideological concept used by Marx in his early works, QV, and regarded by the partisans of these works as the key concept of Marxism. Marx derived the term from Feuerbach's anthropology, where it denoted the state of man and society in which the essence of man is only present to him in the distorted form of a god, which, although man created it in the image of his essence, the species being, appears to him as an external, pre-existing creator. Marx used the concept to criticize the state and the economy as confiscating the real self-determining labor of men in the same way. In his later works, however, the term appears very rarely, and where it does it is either used ironically, or with a different conceptual content, in Capital, for instance. Bearer, support, porteur, trigger. Humanist ideologies see the social totality as the totality of intersubjective relations between men, as civil society, the society of human needs. In other words, they are anthropologies strictly homologous with the classical economic theory of the Homo economicus. In Marxist theory, on the contrary, the real protagonists of history are the social relations of production, political struggle, and ideology, which are constituted by the place assigned to these protagonists in the complex structure of the social formation, example the worker and the capitalist in the capitalist mode of production, defined by their different relations to the means of production. The biological men are only the bearers, supports, of the guises, Charaktermasken, assigned to them by the structure of relations in the social formation. Hence each articulation of the mode of production and each level of the social formation defines for itself a potentially different form of historical individuality. The correspondence or non-correspondence of these forms of historical individuality plays an important part in transition, QV. Break, epistemological, coupure epistemologique. A concept introduced by Gaston Bachelard in his La Formation de l'Esprit Scientifique, and related to uses of the term in studies in the history of ideas by Canguilhem and Foucault, see Althusser's letter to the translator, which follows this glossary. It describes the leap from the prescientific world of ideas to the scientific world. This leap involves a radical break with the whole pattern and frame of reference of the prescientific, ideological, notions, and the construction of a new pattern, problematic QV. Althusser applies it to Marx's rejection of the Hegelian and Feuerbachian ideology of his youth and the construction of the basic concepts of dialectical and historical materialism, QV, in his later works. Causality, linear, expressive and structural, Causalité linéaire, expressive et structurale. Whereas classical theories of causality have only two models, linear, transitive, mechanical, causality, which describes the effects of one element on another, and expressive, teleological, causality, which can describe the effect of the whole on the parts, but only by making the latter an expression of the former, a phenomenon of its essence. Marxist theory introduces a new concept of the effect of the whole on the parts, structural, complex causality, where the complex totality, QV, of the structure in dominance, QV, is a structure of effects with present-absent causes. The cause of the effects is the complex organization of the whole, present absent in its economic, political, ideological, and knowledge effects. Marx himself often used the theatrical analogy of the Darstellung, representation, mise en scene. Empiricist ideologies, seeing the action on the stage, the effects, believe that they are seeing a faithful copy of reality, recognizing themselves and their preconceptions in the mirror held up to them by the play. See denegation. The Hegelian detects the hand of God or the Spirit writing the script and directing the play. For the Marxist, on the contrary, this is a theater, but one which reflects neither simple reality nor any transcendental truth, a theater without an author. The object of his science is the mechanism which produces the stage effects. Combination/combinatory, combination, Verbindung/Kombinatoire. The only theory of the totality, QV, available to classical philosophy is the Leibnizian conception of an expressive totality, Totalität expressive, in which each part conspires in the essence of the totality, so that the whole can be read in each of the parts, which are total parts, parties totals, homologous with it. Modern structuralism, QV, reproduces this ideology in its concept of a combinatory, a formal pattern of relations and, arbitrarily occupied, places which recur as homologous patterns with a different content throughout the social formation and its history. Theoretically, the combinatory will produce all the possible structures of the social formation, past, present and future, which are or will be realized or not according to chance or to some kind of principle of natural selection. Marxism has an apparently similar concept, that of combination or Verbindung, Marx. The Verbindung, however, has nothing in common with the formalism of the combinatory. It is a complex structure, doubly articulated, in the mode of production, by the productive forces connection and the relations of production connection, QV, and one that specifies its content, its bearers, QV, which changes with a change in the formation or mode of production analyzed. Concrete in thought/real concrete, concrete de pensée/concrete real. In Feuerbach's ideology, the speculative abstract, QV, theory, is opposed to the concrete, reality. For the mature Marx, however, the theoretical abstract and concrete both exist in thought as generalities I and 3, QV. The concrete in thought is produced wholly in thought, whereas the real concrete survives independently outside thought before and after, Marx. Conjuncture, conjuncture. The central concept of the Marxist science of politics, cf. Lenin's current moment, it denotes the exact balance of forces, the state of overdetermination, QV, of the contradictions at any given moment to which political tactics must be applied. Consciousness, conscience. A term designating the region where ideology is located, false consciousness, and superseded, true consciousness, contaminated by the pre-Marxist ideology of the young Marx. In fact, Althusser argues, ideology is profoundly unconscious, it is a structure imposed involuntarily on the majority of men. Contradiction, contradiction. A term for the articulation of a practice, QV, into the complex whole of the social formation, QV. Contradictions may be antagonistic or non-antagonistic according to whether their state of overdetermination, QV, is one of fusion or condensation, or one of displacement, QV. Balibar also uses contradiction in a more limited sense in relation to the theory of tendency, QV. The causes which counteract the tendency of the rate of profit to fall are identical with the causes of the original tendency. These causes, non-contradictory, have reciprocally limiting, contradictory, effects. They define the possible limits of variation, Grenzen, within which an element or relation within the mode of production or social formation moves. They also define other limits, Schranken, the barriers beyond which the mode of production or social formation itself cannot go. Contradictions, condensation, displacement, and fusion of, condensation, displacement et fusion de contradictions. Condensation and displacement were used by Freud to indicate the two ways dream thoughts are represented in the dream work, by the compression of a number of dream thoughts into one image, or by transferring psychical intensity from one image to another. Althusser uses the analogy of these processes of psychical overdetermination to denote the different forms of the overdetermination, QV, of contradictions in the Marxist theory of history. In periods of stability, the essential contradictions of the social formation are neutralized by displacement. In a revolutionary situation, however, they may condense or fuse into a revolutionary rupture. Denegation, Vernianung. Freud used the term Vernianung, normally translated into English as negation, but denegation has been used in this text because of the Hegelian ambiguity of negation, to designate an unconscious denial masked by a conscious acceptance, or vice versa. In fetishisms, for example, there is a denegation of the female's absence of a penis. Translated into French as denegation, it is one of a set of concepts for the place of the conscious system in the total psychic mechanism, the unconscious, which Althusser applies by analogy to the place of ideology in the social formation. The role of historical materialism is to analyze, in the strict sense, the mechanisms producing the ideological recognition of the obvious, given facts, just as psychoanalysis explains the mechanism producing the mirror recognition of narcissistic identification with the other. This mythical recognition structure, typical of ideology, explains the latter's closed circular nature, its homology with wish fulfillment, plein du désir, in analysis, as ideology fulfillment, plein d'idéologie. Science and analysis, on the other hand, are open systems of concepts, because they cannot be defined by any spatial metaphor. Development, uneven, développement inégal. A concept of Lenin and Mao Zedong, the overdetermination, QV, of all the contradictions in a social formation, QV, means that none can develop simply. The different overdeterminations in different times and places result in quite different patterns of social development. Dialectic of consciousness, dialectique de la conscience. The Hegelian dialectic, or any dialectic where the various elements or moments are externalizations of a single, simple, internal principle, as Rome in Hegel's philosophy of history is an expression of the abstract legal personality, etc. Dislocation, décalage. Empiricist and historicist problematics assume a one-to-one correspondence by univoque, between the concepts of a science and its real object, and a relation of expressive homology between these objects themselves, although these correspondences may be direct or inverted, i.e., the order of emergence of the concepts in the science may follow the historical sequence, or, on the contrary, follow a reverse order. Althusser argues, on the contrary, that the relations between ideology and the other practices, between the different practices in general, between the elements in each practice, and between ideology and science, are, in principle, relations of dislocation, staggered with respect to one another. Each has its own time and rhythm of development. The totality is the theory of their articulation together, so it cannot be discovered by making an essential section, QV, through the current of historical movement at any time. 1. This dislocation plays an important part in the theory of transition, QV. Affectivity, specific, efficacite specific. The characteristic of Marx's later theory, the different aspects of the social formation are not related as in Hegel's dialectic of consciousness, QV, as phenomena and essence. Each has its precise influence on the complex totality, the structure in dominance, QV. Thus base and superstructure, QV, must not be conceived as vulgar Marxism conceives them, as essence and phenomenon. The state and ideology are not mere expressions of the economy, they are autonomous within a structured whole where one aspect is dominant, this dominance being determined in the last instance by the economy. Empiricism, empirisme. Althusser uses the concept of empiricism in a very wide sense to include all epistemologies that oppose a given subject to a given object and call knowledge the abstraction by the subject of the essence of the object. Hence the knowledge of the object is part of the object itself. This remains true whatever the nature of the subject, psychological, historical, etc., or of the object, continuous, discontinuous, mobile, immobile, etc., in question. So as well as covering those epistemologies traditionally called empiricist, this definition includes classical idealism, and the epistemology of Feuerbach and the young Marx. Fetishism, fetishism. Fetishism is the mechanism which conceals the real functioning, the real movement, wirkliche Bewegung, of the dominant structure in the social formation, i.e., it is the constitutive dislocation, QV, between the ideological practice and the other practices, QV. This is not a subjective mystification, but the mode of appearance of reality. Marx calls it a reality, Wirklichkeit. In the capitalist mode of production it takes the form of the fetishism of commodities, i.e., the personification of certain things, money capital, and the reification of a certain relationship, labor. It does not consist of a general reification of all relationships, as some humanist interpretations of Marx argue, but only of this particular relationship. Fetishism is not absent from other modes of production, it is merely displaced onto whichever level is dominant in the social formation characterized by that mode of production. Formation, social, formation sociale. A concept denoting society so-called. La. The concrete complex whole comprising economic practice, political practice, and ideological practice, QV, at a certain place and stage of development. Historical materialism is the science of social formations. Generalities I, 2 and 3, Generalites I, 2 et 3. In theoretical practice, QV, the process of the production of knowledge, generalities I are the abstract, part ideological, part scientific generalities that are the raw material of the science, generalities 3 are the concrete, scientific generalities that are produced, while generalities 2 are the theory of the science at a given moment, the means of production of knowledge, QV. Historicism, historicisme. A currently widespread interpretation of Marxism which originated around the time of the October Revolution, and which dominates the ideas of authors as diverse as Lukács, Korsch, Gramsci, Della Volpe, Coletti, and Sartre. It is characterized by a linear view of time, QV, susceptible to an essential section, QV, into a present at any moment. The knowledge of history is then the self-consciousness of each present. This self-consciousness of the present may take a number of forms, different mediations may intercede between the historian and the totality. The class consciousness of the revolutionary proletariat, Lukács, the organic ideology of the ruling, hegemonic, class, Gramsci, or the practice of human intersubjectivity as a whole, human praxis, Sartre. Historicisms may or may not be humanist, Sartre and Coletti respectively. Humanism, humanisme. Humanism is the characteristic feature of the ideological problematic, QV, from which Marx emerged, and more generally, of most modern ideology. A particularly conscious form of humanism is Feuerbach's anthropology, which dominates Marx's early works, QV. As a science, however, historical materialism, as expounded in Marx's later works, implies a theoretical anti-humanism. Real humanism characterizes the works of the break, QV. The humanist form is retained, but usages such as the ensemble of the social relations point forward to the concepts of historical materialism. However, the ideology, QV, of a socialist society may be a humanism, a proletarian class humanism, an expression I obviously use in a provisional, half-critical sense. La. Ideology, ideology. Ideology is the lived relation between men and their world, or a reflected form of this unconscious relation, for instance a philosophy, QV, etc. It is distinguished from a science not by its falsity, for it can be coherent and logical, for instance, theology, but by the fact that the practico-social predominates in it over the theoretical, over knowledge. Historically, it precedes the science that is produced by making an epistemological break, QV, with it, but it survives alongside science as an essential element of every social formation, QV, including a socialist and even a communist society. Knowledge, connaissance. Knowledge is the product of theoretical practice, QV, it is generalities 3, QV. As such it is clearly distinct from the practical recognition, reconnaissance, of a theoretical problem. Knowledge, the problem of, le problème de la connaissance. Ideological conceptions of knowledge are dominated by the problem of the criteria by which a knowledge can be judged, the guarantee of its truth. These criteria may be pragmatic, practical or experimental verification, or a priori. Marxist theory replaces the problem of guarantees by the problem of the mechanisms producing a knowledge effect. See causality. The criteria are defined within the science by its scientificity, its axiomatics. Knowledge effects are of two kinds, with two mechanisms: ideological and scientific. Materialism, dialectical and historical. Materialisme dialectique et historique. Historicists, even those who claim to be Marxists, reject the classical Marxist distinction between historical and dialectical materialism, since they see philosophy as the self-knowledge of the historical process, and hence identify philosophy and the science of history. At best, dialectical materialism is reduced to the historical method, while the science of history is its content. Althusser, rejecting historicism, rejects this identification. For him, historical materialism is the science of history, while dialectical materialism, Marxist philosophy, is the theory of scientific practice. See theory. Model. The theory of models is a variant of empiricism, QV. According to this theory, capital, for example, analyses not the real capitalist world, but the properties of an ideal, simplified model of it, which is then applied to empirical reality, which, of course, it only fits approximately. For Althusser, the theory in capital is only ideal in the sense that it only involves the object of knowledge, like all theory, not the real object, and the knowledge it produces is perfectly adequate to its object, not an approximation to it. Related to the general theory of models are both the view that Volume 3 of Capital is a concretization, removing the simplifications of the ideal model of Volume 1, and the theory of the English example in Capital as a model for capitalist development everywhere else. For Althusser, Volume 3 is as much concerned with the object of knowledge as Volume 1, and England is only a source of illustrations in Capital, not a theoretical norm. Negation of the negation, negation de la negation. A Hegelian conception that Marx flirts with even in his mature works. It denotes the process of destruction and resumption, supersession/Aufhebung, QV, whereby the spirit moves from one stage of its development to another. For Marx, it describes the fact that capitalism, having come into being by the destruction of feudalism, is itself destined to be destroyed by the rise of socialism and communism. This description makes a metaphorical use of the notion. La. Overdetermination, surdetermination, Überdeterminierung. Freud used this term to describe, among other things, the representation of the dream thoughts in images privileged by their condensation of a number of thoughts in a single image, condensation/Verdichtung, or by the transference of psychic energy from a particularly potent thought to apparently trivial images, displacement/Verschiebung Verstellung. Althusser uses the same term to describe the effects of the contradictions in each practice, QV, constituting the social formation, QV, on the social formation as a whole, and hence back on each practice and each contradiction, defining the pattern of dominance and subordination, antagonism and non-antagonism of the contradictions in the structure in dominance, QV, at any given historical moment. More precisely, the overdetermination of a contradiction is the reflection in it of its conditions of existence within the complex whole, that is, of the other contradictions in the complex whole, in other words its uneven development, QV. Philosophy/philosophy, philosophy/philosophy. Philosophy, in inverted commas, is used to denote the reflected forms of ideology, QV, as opposed to theory, QV. See Althusser's own remarks on the terminology adopted, For Marx, p. 162. Philosophy, without inverted commas, is used in the later written essays to denote Marxist philosophy, i.e., dialectical materialism. Practice, economic, political, ideological and theoretical, pratique économique, politique, idéologique et théorique. Althusser takes up the theory introduced by Engels and much elaborated by Mao Zedong that economic, political, and ideological practice are the three processes of production or transformation, that constitute the social formation, QV. Economic practice is the transformation of nature by human labor into social products, political practice the transformation of social relations by revolution, ideological practice the transformation of one relation to the lived world into a new relation by ideological struggle. In his concern to stress the distinction between science and ideology, QV, Althusser insists that theory constitutes a fourth practice, theoretical practice, that transforms ideology into knowledge with theory. The determinant moment in each practice is the work of production which brings together raw materials, men, and means of production, not the men who perform the work, who cannot therefore claim to be the subjects of the historical process. Subsidiary practices are also discussed by Althusser, example technical practice, pratique technique. Problematic, problématique. A word or concept cannot be considered in isolation, it only exists in the theoretical or ideological framework in which it is used, it's problematic. A related concept can clearly be seen at work in Foucault's Madness and Civilization, but see Althusser's letter to the translator. It should be stressed that the problematic is not a worldview. It is not the essence of the thought of an individual or epoch which can be deduced from a body of texts by an empirical, generalizing reading. It is centered on the absence of problems and concepts within the problematic as much as their presence. It can therefore only be reached by a symptomatic reading, lecture symptomale, on the model of the Freudian analyst's reading of his patient's utterances. Production/discovery of a knowledge, production/découverte d'une connaissance. Engels noted the difference between Priestley's production of oxygen without realizing the theoretical significance of the new substance, and Lavoisier's discovery of the concept of oxygen, with its revolutionary consequences for the science of chemistry. He compared this with the difference between the production of the reality of surplus value in classical economic theory and Marx's discovery of the concept of surplus value. The slightly pejorative use of production here should not be confused with Althusser's insistence that knowledge is a specific mode of production, QV. Production, mode de production, production sees. The mode of material production is the central concept of the theory of the economic practice of the social formation. It is itself a complex structure, doubly articulated by the productive forces connection and the relations of production connection, QV, and containing three elements: the worker, the means of production, subdivided into object of labor and instrument of labor, and the non-worker. The term can also be applied by analogy to any other practice or level, for they are all also doubly articulated, contain a similar set of elements, and produce a specific product. Productive forces/relations of production, forces productive/rapports de production. These concepts are generally taken, even by some Marxists, to mean the machines or their productivity on the one hand, and the human relations between the members of a society on the other. For Althusser and his fellow authors, on the contrary, they are the two different articulations of the combination, QV, of the mode of production. They are both relations, connections, relations, combining together workers, means of production and non-workers within the mode of production. The productive forces constitute the connection of real appropriation, wirkliche Nennung, of nature, or the possession connection, while the relations of production are the relations of expropriation of the product or the property ownership connection, not the corresponding law of property, which is not even an expression of the relations of production, but a structure dislocated from them, a superstructure. This double articulation appears in every aspect of the mode of production, in the difference between use value and exchange value, and in the difference between the technical and the social division of labor, etc. While the productive forces cannot be reduced to machines or quantifiable techniques, the relations of production cannot be reduced to relations between men alone, to human relations or intersubjectivity, as they are in the historicist ideology, QV. Reading, lecture. The problems of Marxist theory, or of any other theory, can only be solved by learning to read the texts correctly, hence the title of this book, Lire Le Capital, Reading Capital, neither a superficial reading, collating literal references, nor a Hegelian reading, deducing the essence of a corpus by extracting the true kernel from the mystified shell, will do. Only a symptomatic reading, lecture symptomale, see problematic, constructing the problematic, the unconsciousness of the text, is a reading of Marx's work that will allow us to establish the epistemological break that makes possible historical materialism as a science, QV. Both Hegelian and empiricist readings are attempts to return to the myth of direct communication, to the logos, and they therefore have a religious inspiration. Marx's own reading of the classics provides an example of symptomatic reading. While apparently merely recording the discoveries of the classics, their citings, vues, and at the same time noting their omissions, manques, and oversights, bevues, Marx in fact shows that the classical texts contain something in their omissions that the classics did not know they contained. The symptomatic reading analyzes the textual mechanism which produces the citings and oversights rather than merely recording it. Reproduction. Simple reproduction is often regarded as a simplified model, QV, of extended reproduction, and the analysis of reproduction as the realization of production in history, the introduction of temporality into the analysis of production, in the form of the conditions of its continuation. Balibar shows, however, that simple reproduction is the concept of social production. Social production is only apparently the production of things, in reality it is the production of a social relation, i.e., the reproduction of the relations of production. Hence simple and extended reproduction are synchronic, QV, concepts of the mode of production. Science. See ideology and practice. Section, essential, coup d'essence. Ideological theories, empiricism, idealism, historicism, see the historical totality as analyzable in a present, a contemporaneity, in which the relations between the parts can be seen and recorded. To see this present implies the possibility of cutting a section through the historical current, a section in which the essence of that current is visible. This essential section is impossible for Althusser and his fellow authors because there is no present for all the elements and structures at once in their conceptual system, see time. The possibility of an essential section is one of the positive tests for an empiricist ideology of history. Spontaneity, spontanate, a term employed by Lenin to criticize an ideological and political tendency in the Russian Social Democratic movement that held that the revolutionary movement should base itself on the spontaneous action of the working class rather than trying to lead it by imposing on this action, by means of a party, policies produced by the party's theoretical work. For Lenin, the real spontaneity, capacity for action, inventiveness, and so on, of the masses, was to be respected as the most precious aspect of the workers' movement, but at the same time Lenin condemned the ideology of spontaneity, a dangerous ideology, shared by his opponents, populists and social revolutionaries, and recognized that the real spontaneity of the masses was to be sustained and criticized in the meantime in order to liberate it from the influence of bourgeois ideology. L.A. In this sense, Lenin argued that to make concessions to spontaneity was to hand the revolutionary movement over to the power of bourgeois ideology, and hence to the counter-revolution. Althusser generalizes this by arguing that each practice, QV, and its corresponding science must not be left to develop on their own, however successful they may temporarily be, since to do so leaves the field open for an ideology, characteristically pragmatism, to seize hold of the science, and for the counter-revolution to seize the practice. The unity of theory and practice cannot be the simple unity of a reflection, it is the complex one of an epistemological break, QV, in theory. In political practice this unity takes another form, not examined in this book. LA. Structuralism, structuralisme. A fashionable ideology according to which only the relations between the elements, i.e., their places, in the totality are significant, and the occupants of these places are arbitrary. The set of places and relations is the structuralist comminatory, QV. Structuralism also conceives of the comminatory as the synchronic structure and its temporal or historical realization, its development, as the diachrony, see synchrony/diachrony. Structure, decentered, structure decentré. The Hegelian totality, QV, presupposes an original, primary essence that lies behind the complex appearance that it has produced by externalization in history, hence it is a structure with a center. The Marxist totality, however, is never separable in this way from the elements that constitute it, as each is the condition of existence of all the others, see overdetermination, hence it has no center, only a dominant element, and a determination in the last instance, see structure in dominance. It is a decentered structure. Structure in dominance, structure a dominante. The Marxist totality, QV, is neither a whole each of whose elements is equivalent as the phenomenon of an essence, Hegelianism, nor are some of its elements epiphenomena of any one of them, economism or mechanism. The elements are asymmetrically related but autonomous, contradictory, one of them is dominant. The economic base determines, in the last instance, which element is to be dominant in a social formation. LA. Hence it is a structure in dominance. But the dominant element is not fixed for all time, it varies according to the overdetermination, QV, of the contradictions and their uneven development, QV. In the social formation this overdetermination is, in the last instance, determined by the economy, determine en dernière instance de l'économie. This is Althusser's clarification of the classical Marxist assertion that the superstructure, QV, is relatively autonomous but the economy is determinant in the last instance. The phrase in the last instance does not indicate that there will be some ultimate time or ever was some starting point when the economy will be or was solely determinant, the other instances preceding it or following it, the last instance never comes, the structure is always the copresence of all its elements and their relations of dominance and subordination, it is an ever pre-given structure, structure toujours déjà donnée. Structure, ever pre-given, structure toujours déjà donnée. See structure in dominance. Supersession, dépassement, Aufhebung. A Hegelian concept popular among Marxist humanists, it denotes the process of historical development by the destruction and retention at a higher level of an old historically determined situation in a new historically determined situation. Example: socialism is the supersession of capitalism, Marxism a supersession of Hegelianism. Althusser asserts that it is an ideological concept, and he substitutes for it that of the historical transition, or, in the development of a science, that of the epistemological break, QV. Superstructure/structure, superstructure/structure. In classical Marxism the social formation, QV, is analyzed into the components economic structure, determinant in the last instance, and relatively autonomous superstructures, 1. The state and law, 2. Ideology. Althusser clarifies this by dividing it into the structure, the economic practice, and the superstructure, political and ideological practice. The relation between these three is that of a structure in dominance, QV, determined in the last instance by the structure. Synchrony/diachrony, synchrony/diachrony. Althusser and Balibar oppose the structuralist, QV, ideological use of these terms, and insist that the synchrony of an object is merely the concept of that object, existing as one of a set of concepts in the theory of that object. Example: the synchrony of production is its concept, reproduction, QV. However, they make slightly different uses of the concept of diachrony. Althusser only uses it to indicate the time of the proof, the fact that the concepts emerge in a certain order in the proof, an order which has nothing to do with the historical emergence of the real objects of those concepts, see dislocation. Balibar, on the other hand, uses it to designate the theory of the transition from one mode of production to another. Tendency, tendance, tendence. Marx describes a number of aspects of the capitalist mode of production as tendencies, notably the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. These tendencies have often been seen as the patterns of historical development from one mode of production to another, as the symptoms of the negation, QV, which leads to a higher historical phase. Balibar shows that they are in fact merely the concept of the pattern of development peculiar to a mode of production, the concept of the limits of variation, see contradiction, of its movement and of the eventual barriers to its development, i.e., they are features of the synchronic analysis, QV, of the mode of production, not of the diachronic analysis of the transition from one mode of production to another, see time. Theory, 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 theory. For Althusser, theory is a specific, scientific theoretical practice, QV. For Marx, Chapter 6, on the materialist dialectic, a distinction is also made between theory, in inverted commas, the determinate theoretical system of a given science, and theory, with a capital T, the theory of practice in general, i.e., dialectical materialism, QV. In a few words, in the preface to the second edition of Lire Le Capital, 1968, reproduced in this English translation, I have pointed out that I now regard my definition of philosophy, theory, as the theory of theoretical practice, as a unilateral and, in consequence, false conception of dialectical materialism. Positive indications of the new definition I propose can be found, 1. In an interview published in El Unita in February 1968 and reproduced in the Italian translation of Lire Le Capital, Fultrinelli, not included here, and in La Pensée, April 1968, 2, in Lenin and Philosophy New Left Books, 1971, the text of a lecture I gave to the Société Française de Philosophie in February 1968, and published under the same title by François Maspero in January 1969. The new definition of philosophy can be resumed in 3 points. 1. Philosophy represents the class struggle in the realm of theory, hence philosophy is neither a science, nor a pure theory, but a political practice of intervention in the realm of theory. 2. Philosophy represents scientificity in the realm of political practice, hence philosophy is not the political practice, but a theoretical practice of intervention in the realm of politics. 3. Philosophy is an original instance, differing from the instances of science and politics, that represents the one instance alongside, operata, the other, in the form of a specific intervention, political theoretical. La. Time, temps. Hegelian theories of history see time as the mode of existence, Dasein, of the concept, Begriff. There is therefore a unique linear time in which the totality of historical possibilities unfolds. Empiricist theories of history as a chronology of events accept the same conception of time by default. This simple unilinear time can then be divided into events, short-term phenomena, and structures, long-term phenomena, or periodized in evolutionist fashion into self-contemporaneous modes of production, the static or synchronic analysis of which has a dynamic or diachronic development in time into another mode of production. This dynamics or diachrony is then history. For Althusser and Balibar, on the contrary, there is no simple unilinear time in which the development of the social formation unfolds. Each level of the social formation and each element in each level has a different temporality, and the totality is constituted by the articulation together of the dislocations, QV, between these temporalities. It is thus never possible to construct a self-contemporaneity of the structure, or essential section, QV. Historical time is always complex and multilinear. The synchrony of the social formation, or of one of its levels or elements, is the concept of its structure, i.e., of its dislocation and articulation into the totality. It therefore includes both static and dynamic elements, tendencies, QV. The term diachrony, QV synchrony, can only be applied to the concept of the phase of transition, QV. History itself is not a temporality, but an epistemological category designating the object of a certain science, historical materialism. Totality, totalite, totalitat. An originally Hegelian concept that has become confused by its use by all theorists who wish to stress the whole rather than the various parts in any system. However, the Hegelian and the Marxist totalities are quite different. The Hegelian totality is the essence behind the multitude of its phenomena, but the Marxist totality is a decentered structure in dominance, QV. Transition, passage. Marx's analysis of the transition from one mode of production to another has two sides. First, there is the analysis of the prehistory of the mode of production, the genealogy of its constitutive elements, as they emerge in the interstices of the previous mode of production. Second, there is the analysis of the phase of transition itself, which is not a destructuration-restructuration, but a mode of production in its own right, although one in which there is a dislocation, QV, of a special type rather than a homology between the two articulations of the structure, see productive forces, and therefore between the modes of historical individuality, see bearer, defined by the structure, a dislocation within the mode of production and between the mode of production and the other levels of the social formation. This dislocation is such that, rather than defining reciprocal limitations which maintain the structure within a certain pattern of development, one of the dislocating connection transforms the other. Thus, the phase of manufacture is a transitional phase in the development of the capitalist mode of production. The worker is separated from the means of labor in the property connection, but he is still linked to them in the connection of real appropriation, through his traditional craft skill. Worker and instrument of labor are opposed to object of labor. Hence the labor process still has its feudal form, whereas the property relation is capitalist. The introduction of machines breaks down this feudal connection between the worker and his means of labor, replacing it by one homologous with the property connection, in which the means and the object of labor are connected and opposed to the worker. Works of Marx, early, transitional and mature, œuvres de jeunesse, de maturation et de la maturité de Marx. Althusser rejects the view that Marx's works form a theoretical unity. He divides them as follows: early works, up to 1844, works of the break, œuvres de la coupure, 1845, transitional works, 1845 to 57, mature works, 1857 to 83. It should be remembered, however, that the epistemological break, QV, can neither be punctual, nor made once and for all. It is to be thought as a continuous break, and its criticism applies even to the latest of Marx's works, which flirt with Hegelian expressions and contain pre-Marxist survivals. A letter to the translator. Thank you for your glossary. What you have done in it is extremely important from a political, educational, and theoretical point of view. I offer you my warmest thanks. I return your text with a whole series of corrections and interpolations, some of which are fairly long and important. You will see why. A minor point, you refer twice to Foucault and once to Canguilhem vis-a-vis my use of break and, I think, of problematic. I should like to point out that Canguilhem has lived and thought in close contact with the work of Bachelard for many years, so it is not surprising if he refers somewhere to the term epistemological break, although this term is rarely to be found as such in Bachelard's texts. On the other hand, if the term is uncommon, the thing is there all the time from a certain point on in Bachelard's work. But Canguilhem has not used this concept systematically, as I have tried to do. As for Foucault, the uses he explicitly or implicitly makes of the concepts break and problematic are echoes either of Bachelard, or of my own systematic use of Bachelard, as far as break is concerned, and of what I owe to my unfortunate friend Martin, for problematic. I am not telling you this out of author's pride, it means nothing to me, but out of respect both for the authors referred to and for the readers. As for these authors, Canguilhem's use of the concept break differs from mine, although his interpretation does tend in the same direction. In fact, this should be put the other way round: my debt to Canguilhem is incalculable, and it is my interpretation that tends in the direction of his, as it is a continuation of his, going beyond the point where his has, for the time being, stopped. Foucault, his case is quite different. He was a pupil of mine, and something from my writings has passed into his, including certain of my formulations. But, and it must be said, concerning as it does his own philosophical personality, under his pen and in his thought, even the meanings he gives to formulations he has borrowed from me are transformed into another, quite different meaning than my own. Please take these corrections into account. I entrust them to you in so far as they may enlighten the English reader, who has access in particular to that great work, Madness and Civilization, and guide him in his references. Much more important are the corrections I have suggested for some of your rubrics. In most cases they are merely corrections, precisions, which do not affect the state of the theoretical concepts that figure in the book, for Marx. They cast a little more light on what you yourself have very judiciously clarified. But in other cases they are corrections of a different kind, bearing on a certain point in Lenin's thought, for example, my interpellation on the question of spontaneity. And finally, in other cases, see my last interpellation, I have tried to give some hints to guide the English reader in the road I have traveled since the, now quite distant, publication of the articles that make up for Marx. You will understand why I am so insistent on all these corrections and interpellations. I urge you to give them a place in your glossary, and add that, 1. I have myself gone over the text of the glossary line by line, and, 2. I have made changes in matters of detail, which need not be indicated, and a few important interpellations. As a result, everything should be perfectly clear. And we shall have removed the otherwise inevitable snare into which readers of 1969 would certainly have fallen, if they were allowed to believe that the author of texts that appeared one by one between 1960 and 1965 has remained in the position of these old articles, whereas time has not ceased to pass. You can easily imagine the theoretical, ideological, and political misunderstandings that could not but have arisen from this fiction, and how much time and effort would have had to be deployed to remove these misunderstandings. The procedure I suggest has the advantage that it removes any misunderstanding of this kind in advance, since, on the one hand, I leave the system of concepts of 1960 to 1965 as it was, while on the other, I indicate the essential point in which I have developed in the intervening years, since, finally, I give references to the new writings that contain the new definition of philosophy that I now hold, and I summarize the new conception which I have arrived at, provisionally, but what is not provisional. Louis Althusser, January 19, 1969.